Welcome. Good morning to those DLC participants out there in the virtual world. Um, this is day 2 of our CFISD Digital Learning Conference, and thank you for getting up so early to pick up new skills or inspiration. My name is Michelle Aguilar, your DLC Room 3 host, and I am wrapping up my time as part of the EdTech team, but I will be sticking around in SciFair to support our LOTE teachers in curriculum. So if you are one of our world language teachers, I will see you in August PD. Over on the YouTube chat, we have James Brown, an educator from Bridgeland High School, who is facilitating the chat room. He will be dropping important links and answering any questions or passing back questions to our presenter. So this morning here at our 8 a.m. session, we have Ms. Cari Orts, and she's going to be presenting Fuel Your Google Forms with Flamingo Flair. Cari is a highly skilled and experienced educator in the Central Texas area. She has background as an instructional technologist and currently works as a gifted and talented specialist and makerspace captain. With over 15 years of teaching experience, Cari holds a master's degree in curriculum and instruction. Welcome, Cari.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Yes. Oh, I love your background.
So that's the flamingos,
That's
where
right.
the presentation got the name.
Very on theme. We like themes in
Yes,
education.
yes, of course.
Perfect. Well, it's all yours.
Good morning, everybody. So since this is an online presentation, I really encourage you to get inside that chat. Let's give James something to look at this morning. And congratulations to Vanessa B for winning the thing this morning. Good job. All right, guys. So the first thing I want y'all to do is I want y'all to go in that chat, and I'd like for you to tell me what your job is. Are you a teacher? Are you a paraprofessional? What do you do and what grade level? So I'm going to give you about 20 seconds to get in there and tell me what you do. And James, if you could shout out some of their jobs, that would be awesome.
Hey, Carrie, we got a lot of people. We have 2 through 5 ELA, 4th grade ELAR. We have our Read 180 teachers. We even have some high school CTE teachers, dyslexia. We just really
Perfect.
have a broad representation of all our teachers on our campus.
Awesome. All right. Okay, guys, so don't hesitate to type in that chat. If you have a thought that comes to mind, just chat, put it in there. All right, here we go, guys. So when it comes to today, my name is Cari Orts. I'm lovingly called Techie Cari on my campus. So if you would like to follow me on Facebook, Twitter, actually, I think we're calling it Twix now because it's Twitter and X combined. And then I'm on LinkedIn as well. I also have a YouTube channel, which is called Techie Cari. So if you could follow me today and we can be friends and learn from each other, that would be awesome. Like Michelle mentioned, I am currently a GT specialist and a makerspace captain. I have been assigned to 2 campuses this year, so I get to travel back and forth. So I have spent a little bit of time, actually yesterday, setting up classroom number 3 and number 4. So it's going to be a pretty busy year. All right, so the presentation is all about flares. Of course, I had to have a reference to Office Space. And so this is going to be an interactive presentation this morning. After I introduce one of the concepts, you are going to type in the chat if you can beat my flare. I know it's early this morning and we're still in summer mode, but let's see if you can type in that chat and beat my flare. All right, we're going to have 5 categories of flair to focus on this morning. We're going to start kind of easy and basic, and then we're going to get more fancy at the end. All right, it looks like everyone has the link to the presentation, Michelle.
Yes, James has been putting our link a few times, so everyone can also scroll up and see the link.
Perfect. All righty. And then go ahead and hit that star up there, guys, and you can favorite this presentation so you can look at it later and you can share it with your friends. All right, so let's talk about appearance in our Google Forms. So we all want our Google Forms to look pretty. We want them to be customized for our students or whoever's viewing them. So I'm going to share a couple of tricks with you. And then if you have an aha moment or something comes to mind, let's put it in that chat. So the first thing I always tell my teachers when I'm helping them set up their forms is they're going to want to click that art palette in the top right-hand corner. Okay, I don't know about y'all, but Canva is my friend. Canva created this beautiful Zoom background, and I also use Canva to create my Google Form headers. Now, do you have to do that? No, but there's a couple of reasons that I really like adding a custom Google Form header. First of all, if it's a test grade, or if it's a daily grade, or if it's just something I'm gathering from my students, sometimes I'll even put that in my Google Form header. I can put tests so my kiddos know, hey, I need to pay attention a little bit closer. If I'm just giving it to parents, maybe I'll put parents on there so the kiddos know, oh, I don't have to fill that out. The parents need to fill that out. I think it's just a good visual. Now, I made this header inside of Canva, and when I clicked on that paint palette, do you notice that it picked up the colors from that header? And it's like, hey, Cari, did you want to add those colors to your Google form? So it kind of did all the work for me and made everything nice. The next thing is all of the different text. Okay, let's be really careful with this though, because sometimes some of those texts are a little hard to read. So I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. So once again, I clicked on this, the paint palette is what I call it. And then you can go down. This one's hard for kiddos to read, okay? So be careful with that one. Most of the time when my students create forms, they want to use that one, and we talk about that as well. I do like that you can customize the question text, so you can kind of make those stand out and look a little bit different. You may want to choose a bolder text up at the top so they know this is the very beginning of the form, and so forth. So the theme allows you to customize things a little bit more. I really recommend adding that custom header at the top, and you can do that here by doing choose image. And it just adds a little extra. Maybe it reminds people, hey, what is this? Is this a parent form? Is this for students? Is this a test grade? Is this a daily grade? Or is this just like a quick, hey, are you paying attention? So easy to do, and I recommend doing them in Canva because you go into Canva, you literally search Google Form header, and they have all these templates made for you, and you can just upload those into here. Super easy. All right. How are we feeling about that, guys? Let's put that in the chat. Super easy? Something we're doing already?
Yes, I also tossed in the chat, those of the that are creating Canva, there's templates, but if you're starting kind of from scratch, you can do your custom size 1600 by 400 for that header.
Perfect. Thank you, Michelle. So once again, there is more extra features. If you really like this font, you can make it thin, you can make it extra bold. You can spend lots of times customizing these Google Form headers and making them really pretty. What I would recommend, maybe you have one Google Form that you create at the very beginning of the school year. You make it fancy, you make it with all your fonts, and then you just copy and duplicate that form throughout the year so that your students, your staff members, whoever it may be, whenever they open a Google form, they're like, oh, that's from Cari because she has this, and I remember her font. So it's just kind of a good reminder. It's a good consistency for students, for staff members, for parents, just so they know it's kind of like a visual, like, oh, I know this is coming from this person. So just set it up once at the beginning of the school year, maybe even later today. Well, it's fresh. And then you can have that and you can copy it and just keep editing as you go. All right, the next thing is GIFs. I say GIF, not GIF. So, but I love GIFs because it just adds a little bit of extra flair to your forms. Sometimes it wakes people up when they're reading your form. They're like, oh, there's a GIF. Maybe I should pay attention a little bit more. And once again, I'm making those in Canva, guys. They actually have all the GIFs in there for me. It makes it look fancier and adds a little bit more flair. All right, the next one that I want to talk about when it comes to appearance is a Google add-on called Pretty Forms Designer. And remember, to get an add-on, you're going to click on the snowman, the 3 dots, and then you're going to go to Get Add-ons, and then you would type in the name of this add-on, which is called Pretty Forms Designer. And we'll get deeper into add-ons further in the presentation. Pretty Forms Designer is going to allow you to completely customize your form. I played with this just a little bit and it was like overwhelming because there were so many different options you could change. If you've ever shopped online or filled out something online, you've probably seen something, a Google form that has been tweaked with this form designer and made a little bit different or a lot different. You can change literally each question area. You can change that to a different color. So if you wanted to go in there and be super fancy, you could change some questions that are worth more points. You could change them to a different color. You could really take a lot of time and make your form very accommodating for students. You can literally, on this one, I moved all the answer choices to the middle of the screen. As you can tell, I changed this box to green. I mean, it is endless of the things that you can change using this form designer. It's kind of wild. This is definitely one you want to sit down when you have about an hour to play because you're just going to get lost in all of the different features. If you click here, it will take you to the add-on so that you can play with it. Definitely one if you have that person on your campus that just loves making customized things, or maybe you need a very customized, very professional looking form for your website. This is the way to go to change the appearance and make it look super fancy. Okay, let's go to that chat, guys. When it comes to appearance, what's something else that you have done to add more flair to your forms? Michelle, do you use custom headers on your forms?
Yes, I do. And we were having that conversation on the chat that if you have to use Canva, and that's just really a choice that's popular right now. But even within Google Slides, you can do a custom size, make it that 1600 by 400. If you're more familiar with just doing some graphics within the slides, you could do that as well.
And I also use
That's
Google
just a
Drawings
choice.
too to make my custom headers.
Google Drawings, if you are into Adobe Express, it's just options to do it. But I guess the point is when you're making your Google form so it stands out and they know what the form's going to be about, to make that custom header versus just a text base.
Yes. And it could be just a header with like text, like something very simple. But I think it just takes a second and it's super easy and it's definitely worth it.
Yeah. It looks like some have tried to do our add-ons, and that might be currently blocked by IT. So,
okay. I feel your pain.
yes, believe me, there's reasons for it. They're not trying to make our lives difficult, but
Hopefully there's a way they can submit and see if y'all can open it for them.
yeah.
Okay, well, we're going to move on to the next one. And so I know that I interact with all kinds of different kiddos that have different needs and ways to help them be successful in the classroom. So this next section is all about accommodating kiddos, helping kiddos, and providing ways for them to be successful. So when is the last time anybody in the chat, when's the last time you were able to give a test with a video embedded in it on paper? Anyone? No? Okay. I didn't think so. So I jokingly say that a Google form is way, way better than paper because you can do things that you cannot do. So the first thing I want to talk about is embedding a video inside of your Google form. I visited a classroom this year, a third grade classroom, and a teacher had a video playing, and I just, I walked in and I watched the teacher play this whole video, and then all of a sudden the teacher said, okay, now we're going to take a quiz. And I bet you can guess what a student said automatically. They're like, I wasn't paying attention. Can you play it again? So the cool thing with a Google form is that you can embed a video and the kiddos can watch it independently. That means if I need to rewatch the video 10 times, guess what? I can. If I already know the concept and I want to fast forward through things, guess what? I can. It's kind of a fail-proof area, and it makes it customized for the students if they need to rewind, rewatch. It's very, very easy, and it's not a whole group session where everyone in the room is like sitting there like, why does Cari have to rewatch this video so many times? It's customized to the students' needs, okay? The next one is an extension that we have purchased on my campus, and it's called Moat. So we had a lot of kiddos that had accommodations to have oral administration, and what we found was that kiddos were having to leave the room for this oral admin, and then they were missing things, and then when they were trying to find a staff member to read to them. So I showed my teachers Moat. Moat is super cool because it allows the students to hear the question being read to them, and then they can also respond orally as well. This has been a game changer when it comes to administering tests and having the kiddos stay in the room and feeling a part of the classroom. If you have time today, you can click here and it's going to take you to this Google form if you want to complete this Google form. But for for time today, we're just going to keep moving forward. But I do encourage you to click on this form and check it out. All right. The next thing is I work with all grade levels on my campus, and which is a pre-K 3 through 5 campus. And a lot of the teachers in my kindergarten and pre-K 3 and 4, they're like, Cari, I would never use a Google form. Why are you trying to make us do this? This is the perfect example. When is the last time you were able to give a paper test with colored pictures? Probably never, right? I mean, we can't have colored printouts on an elementary campus, unfortunately. We just can't afford the ink. So I encourage my kinder, pre-K 3, pre-K 4 teachers to use Google Forms. We have iPads in all of those grade levels, so they can easily scan a QR code and open a Google form. And as you can see here, we are testing the student's awareness of the letter C. And so the student can scan the QR code, they can open this Google form. Now, the other thing about doing a test on an iPad or on a device is that students can also zoom in. Look how accommodating I am. They can zoom in, they can zoom out, they can watch videos numerous times, they can fast forward videos. And so as you can see, we have ELL learners can look at this. We have kinder students, we have pictures, and all of these pictures were generated through the Google form. I did not have to go in and find all these pictures and search for these pictures. They were all readily available inside of the Google form. And I'll show you quickly how to do that. So we'll put the letter F for Flamingo. And then I'm going to go to multiple choice. So the cool thing is I'm just going to hover over here where it's the image. And then we'll do a cat. And remember, I went to Google Images. I'm not having to like find these images and download them on my computer. It's all within the form. I'll put that one in there and hit insert. And then I'm going to hit return. I'm going to come over here and then I'll find that flamingo. And then so forth. So this is a great way to accommodate lots of different groups of kiddos. You have pictures, they're in color, and then they can see it easily and they can zoom in if they would like to. All right. And then the last thing that I like to do, and I think this is an underutilized aspect of Google Forms, is having students attach documents, Google Drawings, Google slide presentations, to the actual Google form. I know that when I was a classroom teacher, if I had a test and then they were stapling maybe a drawing to it, a lot of the times kids would forget to staple that extra aspect, or they would lose the paper, or somehow these papers would just magically disappear. So I love giving Google Form tests where we have multiple choice questions, fill in the blank questions, a variety of questions. And then I have them attach a drawing or a document or something else. Because when I test kiddos, I want to have a variety of questions and response types so I can really hone in on all of their needs. So I may have a kiddo that's not that great with multiple choice questions. When it comes with drawings and labelings, they like knock it out of the park. So one of the things that I like to do is I like to do the file upload question type. And then, like I said, I often do a drawing. So they're going in Google Drawings, maybe they're drawing something, they're showing different aspects of something they've learned. Maybe they're making a graphic of their understanding, and then they're going to click and they're going to upload their drawing to this Google form. And I like this because once I hit the responses for this test, I'm going to see all of these drawings that are attached in the spreadsheet, and I can literally hover over. It's going to provide a hyperlink, and I can see everything all the students have attached, and it's all in one place. Let me say that again. It's all in one place. I can also quickly view that drawing, and I can update the student's score inside of the spreadsheet as well. It's like a one-stop shop, and I'm hitting all of those students' needs. I'm grabbing information and data from all of their different aspects of their learning, and I'm putting it all inside one Google form. And there's no papers. It's all digital. All right. The next one is using forms and using sections in your forms, and y'all have probably seen that before. But one of the things that I did for a teacher this year was they were like, I need to know which kiddos need help and which kiddos can move forward and which ones are advancing. So we made a Google form, and if they got the answer correct, I gave them a more difficult question. If they got it incorrect, I gave them a not so difficult question. We kind of moved up and down to see their needs and to see which ones they knew. And then we also changed up the formats of the questions to figure out maybe like, oh, maybe they don't understand it in this wording. Maybe they do understand it in this wording. Maybe they can do division, but they can't do multiplication, and so forth. So having those forms that take them to different areas to test their different knowledge levels, super easy, but very effective to learn more about your kiddos' needs and what's going on. And then you're able to group them together. And then just an old goodie and a favorite one that I like to do is when a kiddo gets an incorrect answer, most of the time, they don't tell you immediately after the test. They just kind of sit there after the test and they're just kind of hanging out. And so what I like to do is if a kiddo gets something incorrect, I'm going to go in and I'm going to provide them some answer feedback. And whenever you have this set up, so once you make yours a quiz, you're going to go to your answer key and you're going to add answer feedback. So if a kiddo gets something wrong, I can say, hey, keep going. I'm so proud of you, but it looks like you need a little extra help. I can link this to another Google form to give them another assessment, or I could send them to a YouTube video to have them review a concept and all that good stuff. And guess what? This happens automatically as soon as they submit to the form. So there's no like going back, calling that student over. You can just say, hey guys, when you finish your test, will you please look at the answer feedback and that you receive and click on one of those links. Now, this is also great with those kiddos that scored a certain grade. They're ready to go. You can also say, it looks like you understand this concept. Will you go here or will you go watch this video? So it's immediate as soon as they hit save, as soon as they hit submit to their form, and it provides something and something for some place and something for them to do. And they're not just sitting at their desk while everyone else is finishing this form. They're given something to do to keep them going, to assess their needs and take care of everything. Okay, whew, that was a lot. Who can beat my Flair when it comes to accommodating students and their needs? Are we seeing anything, Michelle? Okay, here we go. Let's go on to the next one. So now this is our attendance break.
Yes, thank you. All right, on the screen, we are going to have our attendance code for this session. So let's go ahead and pull that up. We are in room 3 for day 2, and it should be
You
pulled
want
up
me to stop
here
sharing?
shortly.
Okay,
I think I've picked it up now.
okay, perfect.
All right, so those of you that are in attendance for room 3, our 8 a.m. session, the attendance code is on the screen. We'll have it up on the screen for about 60 seconds. Yes, Cari is really telling us a lot of details with Google Forms. And the great thing about our digital learning conference is that you can, I'm going to date myself from the 1900s, you can rewind the videos back. So, and then after our virtual conference, we do have these videos available to SciFair employees. They won't be live stream anymore, but we'll have them available. So all that information is forthcoming. Currently on the screen, we have our attendance code for room 3, the 8 a.m. session. So make sure you are writing these down either with our form that we have provided or anywhere you'd like. And then this afternoon, we have our Google form as well, where we did a lot of these features that Cari's talking about, custom headers and sections and all kinds of stuff in order to submit your attendance for credit. We'll have it up for about 15 more seconds. The attendance code is currently on the screen. All right, Cari.
Okay.
We're good.
And most of the time, guys, with those add-ons, there's probably a different one inside of the add-on store that's very similar. So if one is blocked, there might be a different one that is also accommodating. So don't give up. All right.
All right. You can take the share back if you'd like.
Okie dokie. Continue. Here we go. All right, here we go. Okay. So we've talked about appearance, we've talked about accommodating students. So now we're going to talk about Google.
I said you could do it after the fact.
How can Google relate to our Google Forms? So
thank you, Lauren. I hope you're like an instructional coach.
I have a whole library of Google Forms that I have created for you that you can borrow in just a minute and steal from. So one of the things that I have done is I created a bunch of Google Forms for teachers that help them out. So I've created Google Forms that connect to Google Sheets. So if a student is making a timeline, they're doing some research, they can go into this Google form, they can put in the timeline and all the information, and it's automatically going to make a digital timeline in Google Sheets that they can add pictures to and customize. Also, when it comes to research, I have created Google Forms for teachers where the students can input links and images for research, and then it forms this whole database of research links and information that their whole class can keep and use. I've created timesheets for people, tutoring sign in and sign out. I don't know what it's going to be called this year. It used to be 45-45. I don't know what it's going to be called this year. But we needed to track exactly when those kiddos were coming in for tutoring and when they were leaving. So once again, we had a QR code. They scanned it when they came in. They submitted their name, and that timestamp on the Google form automatically showed them, oh, this kiddo has been coming at 7:55 every morning instead of 7:30, and they were able to track that time easily. And this is what the timeline looks like. This is what the research looks like. So going back to that accommodating situation, so if you have a classroom of 12, or not 12, we would never have that. If you had a classroom of 25 kiddos and they all had this Google form and they were all submitting links, hyperlinks, and pictures to this Google form, you could then release the spreadsheet or the responses to the entire class. So if we're doing research on flamingos and maybe I have a kiddo that's a slower researcher or slower
Oh.
reader, instead of them just
Meredith
having
Akers is in there
one,
more. She's the principal.
link,
I
they
wonder
have
if
the
it's
whole,
right. I
all
have
of the
a gazillion
classes
people
links
in here.
provided for them.
Oh my
So
God.
it's a good way to do research quickly and provide links for everyone. The next one is walkthroughs. So I helped our principal and our instructional coach create a walkthrough form. So what it does, they submit to the Google form, and then it creates a Google Doc that's automatically emailed to the teacher in a nice, pretty format.
Yeah.
And so
541.
the instructional coach and the principal really appreciate that, because they don't have to go in and type an email. They just submit to this Google form and it's all done for them. Story starters, lesson plans, all kinds of great goodies. Also, Google Slides. So I love giving my students, my staff members, everyone certificates. I think it's just an easy way to just celebrate the small things. We also have a thing on our campus called teacher high fives. Like, I saw a teacher helping another teacher, or maybe a teacher did something for another teacher that they thought, oh, that's not a big deal. But we encourage our teachers to celebrate each other. And so I have set up a Google form, and it's by our copy machine. It's in our teacher's lounge. It's kind of posted everywhere, this QR code to this form. And if a teacher is like, hey, you know what? I need to give Miss Bertino a high five because she helped me out with this small little thing. So the teachers scan this QR code on their phone, they fill out the Google form, and then it automatically emails their certificate to the other teacher saying, hey, thanks for helping me out the other day. That was really great that you did that for me. Class awards, I do the same thing. Math challenge questions. So I mentioned earlier that I'm a gifted and talented teacher, and I have some really mathy kids, if that makes sense. They love math, and it's sometimes something that we can't celebrate as much as other things. So I have some crazy math problems that I found online, and I've created a Google form, and that Google form will automatically send them a certificate if they get the answer correct. If they get it incorrect, they don't get anything. And so this has been fun for those students, because they're like, I'm checking my Google Drive and I don't have anything. And I was like, well, you must have not got the answer correct. So it's a quick way. I preload them at the beginning of the school year, and we kind of go through the school year, and I'll release them as they go. And it's so funny to watch them submit to the Google form and then just jump to their Google Drive and just stare at it. And they're like, I didn't get it. And I'm like, well, maybe you should try again. If you would like a tutorial on that, I have it on my YouTube channel as well. And once you play with that, I use an extension. I use the add-on called Autocrat, and I'm sure you'll probably all have heard of that. But once you do it one time, you kind of become a pro, and you're going to find all kinds of uses for it. Also, professional developed certificates. I have a link at the end of the presentation for you to grab one of my Techie Cari professional development certificates as well. All right, so when it comes to your Google Forms and the Google application, other applications, can you beat my Flair? Let's see, Michelle, do we have anything?
Just everyone's really watching and talking about loving the idea of using all of it. I think we have such a big variety of teachers from kinder all the way to out of classroom. So it's something that is going to apply to you depending on your, your role. So
Perfect. Okay. So hopefully y'all are generating some ideas at this point, and you're jotting down some notes. This is definitely one of those sessions where, like, you're going to go home later and you're going to be like, oh, I need to try this and I need to try this. So, okay, data usage. So we all love data, right? So I have a parent contact form. And when I first started teaching way back in 2002, I had like this notebook by my teacher phone, and I would write the kid's name and the date that I contacted the parent. And this day and age, I realized that doesn't work because we're on the go. We never know when we're going to be contacting parents. I also do the car line at my school, and it's like sometimes I have the best conversations with parents in the car line, and I'm like, hey, can I talk to you real quick about so-and-so? So what I have created is a Google form. It has all of my students' names preloaded in a drop-down menu. And then it just says what we discussed. So there's a short answer response. What did we discuss? What was the outcome? And then what were the steps to take in the future? So maybe I see a parent in the morning at drop off and I'm like, hey, can I talk to you for a minute? After I talk to that parent, I'm going to pull up that Google form, maybe on my phone. Maybe I'm going to have a QR code posted somewhere in my room. Maybe I'm going to have it in my Start inside my Google Drive so I can access it quickly. I'm going to quickly submit to that Google form that says, hey, I talked to Riley's parents and we talked about this issue. This is our goal for the following week or the following day. And this is when we're going to follow up. And I submit to that Google form. It's time stamped, it's date stamped. I know exactly when I talk to that parent. And then you can get even fancier inside of that response spreadsheet, and you can have it filter by all of the students' names. So, and it will create a tab for all of your students. So you can easily say, oh, Riley, you can go to that Riley tab, and you can see I've contacted her parents 30 times this school year. Like, and this is the dates, this is what's happened. We can see the trends, like nothing's changed, or maybe she had a good time here and now they're struggling again. I think this is a super effective way to keep up with that data, keep up with all the information. It is a little bit tricky to put that formula in to make it go to each tab, but once you get it, it's so worth it. I had a high school band director. He was like, I never knew about this. This is going to change my whole world. Thank you for doing this. So having that parent contact form where you can just quickly submit, and then you have that data, how many times you've contacted a parent, super easy. All of the charts that are created inside of the responses inside of a Google form, all of those charts are easily copied and pasted into any other Google document. So I've had teachers that when they do their data talks, they will take their Google form charts or graphs that are created. They hit the 3 little dots and they copy that chart, and then they will put that chart into a Google slide presentation, into a Google Doc, and so forth. So when they have their data talks, they can quickly just show that chart that was created in the Google form without having to do anything fancy. All they're doing is clicking those 3 dots, the snowman, and then they're pasting that into whatever Google application they want to do. And it looks really fancy. All right. The next one is goal setting. One of our instructional coaches, she created a Google form, and after each of their PLC meetings, she has the teachers submit to the Google form just a goal for the next week. What are you going to try to do by the end of the week before our next PLC? And once again, it outputs into a Google Doc, and they can see their goal, and it's emailed to them. And she also has record of what their goals were. And if they have the same goal in consecutive weeks, she's like, oh, why aren't you reaching your goal? And so forth. Interest surveys, self-reflections. We talked about tutorials and so forth. This is what those charts look like inside of your Google form when you click on the responses tab. So once again, when you go to responses, it's going to provide those charts there. You're going to click on the snowman, and you can copy those and paste them into any other application that you would like to. Parent contact form. This is what my form looks like. You can do it by class period. You can do it by student name. And then this is how I spoke to the parent. And then the next one is going to be what we talked about in the goals and so forth. I would say if you do anything before the beginning of the school year when it comes to Google Forms, that you do this one. It has been highly effective. This is the one my teachers have been most excited about. All right. So can you beat my flair when it comes to data in Google Forms?
Hey, Cari, we had a lot of interest on that parent contact form. Okay. So we had questions about, can we input all students' name individually, or is there a way to do a drop down?
Ooh, great question.
Also, if you have an example or template So I know
Yes.
personally, I used this for several years, and it was great because, you know, writing it down on a paper, you end up like on a sticky note.
Yes.
When that contact happens, you're like, oh, I'm going to transfer it to my official record, and that transfer never really happens. So once you make your template, bookmark it on your Chrome, and when you're doing that call, when you're sending that remind, whatever it may be, the way you contact your parents, you have it up on the screen as you're talking to them, and you are really doing your record keeping that way. And then that's something that you can pull that data and also share with admin if necessary.
Exactly. So this is how I do it. I make a question and then I do drop down. And guess what, guys? If you have their names already in a spreadsheet from Skyward or wherever it is that you have that information, you can literally copy and paste all of their names. And then when you paste it in here, it's going to make it option. It's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to all generate it all for you. So don't feel like you have to type every single student's names. That would be horrible. You can copy and paste from a spreadsheet, or you can copy and paste from Skyward or whatever system that y'all use. So that's what I do. So once again, it's a drop down, and then you would type in here student name. And then you would just paste all the student names in there. And I would do this for each class period. If you're a middle high school teacher, or if you're a switching teacher, I would make one for each one. And the reason I like the drop down is that I don't have to type the students' names. I can just quickly select their name. It's a really quick time saver. And then at the end of my presentation, there's a link to my Wakelet, and I have this in there for y'all. All right. Add-ons. This is one that some of them you're gonna love, some of them you're gonna go, I don't need that, Cari, but I just wanted to expose y'all to these. And I actually was poking around on the presentation this morning, and I found a couple of more that I really like. Form notifications. This is the one that I use the most. And once again, to get your add-ons, you're gonna go to your snowman and go to get add-ons. There are so many in here. Some are great, some are not great. So if you add one and you don't like it, you can always take it away. So don't feel like you're committed to it 100%. Form notifications. I am in charge on my campus. We have a Mustang of the month. And so I send a Google form to the teachers. They submit to the form the student with their information, and it automatically creates a beautiful certificate in Google Slides. But I get busy, and so I turn on form notifications, and it will email me every time a teacher submits to that Google form, which makes me go, oh, Cari, you need to go in, you need to print that certificate so that we can give it to the kiddos on that Friday. I love form notifications. It just kind of keeps me on my toes. It helps remind me when I get busy, because oftentimes, we send a Google form and then we forget that we sent it, and we don't remember that we need to go back and look at it. So form notifications, it's killer. Y'all need to use it. The next one is Choice Eliminator Lite. So this goes back with those accommodations for our kiddos. And so it takes those multiple choice questions or those lists, and it makes them go away. I think teachers have used this when they do parent conferences. It will help. I believe this is the one that if you send a Google form to parents, and if someone has already chosen that time slot for parent conferences, I think it will eliminate that. I hope this is the correct one. So Choice Eliminator. The next one is Timer and Proctor. Guys, I played with this one and I'm kind of obsessed with it. I know that it's a paid add-on, but I just wanted to expose this to you. There may be an unpaid one at this point. Just from the time that I've created this presentation, they've changed up a few things on some of these add-ons, so there may be one out here. But this one is so cool. And maybe if you don't use it in your classroom, just go and play with it just to see. It tells me exactly when the person taking the Google form test tells me exactly when they switched to a different tab. It tells me how long they switched to a different tab. It's providing a screenshot of that tab they went to. It's also saying if there was noise detected, and then it recorded the noise, and then it also shows it shows all the changes that happened. I mean, like, crazy, crazy stuff. I mean, it's like magical here. I think this is cool to see, like, what's going on? Like, why is there noise and so forth. So kind of obsessed with this one. If you have time, play with it. It's pretty cool. QR code generator. This one was highly sought after whenever I did this presentation before. It's an add-on. It automatically makes a QR code for you so that, like I said, for that parent contact form, you automatically generate this QR code. You print that QR code and you put it up in all those key places in your classroom. All right, this one just used to be called Scoresabee, but they just changed the name. And it allows you to take each question and give it different points. And this is a math teacher add-on for sure. It makes everything a little bit more customizable when it comes to all the point values and all that good stuff. All right, turning your forms on and off really quickly. If you need to turn a form off so parents can't submit to it, or teachers or students can't submit to it anymore, that one's there. And then if you don't have the patience or just don't have the time to learn how to use Autocrat, this exam certificate maker makes it where it automatically will email certificates to people if they get a certain score. Whew. All right, this has been a wild morning here. This is what y'all want, guys. This is that form library. It's going to take you to my Wakelet. You can snag all of those forms. When you click on the links, it's going to say, hey, do you want to copy the form? And you're going to say yes. And so you can grab all of those forms. There's a zillion in there for y'all to play with. And then, of course, Ditch the Textbook. He has great forms if y'all want to look at his. And then as we wrap up, once again, my name is Cari Orts. I do have a website. It's techiecari.com. If you want to email me, it's Cari@techiecari.com. And then once again, I saw that a few people were following me on social media, so thanks for reaching out. Woo! All right, Michelle, do you have any last minute questions?
Everyone's super interested, and really kind of maybe if they hadn't thought about jumping into Google Forms, starting with that parent contact, everyone's on their mind is getting ready for the start of the year. So some people wanted to see how to add in those student names for the drop down. If you are pulling it in, like let's say we use TAC, Teacher Access Center. So if you have the roster from there and then pulling it in. So someone asked if on your YouTube channel you have that or another resource.
Well, I'll make it later today. How about that?
Oh, that's great. Yeah. So follow at Techie Cari. James is going to drop those links in the chat, and then you can, look at that video again. Thank you for doing that for us. But a lot of great information. Like someone said earlier, they know we go fast because we have to pack so much in just under an hour. But you have the availability to go back and rewatch. So just jot down the session title, what room number it was, and then you can find your way back. If not later today, later on in the year, because we will have them up for our Sci-Fair employees.
Yes, and then go ahead and star it, add it to your favorites, and y'all can go back and look at it again.
Yes, perfect. Well, thank you, Cari, for kicking off an amazing day of learning here on Room 3. Be sure to leave her some feedback. We have a Google form, of course, that she created just to see what if your expectations are met, any more needs. She's a friend of Sci-Fair and is always coming to help out with our virtual digital learning conference. So,
perfect. All right.
All right, thank you. And if you liked Cari, she is around at our 9 a.m. session, so stick around after the short break and learn now how you can be more artistic with Google Sheets and Docs. So Google Sheets, that's kind of like Excel, so I'm very intrigued about that. Okay. All right, so time to do a stretch break or re-warm up your coffee and before our next live session at the top of the hour. Welcome back, educators. Good morning. Thank you for joining us for the 2024 Digital Learning Conference. My name is Michelle Aguilar, your DLC Room 3 host. Over on the YouTube chat, we have James Brown, an educator from Bridgeland High School, who is facilitating our chat room. He will be leaving links in there and answering any questions. Remember that sometime during the session, we'll take a quick hydration break and we'll share the attendance code on screen. You'll submit for credit all in one form at the end of the day. So we are almost at the top of the hour, and joining us at 9 a.m. is Cari Orts. Get ready to push your artistic boundaries with Google Apps. Cari has a passion for pushing the boundaries of traditional teaching methods and encourages others to do the same. She enjoys presenting in unconventional ways, aiming to motivate teachers to try new approaches in their own classrooms. Cari firmly believes in engaging curriculum that integrates multiple subject areas into a single lesson. She is particularly enthusiastic about project-based learning, utilizing Google tools, and implementing challenge-based learning. Great. Welcome back, Cari.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm so excited to be here this morning and that everyone that got up this morning and joined us. So,
Yes, great. Well, it's all yours.
all right, guys. So, speaking of unconventional, you're probably wondering, what does art have to do with technology? I'm a math teacher, I'm a language arts teacher. How can I use art? And so I hope today, after we do this presentation together, that you're gonna have like some aha moments and you're really gonna be like, oh, I get this. I would love for you to add to the chat if you have like an aha moment, or if you're like, yes, I love this, please put it into the chat and Michelle is going to say these things to me and so forth. This is going to be a jam-packed 50 minutes. There's a chance that we will not get to everything. So when you get the link to the presentation, let's go ahead and click that star, add it to our favorites. I'll leave this up for you. And of course, the best thing about going to a conference and going to a session is sharing with your coworkers. So please share this with your coworkers. Let them join the fun of this art with technology, and hopefully they'll find something as well as you that you can use in your classroom. All right, here we go. So we're going to take art and we're going to take technology and we're going to smush them together and we're going to build some skills with our students. So like she said, my name is Cari Orts. I am currently a GT teacher, and I'm also our makerspace facilitator at 2 campuses. I gained an extra campus this coming up school year, so I tell everyone jokingly that I have 4 classrooms. You can find me on Twitter, or Twix, as I think we're calling it now, and Facebook and LinkedIn at Techie Cari. So if you have a second to follow, that would be awesome. I also have a YouTube channel. Guess what it's called? Techie Cari. And I have lots of videos on there for you as well. And here we go. So this session, there's the link for it. And I think y'all are going to put that in the chat as well. And I'll wait for y'all to jump on there. Are we good, Michelle?
Yes, we've added the link a couple of times.
Perfect. All right, there you go. Now I see y'all jumping on there. Okay, so let me just give you a little background about this session. I am currently in the process of becoming a national board certified teacher. And so as I was doing research for that, I came across an article about art and how it improves cognitive skills and academic skills through art. And I just personally love art. And then as I was starting to read a little bit deeper, it became clear like art does so much more. And we incorporate a lot of art in our GT classroom. And this kind of connected all of the dots for me. And since I love art and I love technology and it's good for kids, I created this session. It helps with reasoning. It helps with problem identification, goal setting, information gathering, solution proposal, evaluation, imagination, cognitive skills, so many things. So if someone questions why you're using art in your classroom, just copy and paste this slide, guys, and you can prove to them that it's really beneficial for kiddos. So we won't spend too much time looking at that. Y'all can always go back and look at that later. So this session was also inspired by my coworker across the hall, Mr. P. Mr. P was a first-year teacher. Mr. P is a music major. And guess what? Our art teacher left and they were like, hey, Mr. P, did you want to teach music and art? And Mr. P was not very excited about that, but he took on the task. And at the beginning of the school year, he came to me and we were standing in the hallway and he was like, hey, I want to be able to add a little bit of technology to the art classroom because these kids are lacking technology skills. And I was like, yeah, they are. Let's do that. So this presentation is inspired by Mr. P and some of the things that I did with Mr. P to help improve technology skills in the art classroom because he knew these skills would also transfer to the normal regular ed classroom as well. So here we go, guys. Y'all better buckle up. We've got a lot of resources. So at the very beginning of the school year, I was like, Mr. P, let's keep it super simple. Our students have Chromebooks grades 2nd through 5th, and then iPads pre-K through 1st. And so I was like, this one is super easy. All the kids can use it on their devices. And that's Quick Draw. Okay, so Quick Draw gives the kiddos 6 different drawings to draw. Okay, so I'm just going to give you a preview real quick. So first, I need to know, this is going to test if kiddos can read. I'm supposed to draw a balloon in 20 seconds. And using AI is going to tell me.
I see skyscraper, or necklace, or light bulb, or hot air balloon.
It's going to tell me what it's seeing. So it's giving them an oral clue of, oh, that doesn't really look like what we're asking.
Oh, I know. It's ballon.
And then so forth. The cool thing about it, and we're just going to do this really quickly.
Oh, I know. It's zigzag.
And it also
I see
makes
circle, or potato,
about the
or
key
apple, or pear,
aspects
or cat.
of-
I see alarm clock, or
each
bear, or
animal.
black cat, or raccoon. Oh, I know.
And
It's owl.
And it's making them think on their feet. We're almost there.
I see square, or computer keyboard, or oven. I see microwave oven. Oh, I know. It's sink.
And this gets pretty intense in the classroom. The kids are like, yes, it looks
I see
like
shoe,
this. Why
or
are you
pond, or
confused?
swimming pool, or hockey puck. Oh, I know. It's frying pan.
And then, oh, this is going to be a hard one, this bulldozer.
I see street light,
Oh,
or
I
door.
can get this one.
I see dumbbell,
Oh, I
or
know.
cooler,
I
or
don't know.
dog,
I'm gonna
or
get the
pickup
bulldozer.
truck, or truck. I see tractor.
Oh,
I see train.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to get the bulldozer.
Sorry, I couldn't guess it.
So it's also, you can share your drawings from there. Just a quick and easy way to test the kiddos' skills using the mouse pad, using the trackpad. What kiddos struggle with just using computers in general. So a quick and easy one. You can have them do this multiple times. You can have them do it one time. And then also the cool thing is you can see what other people are drawing for the same things. So quick and easy. Quick Draw, it's free. It's one of Google's free, I think they call it their labs. So it's super fun one. It's Quick Draw. And I like to do it just with my friends and family too. I'm like, hey, can you do Quick Draw real quick? And then it's just a fun one. Okay, Auto Draw is another good one as well. And all of these are linked here, guys, too, if you click on those. So Auto Draw is another one, and this is one that I like to do with teachers at the beginning of the school year. And I say you don't have to be an artist. I think a lot of the times when it comes to art, kids are like, I'm not a good artist. One of my GT students was like, Miss Orts, I'm not doing any of our art projects because I'm not a good artist. So I had him get on Auto Draw with me. And this one right here I call it the magic pen. And if you're not a good artist, as you start drawing, at the top of the screen, it's going to say, oh, hey, did you mean to draw a flamingo? And it turns your kind of rough drawing into an amazing piece of artwork. They can change the colors. Oops, you can fill things. Oops. There is an undo button. You can add text. I have the kiddos get onto AutoDraw at the beginning of the school year. They kind of do an all about me, and they add text and they add graphics and so forth. But it's a good way to practice those tech skills. It's fun, it's easy. And then if you click on the pancakes, you can also download it. And so I have the kiddos download this, and then we dump it into Google Classroom in the stream of Google Classroom, and we all look at each other's and comment. But it's like I said, it's a way for me to test their tech skills in an easy kind of no-fail environment. So quick draw, auto draw, those are the first two quick and easy ones that a lot of people can do in an easy setting. All right, the next one is Bomomo, and this is one that you're gonna have to tell your students, please stop. So be careful with this one. This one is going to provide you this kind of screen, this scattered screen, and the different ways that you can use it, and depending on the pressure that you place on your mouse, is going to change everything. Like I said, this is one that you're not going to be able to stop using. So be careful in your classroom. Maybe do it the last 5 minutes of class, because your kids are just not going to want to get off of it. I'm sure there's some crazy science related to this one, but it's just going to be one that you're just not going to want to stop playing with. So once again, you can save it by hitting the floppy disk, and once again, it saved it up here in my downloads. So many cool things. It does have an iPad application. So if you want to do it that way, and then if you want a new screen there. So Bomomo, the kiddos love it. They're not going to stop playing with that one. And I probably lost all of y'all after that one, right? Okay, the next one is scrap coloring. I really love this one for lots of different reasons. The first one is names, okay? You can put in your name, and you can add different patterns. You can add different things about yourself. So, for instance, at the beginning of the school year, this would be a great way for you to get to know your students. They go to scrap coloring. They type in their name, and then they fill each letter of their name with something about themselves. So it's a good way for you to get to know them. It's a good way for you to test their tech skills and so forth. The other one is their coloring pages. So they can go and they have pre-made coloring pages. They can go add different textures, different patterns. You can say, I need at least 4 different patterns. So kindergarten, they're big on patterns. I know I test patterns in my DT classes for kinder, and it's one of those things that we have to be really careful with. So having different patterns, seeing how they fill different aspects and so forth. Scrap coloring, definitely one of those top ones. It's free. And then the next slide, you're really going to fall into love with scrap coloring. So this one, I think this is like every kid's dream, to have their own coloring page. So what I did was I just took a white piece of paper, and I just made a very simple design with a black marker. When you go to scrap coloring, guess what it will do, guys? You can upload your drawing, and it will make a custom digital coloring page. So now I can go in here and I can custom color my coloring page, okay? For little kiddos, maybe even high schoolers and middle schoolers too. This is crazy cool. One of the things that I recommend teachers do is that, so when you create this, you can share it. And so what I would do in my classroom is I would have each student send me the link to theirs, and I would post those in Google Classroom or whatever LMS you're using. And I would say, okay, guys, you'll have 10 minutes to go into Google Classroom and color each other's coloring pages. So that way everyone can quickly view each other's coloring pages, and it's all in a safe environment to grab those links. And then they're stored there. Maybe if you have 5 extra minutes one day, hey guys, why don't y'all go in and color each other's digital coloring pages. They can save those images after they've colored them. Super cool resource. It's free. And it also teaches them, like, if y'all noticed on mine, it like I didn't seal up that leaf on that palm tree. So it also teaches them to seal up things. how to edit their drawings to make them fit a digital format easier, and so forth. This is just like one of my favorite ones. If you're a parent with little kiddos, this would be a great one just for you to do with your own personal students, personal kiddos as well. Another one is this one. This was an actual piece of work that Mr. P did in his classroom, and he was like, hey, could we use that with scrap coloring? So we tested it out. It does not look as great as the first one. It's very pixelated, but like some kiddo may like this. This would be a cool thing to do in high school if you have a high school group of art kiddos and they want to take their paper artwork and make it digital for others to share. You could have like a challenge day where you say, I've created this black and white art. I'd like to see who can interpret it in different ways. So you start with your own drawing and then you shoot it out to all your kids and then you compare what each kiddo did. And maybe you could say, let's change the mood on this artwork to meet this mood. Let's change the mood to make this mood. Perfect example. We've experienced a hurricane lately. What would this artwork look like be before the hurricane? What would it look like after the hurricane? So lots of different options with scrap coloring. I think it's like a really fun hidden gem out there. And if you're not playing with scrap coloring, I think you totally should. All right, Canva. My district is a Canva campus. I talked to the Canva reps and they were like, Canva is always going to be free for educators. And so I had some first grade students that had completed some work early for Mr. P. And they were like, he was like, can you please find something digital to do with these kiddos? And I was like, sure. So this is Bentley. Bentley enjoys flamingos like I do. And so she had drawn this picture and I was like, Bentley, what's happening in this picture? So we're creating a thinking moment for Bentley. And she was like, oh, it's a flamingo race. Couldn't you tell, Miss Orts? And I was like, no, I can't tell. I was like, if you were in this picture, Bentley, what would you be doing? And she was like, well, clearly I'd be holding the checkered flag, encouraging the flamingo to keep running. And I was like, well, I didn't know that from your picture. Do you think we could do something? So what we did is Bentley set up her iPad. She thought about what pose she would be in. She took a picture of herself and she was like, Miss Orts, I don't have a checkered flag. And I was like, no big deal. I was like, we can go into Canva. I taught her how to go to elements in Canva and so forth. So here are the steps. She finished the artwork on paper. She used her iPad. She took a picture. She uploaded that into Canva. She then took a picture of herself. We uploaded herself into Canva, and then we used the background remover. I don't know about y'all guys, but that background remover in Canva is like top notch. And then she went to elements and added the checkered flag. So we took a simple drawing that she did in her art class and we expanded it and we put so many higher level thinking skills in there. And she just thought she was doing something for fun. Now, the next picture is my wild boys here. And this drawing Mr. P actually completed as an example. And so I showed it to these two gentlemen and I was like, guys, what would you be doing if you were in here with this tiger? And I assumed that they would be scared of the tiger or something. And of course that was not correct. They were like, Miss Orts, I'd be riding that tiger. And then the other kiddo was like, oh, I'd be holding that tiger up. And so they took photographs of each other. I totally let them handle it. And they put themselves inside of the artwork. Super, super fun. It was a great thing for kiddos to do if they finished early. I think this is also something that you could do in your classroom in any subject. You could take any image that's out there and you could have the kiddos put themselves in it. I did this at the technology conference this summer in Galveston. And I had teachers laying on the floor. They were totally into it. So this could be a great, kind of get to know you as well. Just one of those beginning of the school year fun things to do. We also took their hot air balloon artwork and we transported that into Canva as well using the background remover. We talked about where would you see a hot air balloon? What's the most popular place for hot air balloons? We did research and we talked about New Mexico and how they have a hot air balloon festival. So that research aspect, like, great, I did artwork, but where would this artwork show up? Where would I see this? So lots of different options using Canva. You don't have to use Canva. You could easily use Google Drawings or Google Slides. I just like Canva because of that easy background remover, and my students can use it on their iPads and their Chromebook. All right, manipulating artwork without fear. I know that sometimes we run into times when like a student has created a piece of artwork, or maybe we've personally created something and we're like, do not touch it. I do not want anyone messing with this. So we kind of pushed the kiddos' boundaries and pushed their comfort zone. So we had students create a piece of watercolor artwork, and then they uploaded it into Canva, and we used the drawing tools, and we said, don't stress. We're not going to mess up your artwork, but I want you to add more details and manipulate this piece of art using the digital tools. And once we said that, they were like, okay, I'll totally do this, Miss Orts. So it allowed for them to take a piece of artwork and add to it, take away from it, and then like safely make changes to it without going, oh, now I'm going to trash the whole thing. I think a lot of the times, especially with my GT students, they don't want to do art because if they mess up, they get defeated and then they have to completely start over. So having this technology portion where maybe they complete part of it on paper traditionally and then edit and add more things digitally, I think it kind of makes them feel a little bit more comfortable when it comes to art. Okay, gradients and background. Canva has so many great gradients. I play with all the gradients when it comes to my presentations. You're teaching background, foreground, middle ground, horizon line, all that good stuff in a setting where if they mess up, all they have to do is hit that undo button. This also is good to talk about layers, because I know a lot of my students struggle with layers when it comes to digital, using things digitally. Like if they're creating some kind of graphic for me or they're creating some kind of presentation, sometimes they struggle with layers and they're like, this thing keeps going behind it. I don't know what to do. So this would be a good lesson to introduce layers with, and putting those layers in, figuring out the layers, the levels of all the layers, how to bring things forwards and backwards and all that good stuff. Okay, mosaics, you can quickly go in, you can take a student artwork. So these were strawberries. I think this was an Andy Warhol. And Millie was like, I want to be in my artwork. I want to showcase my artwork in a creative way. So we took Millie's picture, we changed the transparency, and then we took her artwork and multiplied it. And now she is a part of her artwork inside of a mosaic. And then GIFs. So sometimes artwork just kind of like, once you make it, it just stays there. So we created a GIF using their artwork, and this is dripping down. And you could do this, like I said, you could do this in Google Slides, you could do this in Canva, but lots of different ways to kind of make that artwork come to life. And then Canva has this new feature that I'm pretty obsessed with, and it's called Sketch to Life. And so you take your sketches, and oh, mine didn't show up, but it will sketch. So I went in here and drew this with my mouse, and then it will generate an AI image for you. So that's just another fun one in Canva. And then I had a group of second graders this year, and they were obsessed with confetti eggs. And they're like, Miss Orts, we just had confetti eggs at home and we love them. And I was like, well, why couldn't we do some art with them? And they were like, okay. So what we did is I took them to a place where we could spread out a large piece of butcher paper. I gave them a confetti egg and I said, we are going to do a science experiment. We're going to see how much paint is needed to fill a confetti egg. We're going to drop it from a short ladder onto our butcher paper. And we're going to see what type of splatters are created using these confetti eggs. And as we were prepping this, you know, students started pouring paint inside these confetti eggs. We just poked a small hole inside it on the tissue paper. And they started filling paint. Some were mixing paint. And then one of my kiddos was like, Miss Orts, we have to film this. And I was like, oh, that would be great. I said, we're making art and now we're going to film it. And he's like, yes. He took his iPad. He had it set up at all these special angles. And then he was like, Miss Orts, we have to use the slow-mo portion of this camera. And I was like, okay, I hadn't thought of that. So he kind of turned into our producer. He was setting up kiddos. he was navigating that. I did have the kiddos take their shoes off because I didn't want them tracking paint all through the school. But this was the this is what they created. This was the video they created. So, oh no. Okay, I'll have to fix that later. But it was very cool to watch them holding the confetti eggs, watching them drop, watching the splatters. We measured the splatters with our rulers. We learned that if you didn't put enough paint, the confetti egg would just bounce off of the floor. So lots of science in that, lots of fun, and so forth. And let me show y'all some of their, and I'll show y'all some of theirs at the end here. And then artist research, I had my kindergarten students do research on an artist, and then they showed that, and this is probably going to need permission as well. Let's see here.
Hello, my name is Brooklyn, and my art is called The American Jungle. I used splatter paint and pointillism for mine.
What were the artists that you had inspiration from?
The artists were George Seurat and Jackson Pollock.
Okay, so that was a kindergarten student. She did research on different artists. She created her own custom art, and then we used the video function inside of Canva for her to record this. Now, the fun thing about this was that we created a QR code that linked to this video. And so she was able to take this QR code home. She was able to have her parents watch it. She was able to send it to grandma and grandpa. Anyone that came about, she took it back to her classroom. All of her classmates watched it with their iPads. So having that ability for them to make the art on paper, talk about it digitally, and then share it digitally as well. It's like so many cool layers and like so much higher level thinking, and just having that sharing ability really brought this to life. Okay, we're almost to our art attendance break. The next one is paper art to digital art. I had a student that created this one a couple of years ago, and then they were like, I'd love to take that paper art that I made, Miss Orts, and make it digital and see which one is better. So using that as well. And then this last one I love is Millie had created a lot of artwork throughout the school year. And luckily she took pictures of all of her art. But we all know that when art goes home on the school bus, it gets crumpled, it gets lost, it gets left on the school bus. So what we did inside of Canva is we started a poster at the beginning of the school year. And I believe this is like an 18 by 24 poster. And as Millie finished artwork, she took pictures of it with her Chromebook, and then she put it inside of this poster. And this poster slowly started filling up throughout the school year. She took a picture of herself. Once again, we used that remove background. And then at the very end of the school year, she sent the link to this poster to her parents. And guess what the parents did? They printed this poster. I've printed lots of things with Canva, and I would say the quality is top notch. I would also say that they ship really quickly. I think you get them in like 3 to 4 days. So a great way for parents to have one picture of all of their artwork for the whole school year in a nice and pretty format. And then it's shareable. The parents can print it. They can print as many copies as they want, but definitely one of those things that we're going to do again next year. Okay, Michelle, we're ready.
Perfect. Let's go ahead and share our screen with our 9 a.m. attendance code. So up on the screen, we have our attendance code for room 3, 9 a.m. Everyone's following along. A lot of great ideas. People already thinking how to use this in their classroom with their students. There's a few of the websites that are currently blocked. IT, sometimes if they're based out of country, you know, that's one thing that they look at. And if it seemed too gamified, then they also block it for the students. So I think our educators at home were really quiet on the chat because they were playing around with them.
That's what I figured.
But because they're on their home network, so I think it's probably okay. But just know that your mileage may vary on a few of those. Now, if it's those Google ones like Auto Draw and Quick Draw, usually the Google apps are open for in network as well.
And I do have a GIF video on my YouTube using Google.
Okay, perfect. Maybe we'll look it up over here and then drop that link. Again, on the screen, we have the attendance code for room 3, 9 a.m. Remember, you are writing down your codes throughout the day so you can submit your Google form in the afternoon for attendance. We have all the way through midnight to watch videos and submit for attendance. Afterwards, you can watch the videos for refreshers, but after today, there's no attendance credit. All right, Cari, if you want to.
Oh, with my background, I don't know if you can see it.
It comes in just a little bit.
Okay, I'll post pictures of their egg drop pictures, and I just I cut the butcher paper and then I attached it to just a quick canvas, and I'll post pictures later for y'all. Okay.
All right, yeah, you can take it over now.
Okie dokie. All right, here we go. So all of the Google apps. So the first one that we did was the Mandarin art. There is a lesson plan here, and then there is a template here. So Mr. P introduced this artist, and then he went into Google Sheets, and he had them practice merging cells, changing the color of cells, and so forth. Now, when he introduced this lesson, he did not say, hey guys, we're going to get better with our Google Sheets skills. No, he just said, hey, we're going to make art. I think Google Sheets is one of those Google apps where people are really afraid to use it. And they're like, this is scary. I don't want to touch it. So this one is great for them to getting used to reading those columns and those rows and practicing all the basic skills inside of Google Sheets so that when they get older and they have to use it in a real math format, they actually have those basic skills down. One of my other favorite ways to use Google Sheets with art is pixel art, okay? There is a link in the presentation and the notes for y'all to look at this one as well, but they're actually using conditional formatting. I know that I learned conditional formatting a couple of years ago. There's probably teachers out there that have never heard of that. So wouldn't that blow their mind if a kiddo was like, oh yeah, I know how to conditional format. So what you do is you go to conditional formatting. As you can see, number 2 turns the block pink. Number 1 turns the block black, and number 3 turns it to yellow. So as you're typing in different numbers, it will change the formatting. And so you can say, hey guys, did you know that all your video games are created with pixel art? You're teaching conditional formatting, they're having fun. And so once again, it's just a quick, easy way for them to get used to Google Sheets, those columns and rows, and exposing them to a different application. Okay, this was something that Mr. P did as well. They researched different artists. They used Google Drawings to recreate their famous paintings. So we have research, we have citing where they got it, and then adding their own interpretation of it, manipulating layers, manipulating shapes, filling shapes, all that good stuff. So those are a couple of them. So we have the girl with the pearl earring. We have a very loose interpretation of the Mona Lisa, but just once again, he felt that was necessary to expose them to Google Drawings, expose them to all the shapes and layers and creating all those different things. And I think he did let them add a little bit of clip art as well. GIFs, this is my favorite thing to do ever. When I taught middle school tech applications, this was definitely a hit. We use the website talltweets.com to create our GIFs. So with this GIF creation, we started in Google Slides. You make your first slide, and then you duplicate that slide by right-clicking on that first slide. And then you're going to scooch over or move something a little bit. You're going to duplicate and so forth. So the cool thing about this is every student made a different GIF as they moved along. They got more complex. This ice cream one, guys, every single one of those little sprinkles, that student had to inch down. It was quite the process. There was a lot of forward thinking, which I loved, because they had to think from the beginning to the end and then fill in the gaps. So it's really great thinking. They didn't know they were doing such complex thinking. They thought they were just creating a GIF. So many great ones there. We did a lesson in my middle school. We created our own emojis. So we all have phones in middle school. And we thought about, man, what emoji is just missing from the emoji library? And so we thought long and hard about it. There's a link to the lesson plan. But what I had the kiddos do, I had each kiddo make a fantasy emoji and then make a realistic emoji. And then once they created their emojis, we created a Google form, and we put all of their emojis inside of a Google form. And I then sent that Google form link to the entire campus. So we had 1,000 kiddos voting on these emojis for the whole campus. It had such a great impact for that class because they had created something digital. We had shared it digitally, and then everyone in the whole campus was able to view them, vote on them. It was just a really neat way to bring community, and they would come back to me and they were like, in my science class, I voted on our emojis, and it was so cool because all my friends got to see the emojis I created. And so these were the winners. That's the thing that I really love about digital art the most, is the ability to share quickly and easy with lots of different people in a format that normally we wouldn't get to share our art. So, and you can imagine the engagement level that we achieved with this lesson, because the buy-in was extreme. They knew they were sharing it beyond the classroom. They knew their classmates and their teachers were going to see it. So, I mean, it just kind of like blew up, and it turned into this really magical thing that those kiddos still talk about. So don't be afraid to share that digital art. Throw that inside of a Google form. Throw those images in a Google form, let other people see it, let other people vote on it, give feedback on it. It's a great way to incorporate Google Drawings and Google Forms. Shapegrams.com. Tony Vincent has done a great job of creating all of these amazing shapegram lessons. Some are free, some you have to pay for. Some of them are based on like winter or holidays, but he has incorporated great videos inside of them. And it just teaches all those kids those digital skills, but they're making art. So they're learning different things digitally, but they're also having fun. So if you haven't looked at his website, there's lots of great examples there as well. Memes, I don't think kids will ever get tired of memes. Memes are all over our social media. So memes are super great. I had the kiddos take pictures of themselves, or they found pictures online and they created memes. We had memes for the beginning of the school year. How do I feel about the school year? Halfway through the school year, how do I feel about the school year? And so forth. You could do memes as an exit ticket. Like, after that lesson, how do you feel? What do you know? So you could have them put their name at the top, and they could put a quote at the bottom of what they know about that lesson. So lots of great ways to incorporate memes using Google Drawings. The kids will never get tired of these. And like I said, they're super, super easy. Okay, do we have any questions at this point before we keep moving on? Or could y'all tell me what your favorite resource has been so far?
A few things people have shared. They love Quick Draw. They're using it in art classes. I think it's great to quick and auto draw for rainy day recesses. Like if today was a school day, particularly down here in Houston, a lot of rain. Middle schoolers love this. We did research on the history of it. I think that last resource that you just added, that's what they were talking about. They didn't know it had started so far back in time. Even previously, a lot of people liked all the art projects using that mixed media. And you had spoken about a student that was apprehensive about art because, you know, they had already said, I'm not good at art. And using that mixed media, I think, makes that bridge. They're like, well, I can do a little bit on my own, but then I can enhance it with some of the digital tools. So I think that's great.
Perfect. Okay, so since we have a little bit of time, I'm going to take y'all into Google Slides and show y'all how to create a GIF since we have time. So you're going to go to your Google Drive and you're going to pull up a new slide presentation. And you're going to go ahead and clean off all of the text boxes. So a lot of my teachers, they want to do this and be meaningful and connect to the classroom. I had kindergarten kiddos that did like the butterfly life cycle and so forth. We're just going to do something fun. I do not recommend putting a picture as your background because it's going to bog down the system. So when it comes to the background, you can totally change the color, but I would not put an image as the background. So once you have your background in place, like I said before, you're going to duplicate the slide. So you're going to take 2 fingers and you're going to hit duplicate slide. And then this is where you're going to start adding your clip art, and maybe you're going to start thinking about, what do I want my end result to be? So I'm going to have a dolphin and a boat, and I'm going to have the dolphin slowly make its way to the boat. So to insert an image, we're going to go to that image icon, and then we're going to go to search the web. And I'm going to do dolphin clip art. So let's see, we'll just throw in these dolphins over here. All right, and we scored with a background free. All right, and then we're going to throw, okay, oh, but you know what? Every single step, I want it to make a movement. So I'm once again going to go to duplicate and see how everything is still there. And then I'm also going to throw in a boat real quick. So we'll throw this boat in there. Perfect. And then, like I said before, we want our dolphins to slowly make their way to the boat. So I'm going to duplicate again, and I'm going to inch the dolphins over. And I just clicked on the dolphins, and then I hit my right arrow 2 times. Duplicate again. Move them over again. I actually moved them up a little bit. And then, for the sake of time, we'll make them travel a little bit quicker. And then we're going to go over again a little bit more. We'll do this 2 more times. And the kiddos love this because they're like, oh, it's going to go in a circle. I've had kids make a circle with their animals or whatever. You can also tell stories this way. I had teachers that have created GIFs after a student writes a story. They're kind of like they have some dead time. Hey, we make a GIF that explains the beginning of your story. Make a different GIF that explains the middle of your story, and then make a different GIF that explains the end of your story. It's a great way for kiddos to show their understanding. They could also do it after they read a book. So I've created my dolphin presentation. Okay, and I'm now going to go and open up talltweets.com. And I don't need a tutorial.
Click highlight.
So
Click highlight.
oh, it's going to give us a tutorial.
Double click alien animation. Click GIF image width in pixels. Type GIF image width in pixels.
Okay.
Click slide duration. Type slide duration in seconds.
Well, sorry guys, we got to go through this.
Click burst underscore. Click save file underscore. That's it. You're done.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Oh,
Click save file underscore download.
I don't know what's going on here. Sorry guys, I don't know how to get
That's it. You're done.
off of this.
I think you just need a backspace
Click
on the
save file
browser
underscore
back
download.
to that Google search. We also dropped in earlier, we found your YouTube video on how
Oh,
to make
perfect.
the
Perfect.
GIF, and so that's in the chat.
Oh goodness. Okay, it's normally not this complicated. But Tall Tweets, we have the video in there. So you're gonna upload your presentation. On the time for each slide, I like to do 0.5. And then at the size, I say 400 to 500. And then my kiddos learned before they put it into Tall Tweets, they would go into slideshow mode and they would view it this way. Or you can just start at slide 1 and then you just click through and it's going to show you what your GIF's going to look like. A lot of the times with my students, I would have them do that first before they uploaded it into Tall Tweets because I wanted them to see, does this make sense? Do you need to make some changes and so forth? And like I said, it's gonna save as a GIF file. I've had students throw those GIFs into other presentations. They put those into Google Docs. They've put them on email signatures. So many different ways that you can use those GIFs. Okay, does anyone have any questions? Otherwise, Michelle, I think we're probably good. You can visit my website, techiecarrie.com, and my email is carrie@techiecarrie.com. And Michelle, is there questions?
No, we were doing a quick check on the chat, just a lot of praise for you. They love the resources, but also giving those examples of how to use them in the classroom was really appreciated. Loving the uploading the watercolor, making that portfolio poster on Canva. A lot of great real world uses. Coming to a conference like the DLC can be a bit overwhelming. So my takeaway is always find 3 of your most favorite things, right? And use those maybe the first marking period, right? Get the kids used to them, but then, you need to change it up maybe after the first 9 weeks or the semester, and then come back and find some of those other resources that you liked as well. So, stay with the top 3 and get the kids used to them and then switch them out, I think is a good strategy to use.
And let me share a quick story. One of my kindergarten teachers, she is not techie at all. And I showed her Brooklyn's video inside of Canva, and she was like, I just don't know, Carrie. I don't know if I can do this. And she was not comfortable using Canva either. So I went to her classroom and we went over the basics inside of Canva. And what she realized when she was viewing it with the kiddos was that Seesaw and Canva have lots of similar icons and buttons. And so what she told the kiddos, she was like, hey, remember in Seesaw what the picture button, the photo button looks like? It's the same in Canva. And so the kids were quickly able to make that connection. And then she just became like the happiest teacher ever because she was like, my kindergarten students are using Canva because they have Seesaw previous knowledge. And like, that's all she talked about for the next 6 weeks was like, her kindergarten students could use Canva. So it was a really fun way for her to embrace the digital art and digital technology. And it just took her making a connection between something the kids use on a daily basis, Seesaw, and then she felt comfortable. So if you're hesitant to try something, your kiddos have those digital skills already. And if it's just as simple as they know the picture icon, they know the camera icon, they know the text box icon.
Yeah.
So if you can make those connections, then you can jump into more difficult things.
For sure. We don't use Seesaw and Sci-Fair, but I think more to the point, it's not so much the specific application. It could be Adobe Express, could be the digital suite that you use. And it's part of those embedded technology teaks that we embed K through 12. It's, having our students being able to jump from one platform to the other. And even if the dashboard looks different, they kind of find their way because that's really the real world. As they move through K-12, I taught elementary through high school. So seeing that progression of once they leave the K-12 space, their employer is going to have software that they never learned on, but they have to adapt. And so all these experiences and layering the content and that relevancy is really, really like the real reason we do DLC is getting everyone to understand that all these technologies is to embed into our teaks. So a lot of great information too. Also, another point on that last animation of the GIF that you were doing with Google Slides. Things like that really capture the attention of our parents, and being able to send that completed thing through Remind and that pops up on their phone. You talked about the clutter that goes home with that physical artwork. But being able to send it digital through, communication like through Remind is so powerful to building that strong teacher-parent team. And they can, forward that along to family members and grandparents across the country. So a lot of goodwill is built up with those experiences.
Yes, and it's just so easy when it's digital. I mean, and don't be afraid. Like I said before, you take the paper, you add a little digital to it, and then you send it off. So you're kind of getting a mix of all the worlds together.
Yes, of course. Well, thank you so much, Cari, for joining us these first 2 hours of the day for day 2 of DLC, inspiring us to maximize our Google apps that we have at our disposal. And I hope you enjoyed your time presenting with us today.
Yes, thank you guys. I hope everybody has a wonderful school year. Thank you for attending today and hanging out. And if you have any questions, just shoot me an email.
Yes, James is leaving some links to leave her feedback. And in our room 3, the next session is harnessing the power of Wakelet for educators. Wakelet is kind of new to me, but it's a way to put a lot of instructional materials in front of our students in a different way. So if you kind of grown tired of the same things you've used, maybe try something new with Wakelet. So please join us after the break at the top of the hour. Welcome back, educators. We are almost at our 3rd hour in room 3. Our 10 a.m. session is about to start. Good morning. Thank you for taking time from your summer to pour into yourself and pick up new skills or inspiration. My name is Michelle Aguilar, your DLC Room 3 host. I'm wrapping up my time with CFISD EdTech, but you'll still see me supporting our LOTE teachers here in the district. So if you're a LOTE teacher in the chat room, say hello, and I will see you in August PD. Over on the YouTube chat, we have James Brown. He's an educator at Bridgeland High School. He's going to be dropping links and answering any questions, and then we'll be passing questions over to our presenter as well. Remember that sometime during the session, we'll break for an attendance code. Make sure to write that down so you can submit for credit later on today. So here at our 10 a.m. session, we are welcoming Tisha Poncio, harnessing the power of Wakelet for educators. She holds a master's degree in learning technologies and has 21 years of experience in public education as a classroom teacher and a digital learning coach. She's presented at numerous educational technology conferences across the nation and in her home state of Texas, speaking on topics such as student leadership, student autonomy, digital citizenship for all ages, and meaningful technology integration. Tisha currently serves as a digital learning specialist for Wakelet. Welcome and good morning, Tisha.
Thank you so much, Michelle. How are you?
Good. Yes,
I'm so excited. I'm excited to be here with you. I'm shouting James Brown out in the chat because I know those behind the scenes people making everything work for us. They're so important.
That's right.
So
That's right.
I'm
There's a
glad
lot
to
of
be
stuff
here with you.
Yes, I'm excited about Wakelet because it is, every year, as someone that's always invested in technology for our instruction, I pick a couple of technologies, say I don't know really much about it, and that's what I'm going to learn. And Wakelet is one of mine. So I was so excited when you got rostered into my room so I can learn alongside everyone. So go for it. Take it away.
Okay, thank you so much, Michelle. I'll be sharing my screen. I've already shared my link over with Michelle and James, and everything you see today is going to be in that link. So you have access to everything on the Wakelet collection. And what I want to do is just really point out that I always present from a Wakelet. Now, Michelle said that I was in education for a really long time, and I'm still a teacher. I work as part of the community and marketing team at Wakelet, and I do professional development. And really at the heart of everything I do is student and teacher success. So this collection is going to model for you how you would do this with your students, how you would share out links with your students, and maybe some ideas that are just going to help you as you are preparing for the year. So there's a little bit of a sneak preview of a webinar I'll be doing in August over some Wakelet tips. for back to school. So we'll get started. The link is in the chat. I see Christine, so shout out to Christine, both Christines. And I also saw you guys were talking about pizza, which I love pizza so much, so it's going to make me hungry. So we have a couple of action items. That is how we are going to start. You see, I am on a Wakelet. This is exactly what a Wakelet is. And before we do our action items, you'll notice that I can paste any web address right here at the top. I can add in some text. I can upload or design a picture. I can add in some Wakelet bookmarks that I've bookmarked, or if you happen to have the individual pro plan, you can upload video. PDFs are an option. So as a teacher of so long, I have a lot of PDFs. I love that that's an option. And then you'll notice we have some integrations built into the side. But before we even get started, you should know Wakelet is going to work with any tool that you are learning about today. And I'm going to show you some examples of that. So our action items are, if you do not have a Wakelet account, you are going to go get a Wakelet account right now. You're going to go to wakelet.com and you are going to sign in or sign up. Now, Christine Morgan, I know, already has an account. So she's going to go to her account. She's going to be in her collection area. And Christine, for example, can go click on this link and she can be looking at the new features that we announced at Wakelet Live. So there are a couple of new features that we have within our platform. AI Generator is a new feature. There is a new extension, a browser extension. So if you love saving quick links, you can look at that. And then also for people like Christine who already have an account, you may not know, but we announced sections and sections within collections, which is going to help you organize everything, all of your information much better. So Elizabeth, you will have to ask your team members about that on your campus. It may not work for students, but I am going to show you how you can share out information to your students. Okay, so essentially what I'm modeling for you today is exactly what you would do with your own students. So you'll notice I have text here. The text, I'll just point out, we have Immersive Reader built in. So Immersive Reader is going to help you with accommodations. And if you follow me on any social media platform, you know I recently have been diagnosed with ADHD. I am telling you right now, there are a lot of self-accommodations that I do, and Immersive Reader helps with whether it be highlighting the text a different color, using a different font. So if you don't know about Immersive Reader, that's okay. I've given you a resource, but I want you to see that that is part of Wakelet, just built right in. There is a link to new features. So when you feel like you want to go look at those new features, you absolutely can come back here. And like always, I'm going to give you the goals and objectives of this entire collection and this session. So we want to make sure that you are successfully logging into Wakelet. And if you aren't, you can email support@wakelet.com if you have any issues during this session or when you are in your classroom working. We're also going to explore Wakelet and the new features, which we've kind of mentioned a little bit. And I want you to begin creating collections if you're brand new to that, updating your profiles if you are like Christine, who already has an account. And then we're going to talk about the share option. So underneath my face, where you see my face right now, there is a share button. And so when you open up my collection, you will see that share button. You'll also see a design button. And so I'm covering it right now, but that's okay. When you open up the collection, you'll see those options. So we'll learn about sharing. We also really want to talk about today, what are the benefits of cultivating engagement, curation, and creativity using Wakelet. So even if your students aren't the ones creating in Wakelet, you absolutely can model for your students how to be creative, curate really good information, bring in digital citizenship and digital literacy into a Wakelet collection, along with your learning goals and standards. So here's another example. I've done a smart embed of Canva into a Wakelet, and this is my favorite way to pair the two together. But you have access on this to click on any of those hot links. So any of these social media links are going to take you directly to the Wakelet accounts. There is wakelet.com. And then my email address is here, and you can also connect with me on LinkedIn or Twitter. If you're on another social media, TikTok, Instagram, I'm over there too, so you can find me there as well. And then our action item, this is our second big action item, is this Google form. So what I would love for you to do is you have the link to the presentation, and I want you to click on that form. And I want you to fill out as much of that form as possible right now, just so that I can get your name and you can get entered in for some swag prizes. But also I want your feedback, because we want to improve our presentation process, and we're always looking for your feedback. As you're doing that, I am going to tell you why you should use Wakelet. So you probably are using some form of this Google Doc. So this Google Doc is not showing. And that's okay. I'm gonna tell, let me stop my sharing for just a second, Michelle, because I want to share my whole screen. So because I kind of go off the rails sometimes with everything I'm showing. Okay. So copy of Life Cycle of a Frog. It should show up for you now. And I'm watching, there it is. This is just a very simple Google Doc. And you notice I have an image here, I have some text, and then I have a lot of links. Now, when we're talking about accommodating students or even accommodating for ourselves, like me, this is a lot of links to look at, and I get lost, honestly. So what if we took everything in that Google Doc that is a lesson plan and we pull it over into a Wakelet collection? So that's those exact same links, but inside of a Wakelet collection, bring to life a completely different lesson plan. So I can add backgrounds, I can add headers. You notice any link that I've added, there is a picture, there's text, and I even have the ability to go in. If I own the collection, so I don't own this particular collection, but I can go in and edit what the text says. And I'll show you an example of that in a bit. But you can see any links are going to work in here. And this is essentially the document in Google Docs that you just saw. So we'll close that. And now we're going to look at that process. So with Wakelet, you can share, organize, present, save, and showcase. You can do all of those things inside of Wakelet. You can bookmark different collections. So you could actually go to the 3 dots on the collection I've shared with you, and you can save it. You can save it to your items, and that means that you will always have access to it. Or if you want, you can make a copy of my collection and you can have your own copy of it. So I've allowed you to use a copy of my collection. I'm just looking, Amy, you may want to, if it doesn't recognize your school for Sci-Fair, you could just put not applicable, and then we can come back to it. You can email me or support and we can fix that for you. So I think there's an option when you're signing in for Wakelet, not found or not applicable. So you'll choose that one if you're having issues. Okay, so you've bookmarked or made a copy of my collection if you want, and then you're seeing this collection so I can organize items around a particular topic. I can even put collections inside of collections, which you're going to see that today. And then what I do is, remember that share button that's under my face? So when I click on that, there are a couple of options for sharing. When I click share, I can change this to nobody can access it except for me. So it's only private to me. And a lot of times I will leave my collections private while I'm working on them and creating in them. And then can view means exactly what it says. Anybody with that link can view. And if I find somebody, like maybe I really trust Michelle, I can change that to can add, and now it becomes a collaborative collection. Okay. There are some quick links here to share. So I could copy the link and I could put it in Schoology or Canvas or an email or even a text message. But I also can pull a QR code from this collection. So I'm giving you a little pro tip here. I will sometimes copy that image and I will paste it into a Canva design. And I will use that for something else. Some teachers use those QR codes as in their classroom for stations or maybe for scavenger hunts. There's so much you can do with this. Even for parent newsletters, you could put it outside of your room, open house, whatever you're planning for. But then there's some quick links to share to teams and to classrooms. Okay, so that's the share option. There's a lot more here. If you wanted to publish and make something public, okay, that means anybody in the world can see it. Then you would go to publish and you would hit publish. But I am only sharing this collection with you because you also are getting a code today. So nobody else is getting this collection. Wakelet is safe, secure. So FERPA, COPA, New York Ed Law 2D compliant, GDPR compliant. It's compatible with anything you're using. So anything in your district. And I actually scoured to see what you were using in your district to really showcase that today. But anything that your district is approving as a digital tool will work inside of a Wakelet. What it really does, Wakelet really supports your teaching and learning. So it helps you bring more creativity, collaboration, curation, critical thinking, and communication. But also if you're trying to hit ISTE standards, if you want to look at the ASCD standards or principles, those are new. You can Google search that, and I believe you can grab a link for that. But it is going to help you and guide you and your students to pull in all of those pieces in really in combination with your state standards. And then supporting instructional goals. I have used Wakelet personally as a student-centered lesson plan where they are pacing themselves. All they have to have is that link in their LMS, and I've guided that learning and really just told them they get to choose where they start, where they end. I have pulled in formative assessment links. You'll see some examples of that, but it will support anything that you're trying to do: differentiation, inquiry-based lessons, personalized learning. And then when you're thinking about your year coming up, do you want to do mini portfolios? How are you having your students show evidence of learning? If that's something you want to explore, you could be doing that. I've seen lots of teachers use their own accounts and pull in student examples of work. Maybe you want to have a book club and you want to send out your book club collection with all of the book choices and the links and the prices so that the parents can easily see that. Virtual field trips, storytelling. There's so much here that you can do. It really is only limited by your imagination. But the goal with Wakelet, and I feel like Wakelet really does this well, wherever you want to be in your classroom, whether you are still teacher centered, right? Where you are the head of the classroom and you are lecturing and they are complying, or if you are student-centered and you really want to empower your students, Wakelet is going to serve throughout that entire journey. And what it does do for you as an educator, and I'm telling you this from experience, it taught me so much about my teaching practice and made me become really reflective in what I was doing, why I was doing it, and if it was successful. So how are you going to do this with your class, with your role? This is really applicable, and I want to say this. I want you to hear me when I say it. It is applicable. Wakelet is applicable for your secretaries, for your lunch staff, for really anybody in the district. So any stakeholders' feet that are hitting the floor in your school or district, Wakelet is going to support them. So I've added that link for Immersive Reader if you want to learn more about how Immersive Reader works. There are a lot of tools out there that have Immersive Reader built in. Wakelet is one of them. And then Wakelet embeds into Schoology. So tell me in the chat, or Michelle, if you want to just yell at me really quickly. I am almost sure you guys are using Schoology. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
Cypher is the Schoology district.
Perfect. So I have given you Google instructions on how to embed a Wakelet collection into Schoology. So when you have your lesson plan created, you can easily pull that over. And then here's a really quick highlight. Now, I know that this graphic hasn't been updated, and I know that there are some logos we need to remove or update, and there are a lot missing. But here's the thing, Wakelet is going to work with any tool that you're already using. So those tools that you're really, really comfortable with, they are going to work inside of a Wakelet. And I'm giving you some examples of that. So this is an example of WeVideo. It could work with any video platform. So if I wanted it to be YouTube, WeVideo, ScreenPout, whatever you're using. But this is an example of pulling in a video. Now, this is a student video, but it could be a teacher video. You introducing yourself to the class, sending that out to your parents via email before the first day. So that opens up and I can absolutely play that video. Now, I'm not going to play the video because you understand the idea here. But it's really about creating this multimedia environment where you are making your content and your communication accessible to everyone, right? So the reading, the immersive reader, if it needs to read out loud to them, or video. Now, I happen to know that you also use Cami. So I went into Cami and I found a really cool brain break bingo. It's one of the trending templates, which I thought would be really fun. So you can see that I have put this in here. And when I open it up, it's going to ask me to log into Cami so I can see that template. And then I have access to go edit the template so that it makes sense for my classroom. So I can change up what that says. Then, yes, Elizabeth, yes. Elizabeth says, ooh, kids can send us their videos and you can share it. Yes, that's exactly right. You could create a showcase of all of your student videos. You see how this works, Elizabeth? You must have had your coffee this morning. So then I've added in a Google slide, like a slide deck. I happened to create this, and ironically, I think this might have been for Sci-Fair. I can't remember, but I've done a lot of digital citizenship conversations and discussions. And so I've just plugged that slide deck into my Wakelet, and here it is. Here's all the information. I thought this would be a good treat for you and a really good time to tell you that digital citizenship should not just happen the week of Digital Citizenship Week that Common Sense Media tells you you should celebrate it. It's great. Let's do it that week, but also let's start off our year doing digital citizenship. You're allergic to caffeine. You're excited. That makes me happy, Elizabeth. I'm excited that you're excited, because when I got excited about Wakelet, I realized what it was going to do for me and my students. Michelle, I have put this little divider that I made in Canva right here on this collection that says session code break. Do you think it's time?
It is a great time to break in. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and share the attendance code for room 3, our 10 a.m. session, learning all about Wakelet. And I know everyone's heads are spinning of
Oh,
ideas
sure.
on how to use this. So some of our participants have already been using Wakelet just a way to consolidate all their learning that they do
Yes.
during conferences and PD weeks. And that's great because we get so excited and we learn and we look at a link and then that link goes away, or we bookmark it and then we have like a ridiculous amount of bookmarks in our Chrome.
Michelle, this is why you
Yeah.
need the Wakelet extension.
Yes.
When I come back on, I think I'll see if I can share that out. I'm not sure that I've even updated my own extension, so we may do that all together.
Yeah,
But the
James
extension,
actually posted
did he?
It's an approved extension for Sci-Fair, so the staff can definitely put that
There we go.
in their Chrome,
That
definitely.
is
So
amazing.
again, you are looking at the attendance code for room 3, 10 a.m. session. Make sure you're jotting all these down, and you submit them later on this afternoon for your credit for today.
Amazing.
All right.
Okay.
I really love too. I've been thinking I would totally do this as make a collection for every unit.
Michelle,
And it's a
you
way to send to
100%.
parents and like, this is what we're learning,
Yes.
and
Yes.
just building that parent teacher team using those Wakelets would be amazing.
And that's what's really cool about it, Michelle. Any collection that you make and you share out with those parents, that link will never change. So as you update it, and maybe you put that link in your email signature, right, for the beginning of the year, those parents are going to go to that exact same link and they're going to see the updated version of what you have added to that collection. And it also serves as a really great way for you to not only show your admin what you're planning and what your activities are and the engagement. It will help you with your t-tests, right? It will also help you with reflection for the next year. So there's so many great ways to implement this, and I really can't say enough about it. So how do you place a bookmarked Wakelet into a collection? Monica, I will show you. I will show you that. Michelle, are we ready? Can I share my screen
We
again?
are. Yes, you
Okay.
can.
I just want to make sure that everybody got the code. Okay. And we are back. So let's see. Let me go back to this. Okay, so Monica asked, how do you add a bookmark Wakelet into a collection? So I'll show you, Monica. I've already bookmarked a collection, a lot of them. And this plus sign right here, so I'll just do it right above the session code graphic. So I can click on this button and it takes me to all of the bookmarks that I have ever bookmarked. Okay. So I actually went Alex Isaac sent me this a couple of days ago, and because I knew that I would lose it, remember I have ADHD, I saved it. I used the save option under the 3 dots of that collection, and I saved Alex's collection here to my bookmarks. So if I wanted to share Alex's WeVideo PD Palooza collection, which I'll do, I'm just going to check that, and I'm going to hit add right there. Okay, so I've added it really quickly. Now, to go back and show you Alex's collection, I just clicked that save button. And when I clicked save, it gave me a choice. Do I want to save this collection to my DLC collection? Or do I want to save it to my bookmarks? Well, I always choose bookmarks because I want to come back to it later. So that is how you do that. Yes, Alex has great stuff. Make sure you're following him on, and you can subscribe to him actually on Wakelet. So make sure you subscribe to him and you get all of his new content. If you send a Wakelet and a link and you link it to the Google slide, do they all get their own Google slide? So here's what I can show you, Elizabeth. This is just, you're getting perks, Michelle. Michelle, keep me on time frame. I told her she would have to do that because I knew you guys would have really great questions. Let me go back up to this, where's my, right here. Okay. So what you can do, and I don't know if you know this trick, but you can actually take this ending part of a Google link, okay, and you can add copy to it. And when I copy that, okay, so I'll show you, we're going to copy that. We're going to practice it. Let's see if this works, Elizabeth. And I'm going to paste it in there. Now, if you see that link that had copy at the very end, it changed what it looks like, okay? So when I click on this link, it makes me have access to CFISD, and then it will say make a copy. So you can use that trick to have every student have a copy. I hope that helps, Elizabeth. That was a really good question, actually. I love when you guys bring me questions like that. Okay, so we have Alex in here now. You have Alex as a resource, and you also can go make a copy of my Google slide. And we've done our session code break. So quickly, I'm going to show you a couple of examples. I have some examples, and then we'll do more questions as well. So this is an example of how an 8th grade ELA coaching cycle helped with Wakelet. So you have access to this. This is trainer, Wakelet certified trainer, Tara Tesmer. She actually has put together, now we realize that this flip video will have to be redone. So we will fix that. I will have her go update that. But you can see she's used video to actually introduce this entire collection. And that is a really great way for you to utilize your video platforms. She has given all of these, like this is so information loaded that I would say if you are an ELA teacher, this is a really great thing to go look at. See how you want to take some bits of what Tara has done and apply that to what you are doing, especially those of you that are coaches that are watching or rewatching the replay. But she's a lot of really great content here. You can see this is actually her students' content. So when we say that students' collections are private, they really are private. I can't see that. You can't see that. But she's given us some really good information on how they're using Wakelet inside of those ELA classrooms. Then we have a librarian who put together a library calendar. You also can subscribe to her. She has put together all of her ideas for Makerspace resources. So even as Michelle was saying, your heads are spinning. Why not? Why would you not create a Wakelet collection for every session that you've attended yesterday and today and put all of your DLC resources together, and your columns, right, could look different. You could have a column that says 2020, fall of 2024. And you know, those are the tools, Michelle, that you're going to implement and try. And maybe there's only 2, right? You could do it how she's done it, August, September, October. A lot of teachers use this as their planning guides because it's visual and you can go in and edit it and see it. Yes, Beatrice, you can use it as a newsletter. I'm not sure that I have a newsletter example, but you can go into Wakelet in your account right here under search, and you can hit newsletter. And when you hit newsletter, you're probably going to get some examples of newsletters. And so, Beatrice, you can go find a newsletter that you like, and you can go match that, right? So we'll go back. Since I am here, you can search for any word. So anything, if you wanted to go find resources on AI, if you wanted to go find lesson plans on a specific topic, you also can use that explore button. So that explore tool is updated. It's one of our updates. You can see, and because Wakelet is headquartered in England, that is why there is an S on the end of math, just before you ask me. Math, English, science, geography, history, etc. And then you also have all of these resources from our team that you can go in. So if you want to know how to app smash Canva with Wakelet, there's a session on it. If you want to learn more about the Student Ambassador Program, you can go check that out. We're going to talk about you getting certified in a minute. So that search and explore tool, those are going to be really beneficial to you if you're brand new to the platform. Okay. Let's see. Is there a way to join a group of collections if the number of links gets out of control? Joan, do you mean, oh yeah, you can put, so do you see, Joan? Watch what I've done here. Let me scroll down. Michelle, keep me accountable. Everybody's asking great questions. Okay, so Joan, these are all Wakelet links, right? So this is a Wakelet collection inside of my collection, and this is somebody else's Wakelet collection inside of a collection, and you can nest Wakelet collections as many times as you want. You also have the access to go in, like I told you, and edit what this says. So if I am using this for a lesson plan, for example, for my students, I'm usually going in and changing the title to what I want them to see, and I'm giving them instructions in that description box. So you have full control of kind of how you are managing that. Here's an example of Adobe, because I think you also use Adobe in your district. So this is Tanya Gonzalez, whom a lot of you know, but she has put together this Earth Day collection using Adobe Express, and she has end of year takeaways. So she's pulled together student work there, and then she has a column for Earth Day, and then pictures, and then she's got a miscellaneous. No, Elizabeth, you keep adding to it. That link stays the same. That link stays the same. You do not have to change that link. Every time I update this collection of resources that I've given you, the link, you just refresh or reopen it from your bookmarks. Hopefully you've bookmarked it or made a copy. If you make a copy of it, so that's a good point, Elizabeth, if you make a copy of my collection right here, if I update it, you won't get the update, right? Because you made a copy of what I had in that moment in time. But what you'll do is you'll go to my original link, and when you refresh it, you'll see the new updated version. So no, put it in your email signature for your parents. Here is an example of TTAS ePortfolio domains, domain 1 for 23 and 24 school year. And I just wanted you to see this because this is also a way that you can keep track of your professional goals. This is a great way for you to sit with your principal or your manager and really talk about, you know, the standards, the alignments, all of the things that you've done, your goals, which goals did you meet? Which ones are you still working through? What were the student-centered activities? What is evidence of learning for your students? There's so many ways that you can put that together. I wanted you to have access of that as well. Now, I want to just point this out under my face. Remember, you can't see the share button, but to the left is the design tool. And I want to remind you that when you're creating, you can go in and you can generate an AI image for your cover. You can design with Canva. You can choose a GIF, or you can just upload your own image. If you have an image that you've already created somewhere else, go upload that. That's what I did for this. And then you can change the background image. You only have two choices there. Uploading your own image or choosing from Unsplash. And then you can make choices about your layouts. So I want to talk about that because you've seen a lot of collections that have column layout. Teachers love column layout because you can get a lot of information in a really short area of real estate, okay? But I don't want you to get out of control. Don't put too much. Don't put 20 columns and then 20 to 30 items in each column because your students and you will get overwhelmed. Media view is going to work well for lesson plans, student-paced lesson plans, newsletters, but you also could use newsletters in columns. So your newsletter could be completely redefined if you want it to be. A mood board would be displaying that content. So we were talking about showing student videos or pictures. You saw Tanya use columns, but she could have used mood board. It's a little less organized, but you can still do it. Grid view is great if you want to have your students vote on something, because you can use those little thumbs up buttons and you can have them vote. There's so much you can do here with just these layouts that will support your instruction and just really supporting your students. I've added this graphic. So I asked my certified trainers yesterday how they were using Wakelet for back to school. So I just grabbed a screenshot. That's all this is. And I can zoom in on that. Chelsea Hawkins says she loves using Wakelet to build her PD sessions. And she likes to build one for new staff that has extra info for district and campus. So she's essentially creating an onboarding collection. We actually do that at Wakelet so that everybody kind of is welcomed and is onboarded consistently. And then Jackie Kavanaugh, she is using Wakelet to build asynchronous PD catalog with course materials for staff. So there's lots of ways to do this. Let's go look at Long Branch, New Jersey. We are at their homepage. I want you to just note that. Okay, we're going to scroll down. Principal is welcoming. This is 23, 24, right? If we keep going just a little ways, there's some announcements. And then if we go, okay, welcome back. Here's the school supply info. And then look at this. The Lost and Found went digital. So when I open up that link, this is where your secretaries will love you. They will love you. Lost and Found gets out of control at a certain point, and this is just a really easy way to do it. They've included the phone number, and you call that number. They've given you the rules. They're going to discard things on the 15th and the 30th, so they have all kinds of rules on this. But essentially, you call the number and you're like, hey, 325, that's my kid's water bottle. He's in such and such class, whatever. This is just a really basic way for you to use this and share it with your secretaries, or even in your own classroom. You can put together a collection like this and send it out to your parents. So I've included those examples for you. And then we have some call to actions. Michelle, how are we on time?
We have a good 10 minutes left, but what you just showed me, I have a
Yeah.
question.
I would love to.
Have they
answer.
embedded into the website? So in the
did.
share, you also get embed code. For us at SciFair, we would maybe be embedding into our Schoology courses and our
Yep.
Schoology pages or
Mhm.
groups.
So on the share button, you are going to click on that share button, and I'll show you how to get that code. You are going to the publish option. So to the right of share, you're going to click publish. And so you want to publish this to your profile. And then it gives you the embed code. So you embed the collection and you can choose how you want it to look, and then copy that code. So you copy that embed code, and that is how they did it. They copied the embed code and popped it on their website. But yeah, you can do the exact same thing in Schoology, in Canvas. I'm trying to think of all the other places I've put it. But yeah, the embed code is definitely an option for that. And that's exactly what that district did for that Lost and Found. Katie is mind blown. You can upload more than one image at a time. Elizabeth, yes, you can. I believe it's 15. The limit is 15. And Christine's right. You can design your cover right within. So I'll just show you that since you guys are in the chat engaging. I love when you talk to me in the chat because it feels like I'm less alone. So if I go to design with Canva, for example, it's going to open up Canva right there. And this is exactly how I created that header. I already had the background file, and then I went and grabbed your logo for this year and I zhuzhed it up a little bit. It really didn't take me that long. And then I hit publish. And because it is publishing directly into Wakelet, it updates it just right there. So yeah, I think I try to show you guys that last because I know you're going to spend a lot of time in Canva with your headers, but you can do the same thing down here within your collection. You can design with Canva in the exact same way. You can use these templates. You can, I've done it a lot of ways. There's lots of tips and tricks. So there's lots of pro tips when you're using Wakelet with other tools, besides just the basic app smashing way. I've opened up Canva on another tab, designed what I wanted, highlighted it all, like selected it all, and then pasted it over here and then hit publish so that I could have a little bit more control. It just depends on where you are in your, your tech savviness, but it's there for you. And yeah, Christine, it is a beautiful thing for sure. So we have some more action items. And the thing is, you guys, there are so many examples. I will go ahead and add this for you. So this is going to mean, Elizabeth, that you're going to need to refresh the collection. Okay, but we're going to put in my Wakelet account. And I'm going to give you that. I hadn't planned on putting that in there, but I wanted to show you, see how easy it is to put a URL inside of there. I don't really like how this looks for you all. So I'm just going to change this Tisha's collections. And then you really don't need to know all of that. So we're just going to take that out because you don't want to know about that right now. You want to go to my collections and it will open my profile. And all of these collections on my profile are public. And that is how you are seeing them. So I am using my profile essentially as a resource hub for you, but also as a portfolio for me. And you see how I have put in my links at the top so you can connect with me, whatever platform you're on. But then teacher support, digital portfolios, depending on what you're really wanting to learn, substitute lesson plans. I cannot say this enough. We're not talking about it today, but it's right here. I need to go update my graphic. But this is, you can go make a copy of this, have a substitute collection, substitute lesson plan collection ready, and just drop all of your stuff in there. Your sub, you can share that to your LMS, and then you can print out a QR code to put on your desk for your sub. And your sub just needs their phone to view that. They don't have to have a Wakelet collection, and neither do your parents. So what this does is it streamlines exactly what those students are supposed to do between you, the parents, the admin, and your substitute. So that is on my profile. You can grab anything that is here. There's a lot here for students. I have a lot of stuff for you as teachers, but you can take anything on this profile. You can look through there. And then you also, don't forget, you can go to explore and search. And I believe you can search for, again, by topic, but I think let's just try this. We're going to put Christine on the spot. I don't know, Christine, if it's going to show your stuff, but it will show at least, oh, I can't spell Christine's name right with this keyboard. Okay, there we go. We're just going to see what pops up. So I don't know, Christine, you'll have to tell me if any of these look familiar to you. But I put Christine Morgan. Maybe one of these is hers. Maybe she's included in one of these, but you can type in a name. You can type in a topic. You can really find whatever you want. Again, that explore, Christine, that explore option though is really good to help you as well. And then you find some top picks down here as well. So there's lots there to help you out with what you're looking for. So all of your collections are going to be housed under collections. This is where I'm presenting from, and I'm just using this little sidebar. I'm closing it so I can present to you. But what I want to do, Michelle, this is for Michelle to do also. You are in your Wakelet account, and now you have an activity. So I have actually put your call to action starting right now, and then you can finish this whenever you're ready, is to put together, it can be a lesson plan collection, or maybe you want to make a newsletter. Right? Some of you said that earlier. Maybe you want to go ahead and you want to start putting your units together and creating collections based on the units. Maybe you just want a calendar so you can have at a glance of what you're going to teach and what ideas you have for each of those units. This is what I want you to do right now. I want you to start a collection. I want you to get in Canva and design or upload your own, start pasting in content. And then if you don't like any of that and you need a brain break, go make a collection of your favorite recipes, or go make a collection, Christine, of all of the gifts that you want people to buy you for your birthday. There's so much that you can do. Advice to fuel your first 5 is your favorite. Christine, do you mind sharing that in the chat? That'd be really great for everybody who's here to see that. I will add that over into our resources. So the activity is to go in to create a new Wakelet collection. So you'll be under collections. You'll hit create collection. You will have a choice to make here. Do you want to start from scratch? Well, that's intimidating for a lot of people. So maybe you don't want to start from scratch. Maybe you want to do a newsletter or a lesson plan. It's really up to you how you go about this. We're going to hit blank for now. And then you need to decide, well, what is the purpose of the collection, right? When you are teaching your students, you always know what your end goal is. And that is what I would say for this collection that you're about to create. What's the end goal? Is it going to help somebody on your campus? Are you a coach and you are trying to get new teacher information out? Are you a teacher that's just really trying to get organized, especially if you have ADHD like me? And this is just another organization tool for you to use to be successful with that. The blank slate just gives you the opportunity to create whatever you desire. Let me open the chat again. My computer kind of went wacky for a minute, so let me find this. You're not okay. That's okay. Christine, that's fine. Let me pop the chat out and get to.
All right, Tisha,
Yep.
I'm going to tell you the rabbit hole that I've been on.
Oh, let me know.
I opened my phone. I was like, well, Wakelet must have a phone app because
They do.
I know when I'm on social media and I find this cool resource or this great idea, I'm like, oh, I'm going to use that next year in class for this so-and-so unit. You just kind of like dig it into your brain and then you move on. But I saw that if you have the app, right, you can send that idea to collections,
You're
right?
right. You're right.
Oh my
Yes.
gosh.
So
And
the
so
Wakelet
if
app
you,
in
yeah,
your
and if you
pocket.
collaborate that collection with your team, and then during your PLC, you pull that up and like, okay, what did you find? Something that's a lot more engaging than we did last year for this lesson or for this
Mhm.
unit, and all the stuff that you've been seeing. Right? So it's like,
It's
it's
so
kind of like
true.
putting it to action because we love the stuff with the ideas that other educators share online, and
Yes.
then it kind of goes poof, and it goes away.
It does. I'm actually, it's funny because this is why we love my ADHD, because Christine is sending me an example of her collection, and I'm going to post that in the chat right now. So I've just popped it in there. And then what I'm also going to do is I'm going to add it to the collection, Michelle, that the resource collection that we've shared out with them. So let me get that done. And then while you're rabbit holing in the app, did you know, Michelle, that you can annotate in the app? So if you have an image, for an example, I believe you can annotate that image. See, it is a rabbit hole because there are so many little Easter eggs about what you can do with Wakelet and how it can really serve you. I walked around, Michelle, with my phone in my back pocket because I was servicing and coaching in multiple districts. And Wakelet is what kept me really streamlining all the information to all the teachers I was helping. And I was able to really just go update that very quickly and have them go to that collection and have that information. It saved me a ton of emails. It saved me a ton of time because they couldn't find my Google Docs or my Google Drives. And listen, if you are one of those, it's like I send Google Drive links out and my people can't find them. If you're a principal, listen, you need a collection so that all of those Google Drive links are inside of there. So here is Christine's resource. And so I'm just copying that URL. And then we're going to go actually put it in your collection. So I'm going back here and I'm going to scroll all the way down because now I know how my examples are structured. We're going to put that right there before the session break code. So let me paste that in. Oh, I've got two laptops, you guys. This is not working right. Okay, copy. I'm maybe multitasking too much, Michelle. Okay, so I have now put Christine's resource in here that she mentioned in the chat. Looks beautiful. Look at that. Look how beautiful that looks. And then I made a mistake right here. So I am actually going to hit those three dots and I'm going to delete it and it's going to go away. And then how do you find the subplan lesson template? You know what? Jolene, I'm going to go grab it for you. You actually can find that directly to my profile. And because you've asked, I'll just go ahead and we'll do this very quickly. This actually shows you how quick it is, Michelle, to put resources very quickly into a collection and build something amazing. So I'm going to put that right there, Jolene. Now you have the substitute lesson plans. My image needs to be updated, but listen, that is a very small thing. Yes. Thank you, Michelle, for sharing about the
That's
app.
great. Thank you. Yeah. And then as she's been adding things live to it, all you have to do is refresh, I'm sure.
Yes.
And then
yes.
all those things will pull in for you.
Pop up. Absolutely. You just hit refresh and everything is the same, but then you see the sub lesson plans, my profile, and Christine's resource. And I
Well,
think we're
thank
done.
you for coming by and introducing this to a lot of people, or those that have already been using Wakelet, they get more ideas on how to use it. I think what my biggest takeaway is that it's powerful enough to differentiate your use. If you
Yes.
just want to use it as a
Yes.
newsletter that you're going to publish, if it's
Yes.
where you are doing your idea generation and cataloging it for
Exactly.
yourself, it's finding a tool that you're going to be consistent with. And I think
Yes.
Wakelet has that power because of that app smashing, right? It's like you can
It's
pull from
true.
Canva, you can, put in a lot of different media types in there. And
It just meets you where you are, right? And it will meet your
exactly.
students where, and that's really the power. I started building it and I started pushing out things to my learning management system for my students. And truly, Michelle, not a lot of people know this. I do share this pretty often, but a lot of people don't know. I did not believe that it would actually help with what I was doing in my classroom, and the differentiation, the personalized learning, the ability for me to be in 3 places at once. And it really freed up time for me to facilitate more instead of being that sage on the stage, which I do not like being. This is like, I want to be with all of you and I want to be like walking around and having you guys talk the most.
I just
But
think too, building those collections and having them forward facing with students or parents, and you do it once and you have them ready to go for next
yes,
year. The
that's
next year,
exactly
right?
right. You
And
see,
maybe
work
you do very
smarter.
small tweaks, but
Yes.
you've
That's
already
exactly
started
right.
them. All
Thank you,
right.
Christine. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you all for joining. If you have any questions, I put, so you can find me on Twitter at Texas Tech Chick, because I joined Twitter when it was brand new and I didn't think through my username. So I haven't changed it, but you can find me anywhere else as Tisha Poncio, and I would love to connect with you and learn more from you. And if you have questions, reach out.
Yes. Well, thank you again for telling us all about Wakelet. It's really an excited way to deliver content.
Yes.
And James is going to be dropping links in the chat for us. Make sure to leave Tisha feedback on that form that you started with at the
Yes.
beginning. Yes. And
Absolutely.
yes, so it is now close to our 11 o'clock. Room 3 is going to take a pause, but you can go through our DLC app and see all the other sessions that are going to play at 11 o'clock. And we will see you back in room 3 at 12.
Thank you. Bye, y'all.
Thank
Have a great
you.
day.
Bye. Welcome back and good afternoon. Thank you for joining us in our digital learning conference for 2024. We are getting started with the afternoon of our day 2 event. My name is Michelle Aguilar, your DLC Room 3 host, and I am wrapping up my time with the EdTech team, but I'm going to be transitioning to Curriculum for LOTE, which is our languages other than English. And next to me here, we have James Brown. He's an educator at Bridgeland High School, and he is moderating the chat in room 3 for us. Don't forget that sometime during the session, we'll take a quick break to show you the attendance code for this session. It's about 60 seconds long. Hopefully you've been writing them down so you can submit the Google form this afternoon for your attendance credit. So we're about to begin our 12 p.m. session. Hopefully you were able to grab some lunch or you're just snacking along as you learn. And here at our noon session, we have Tessa Fritsche, and she is bringing surprise. Check out or actually, no, she's not bringing that one. I'm jumping ahead of myself. She's bringing ActivPanel 9 tips and tricks. So if you are joining us and you're a SciFair staff member, maybe in the past couple of years, you got an AP9 panel. And so you've been using it, but you don't know everything it's capable of. And hopefully you'll get a lot of tips and tricks on that. So Tessa has been in the field of education for almost 10 years. She started teaching in SciFair and followed her husband, who's also an educator, to continue teaching in Tomball. While in the classroom, Tessa's passion for technology helped to drive her increased student discovery and confidence. Using technology to teach problem-solving skills, her students were able to surpass expectations while finding new interests and future career paths. In 2023, Tessa joined Promethean as an educational consultant for SciFair. Originally from Oklahoma, Tessa resides in the Houston area with her husband and their 6-year-old daughter and their 2 beloved dogs. Joining Tessa is Jacob Worth. He's the education consultant with London Public Schools in Virginia. He's from Illinois, where he earned his degree in geoscience and a master's in curriculum and instruction. Jacob taught high school science for 6 years and spent another 6 years as a curriculum writer in the educational technology space. He also works for Promethean, and he's able to utilize his love for making learning fun and his passion for trying to make teachers' lives easier. He's really going to be a co-moderator on the chat and really answering Promethean specific questions that you may have. So a lot of people behind the scenes here supporting you as you either embark on a new journey using a Promethean panel or really want to know more about it. We're just like students. Adult learners need to hear it many times before we feel super confident. So we welcome everyone. How are you guys doing, Tessa and Jacob?
Doing great. How are you?
Awesome. We're excited to hear what you're bringing, and you can go ahead and get started.
Wonderful. Okay, so let me go ahead and start my camera here, and then I'm also going to go ahead and share screen with you so you can see a little bit easier what's going on with my AP9 here. Okay. So right now you can see my camera with me in front of my panel. And then I've also got a close-up, very clear shot of what's actually showing on my panel. So that way you can both see where I am physically touching on the panel, as well as still having a clear view of what's going on the panel. So that's why I have 2 different approaches here. But yes, as mentioned, I am a district education consultant with Promethean. 100% dedicated to CFISD, so no other district can pull me. I am here for you guys whenever you need me. Please do not hesitate to send me an email at any time, no matter how tiny the question is, or if you think, oh, she's answered this a million times, I shouldn't ask this again. Please do. That's the entire reason I'm here, to help you with anything and everything whenever you need it. So please don't hesitate to let me know if you need some help. And real quick, I want to say a huge thank you to my coworker, Jacob. As you heard, he is from Virginia, so he absolutely did not have to be here for this at all, but he volunteered to come and help me out in the chat so that we can make sure you have as much information and as much help as possible with all the Promethean things. So I really appreciate him being here for that. So what we're going to be talking about today is the new ActivPanel 9, or AP9, as you probably heard it referred to. And if you are not familiar with what the AP9 is, or how do you know that you've got the AP9, first of all, I want to make sure you've joined my Schoology group through Schoology. I have made an entire group all about Promethean with a lot of resources, PDFs, PowerPoints, videos that are really helpful things for you to use for your panel. And so as long as you are joining that group, and if I can have my buddy Jacob go ahead and copy and paste the join code in chat for me, I would really appreciate that. And make sure you are joining this as a group, not a course. If you are trying to put this code in and it says this isn't working, just double check that you're joining group, not course, because that's usually what happens. Okay. And then whenever you join it, it's probably going to say waiting for authorization, but I do have some amazing people behind the scenes on that Schoology group for me, authorizing the applications to get into the group as we're going through this. But if you are a member of my Schoology group, I can also ask my buddy Jacob here to drop the link to the PDF that I've created that will help you know, do I have an AP9? Do I have an AP7? Do I have something else? So there are some helpful pictures in there for you to help you know which model of the panel you have. And just so we're clear, even if you don't have an AP9, if you have the AP7 or something else, I still have materials useful for you that can help you understand how to use those panels at the maximum potential in my Schoology group. So even if you don't have an AP9, please join that group. Please go and look at the materials I have for you, and please email me with any questions you have, no matter which version you've got on that, okay? All right. So, as Michelle said, so I was a middle school teacher for 7 years, taught math and science the whole time. I have an education background in from Sam Houston State, and then I spent my first 5 years of education here in Cypher ISD. Also graduated from Cypher ISD, so it was really nice to come home whenever I started teaching, and then again to come home when I joined Promethean as an education consultant. So Cypher ISD is very, very comfortable, very, very home for me. So I do love being here and working for Cypher ISD again. Okay, so what we're going to be talking about today is I know it is very, very easy to get stuck in that comfort zone where you just want to plug in your laptop to the panel and then just continue working on your laptop and using that panel as basically like an extended screen, like a multiple display kind of situation. And while I know that's easy and it's comfortable, it's really what we want to try to get you out of your comfort zone and show you what a new comfort level looks like, because these panels are incredible. And I'm not just saying that because I work for Promethean. I know you're probably rolling your eyes. Oh, she has to say that she works for Promethean. No, I'm actually talking to you with my teacher hat on. Knowing what the full potential of these panels are, you're really cutting yourself short if you're just plugging into your computer and working on your computer like that, because there's so many amazing tools that can not only make your life easier, but it's also going to drastically increase student participation and helping them feel comfortable. And it's really going to put their responsibility for learning in their hands instead of you being that teacher at the front of the room, like with peanuts that want. These really help drastically shift that dynamic and make that responsibility theirs and lets you become that facilitator. So I want to show you what a new level of comfort looks like with these panels and get you some better tools at your fingertips. Okay. So there are 3 brains on this panel. And what I mean by that is there is a Promethean brain, there is a Windows brain, like a Windows computer, and then there's also a Chromebook brain. So the way you're going to see that is if you hit the source button on your console that's at the bottom of your panel all the way to the right-hand side, it's a square with an arrow going into it. If you hit the source button, you will see 3 of these. Mine only shows 2 right now, but you will see 3 of these. So the home is the Promethean brain. The OPS is the Windows brain. It means operating system. And so basically you now have 2 different teacher computers at your disposal in your classroom now, instead of just your one teacher laptop. So now we can go wireless, disconnect your computer from the panel. Your teacher laptop can be used 100% for administrative things like taking attendance, doing grades, sending emails. And then this computer, the Windows computer on your panel, can be 100% for teaching purposes. So all those fears of, oh, can they see the grades? Am I accidentally sharing an email that the students can see? We don't have to worry about that anymore because it'll be 2 separate systems and we don't have to be concerned over sharing something on the panel that the students aren't supposed to see on accident. So it's a helpful way to do that. Now, if you do hit the source button and you only see 2 like this, that's simply because the Chromebook that's embedded to the panel is asleep. So it's very energy efficient. So if you haven't used it for a little bit, it will go to sleep. And when it goes to sleep, it will stop sending a signal to the panel. So it's going to look like, oh my gosh, my Chromebook is broken. I need it fixed. It's not really broken. You just simply have to reach around to the back side and find the gray box that's at the top corner and touch the power button. Usually after about 3 to 10 seconds, it will wake up. And then whenever you hit that source button, you'll see the 3rd source show up. Okay. Get a drink of water here. It's a little warm, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, so yes, you do have 3 brains. So if you only see 2 when you hit the sources, it is not broken. It's just simply asleep. So just reach around to that side, hit the power button, and it will wake up for you to be able to switch over. And the great thing about the Chromebook is if you have tried to show students exactly how to get somewhere on your Windows laptop, it will look different from what your students are seeing on their Chromebook. And it might be confusing, especially for those students that are so visually driven. If it looks different from what they're seeing, they're just not going to understand it. So you can switch to your Chromebook on the panel and it will look exactly the same as what they are seeing on their student Chromebook. And there you can model exactly how they should be going to whatever destination. So whenever it comes time for testing and you need to get to that lockdown browser for their student Chromebook and show them how to use that, that is a prime example of how to use the Chromebook for modeling what students should be seeing. So try out that Chromebook, see how you like it, and you can figure out some ways to use that more in your classroom. Okay, my next tool. So if you've just gotten your panel for the first time and you've just turned on your OPS or your Windows computer, you might be trying to type things. After you've logged in, you might be trying to type things. But whenever you try to type, no keyboard shows up. Well, unless you've got a wireless keyboard, that means you cannot type anything ever. And that's going to be very, very frustrating. So what you're going to do is when you're on your desktop, all of the windows are closed. When you're on your desktop, the OPS, you know how you have a mouse whenever you're on your laptop and you will right click on your mouse to bring up that menu of options on your desktop? Well, on the panel, a long press, so pressing and holding is basically the same thing as a right click on the mouse. So you would go to your desktop on your panel, do a long press until you see a square show up underneath your finger, and then you'll release. And then whenever you release, you will see this first left-hand side drop-down box show up. You're going to select the display settings option, and then you will see a larger window open up for you. You will select tablet. And then after you select tablet, you'll scroll all the way down and you'll see this last option that says show the touch keyboard when there is no keyboard attached. It will come set as off. So what you need to do is toggle that switch on. And then after you toggle that switch on, if you go back and start trying to type again, a keyboard will now show up for you to be able to type on the screen. So that way you don't have to have a wireless keyboard. However, making this very friendly for you to be able to move around the room and also increasing student participation, I would highly recommend looking into getting a wireless keyboard option so that you can move around the room while still controlling what's going on up here. And if you do, I would recommend getting the option that has the USB fob on it rather than just the Bluetooth Connect, because the Bluetooth Connect can randomly disconnect on you without any warning. And then you have to go through that whole process of reconnecting it. And then if that happens in the middle of class, it can get really irritating and slow you down. And we don't want that. So if you just get the tiny little USB fob type and just plug it into one of the USB ports on the front of the panel, it's now a very highly effective tool to be able to walk around the room while still controlling what's happening up here on the panel on your screen. Okay. So the next thing is if you have ever tried to, without using a wireless keyboard, we're just going to pretend like the wireless keyboard doesn't exist. If you have ever tried to move browser windows around on your screen and they just pop back to where you don't want them to be, let me pull up an example here for you. So let me exit out. Okay, so if this has ever happened to you, press play here. You can see I'm trying to move around my browser and then this drop-down box opens up, but as soon as I touch away from it, that window pops back down to where I don't want it to be. It's very frustrating because you're trying to organize these windows to be optimally for your students and you can't make it work. So what I'm going to show you how to do is make it, switch the settings around, and then using your stylus, the stylus that came with your panels, using the stylus to where this doesn't happen to you anymore. So we'll go from this irritating way where it's not working to this, where I can use my stylus to move my windows around, and you'll see that that drop-down box doesn't show up anymore. And then whenever I touch away from the window, it doesn't pop back to where it used to be. It stays where I put it. Okay. So the way we're going to do this, let me go back to where we were. Okay. So the way that we're going to do this is again, doing that long press on your desktop until the square shows up under your finger. Pull your finger off, and then you'll get this drop down box here. We're going to hit display settings again. And then now we're going to go to Pen and Windows Ink. Pen and Windows Ink. And then you'll have this area show up right here. and you're going to check the box where it says, let me use my pen as a mouse in some desktop apps. And then as soon as you do that, we're going to go from beating your head against the wall because you're just so frustrated trying to get something simple to happen on your panel to relieve, because now I can make my panel do exactly what I need it to do in a very easy way. So if you just follow these quick steps, you can then use your stylus that came with your panel to move your windows around your panel and be able to manipulate them a lot easier without them snapping back and going where you don't want them to be. Okay. All right. So like I said, your panel has 3 different brains: the Promethean brain, the Windows brain, and then the Chromebox brain or the Chromebook brain. Now, whenever you hit your source button, you will see home and OPS, and then your Chromebook brain will say USB-C. Those might not be very familiar to you, and those might not really help you remember what each one is for. So what we can do is I'm going to long press on OPS, and now this window shows up to where I can rename what that output is called. So if OPS isn't going to help you remember that, hey, this is my Windows computer, you can do this and now change the name of what that is to say something like teacher computer or Windows computer or whatever you need to change it to that's going to help you remember what this source is. So it's going to make it a little bit easier for you to use and move around with. Okay, real quick, easy thing to do on that. Okay, and you can do that with either source. You can change the name on any, but you can even change the name on the home if you'd like. It's all about making sure you are more comfortable. All right. Okay, so also whenever you get your panels for the very first time and you log into your Windows computer on the panel, everything might look very small, and that is not very conducive to a teaching environment when you've got students, spread out across your classroom. We want to make those things a little bit easier for everybody to see no matter where they're at in the classroom. So again, on your desktop screen, we're going to long press until you see that square appear under your finger. Pull your finger off the panel, drop down box, you're going to touch display settings. And then right here where it says change the size of text, apps, and other items, it will be set to 100%. And in parentheses, it's going to say recommended. If this were a normal computer, yes, that would be recommended. But since this is on a large screen that is meant to be seen by students all over the classroom, we don't recommend 100%. I would recommend you move it up to 200%. I would not recommend going above 200 because things start getting a little too large and your display ratios kind of start getting messed with, and you might have some issues at that point. So I would say no larger than 200%. And then do not mess with the 2 boxes that are underneath that, where it says display resolution and display orientation. We don't want to mess with those 2 options. So we're only changing this first one and then leaving the rest alone after that. Okay. All right. So now, in the beginning, if you got your AP9 a while ago, you might have gone through some training and you might have been told, hey, making a Promethean account really isn't that big of a deal. You don't really need it. However, since then, so many more new tools and really cool things that you can do with your students have come out and have been applied to the AP9 panels. It really is essential that everybody now has a personalized Promethean account for their panel. So that way we can maximize how you're taking advantage of all of these different tools that you now have at your fingertips and making them way more student friendly and way more customized to you, your classroom, and your students. So it is very easy. It is free. You don't have to do any crazy kind of signups. If you are on your Google Chrome and you're already logged into Google Chrome with your teacher account, your CFISD account, all you have to do is go to one.prometheanworld.com, and in the top right-hand corner, you'll say log in, and then it will say, hey, do you want to log in using Chrome or, with Windows or anything like that? You're just going to select log in using Chrome, and then it will just immediately take your CFISD email address that you're logged in with, instantly create your account, and then all you have to do is just fill in what you want your display name to be on your panel, which By the way, guys, display name means this is the name that's going to show up on your panel that your students can see. So don't put anything kind of embarrassing that you don't want your students to see for display name, because they will see it. So yes, whatever you want to put for display name, put that there. Whatever your role is, which is most likely going to be teacher. And then just answer like your time zone and your language, all that kind of stuff. There's 2 check boxes at the very, very bottom. One of those is saying, hey, receive all these emails. You don't need to do that. Nobody needs more emails showing up in their email account. If you have any questions, you can just email me. You don't have to do that. But the one, there is the one at the very bottom. You do have to select that check mark box to be able to move on. But all that check mark box is saying is it's holding your information securely. It's not going to share your information with anybody else. So you'll just select that. Once you do that, you will come to this top screen. This is what it's going to look like for you. And this is one way to log into your panel. And whenever you log into your panel, it'll show you a code. You can type that code into here, or you can just manually log in through the Promethean app. And again, that's something I can show you. If you have questions on that, email me and I can walk you through the different ways to do that. And then whenever you come over here, you can now change what your background looks like on your panel. You can pull a picture up and now have a picture be the background of your panel. You can customize that. You can customize your spinners, your timers. Oh, there's a whole lot of other things you can do with this account, but this is also critical when it comes to making things saved, and then also things that you've saved on your computer available to you directly through the panel without having to email yourself, without having to put it on a flash drive and then plug the flash drive into your panel and download it there. It just makes things very, very simple. So it is very important. Everybody in CFISD, we need everybody to have a Promethean account. Very quick, very simple. So just go ahead and take care of that real quick. And this will get us on the road to being a lot more successful this coming school year. So once you have created your account, on the left-hand side of the screen, you will see the little 4 squares, and you will click on that. And then you can click on timer. And what this is going to do is going to open up a screen that looks just like this. And then underneath that, you will see a kind of stopwatch looking icon with dashes that are going into the side. And if you click on that, you'll have 4 different time presets show up. And those are just the ones that are preset for you. But if, let's say, you know that you are not going to use a 30-second timer every day, but you do know that you use an 8-minute timer all day, every day, several times, and we don't want to sit here tapping that up and down arrow over and over and over again several times a day to get to that 8-minute timer from wherever we were before. Let's go ahead and make that 8-minute timer a preset, so that way it's just 2 taps to get to your 8-minute timer from wherever you were before that. So if you want to change that, all you would have to do is hit the pin icon right here and then change that 30-second timer to an 8-minute timer. And then from now on, whenever you open up your timer app on your panel after you're logged in, those preset timers will now show 8 minutes as a preset instead of 30 seconds. So it can be customized to whatever you need it to be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit my flame icon here. I'm going to open up my timer app and let my timer app open for me. And remember, all Promethean apps are designed to float on top of whatever you are using. So no matter what source you're in, no matter what activity you're doing, all the Promethean apps will float on top of whatever you're doing for that. So here's my timer. And if I hit that little stopwatch icon with the lines going through it at the bottom, if I tap that, now my 4 preset timers showed up. So you notice I don't have 30 seconds as a preset timer. I have 5 minutes. And then I have 8 minutes. So I have customized what my preset timers are. And you can do the exact same thing. So that way it makes your classroom run a lot more efficiently. And these can be set to what you need them to be. Now, don't forget, you can have up to 8 timers open on your panel and functioning at the same time, but they don't all have to be timers. Remember, in the timer app, you don't just have a timer. You also have a stopwatch, and you also have a clock. So when I say you can have up to 8 timers open and functioning, you can have 4 timers, 2 stopwatches, 2 clocks, all of that open and functioning on the panel at the same time. just whatever you need it to be and whatever works best for your classroom. But this is the easy way for you to be able to go on to the one.prometheanworld.com and customize your timers directly from there. Okay. All right. So I just wanted to pause here for a second and give everybody an opportunity for the attendance code. So I will go ahead and stop sharing here.
Yes, thank you, Tessa. We have the attendance code now up on the screen. So please jot down the attendance code for room 3, the 12 o'clock session. We've had a lot of activity on the chat, lots of questions on the resource for the Schoology group. We've had questions on, do I need a wireless keyboard and mouse? And a lot of people have been kind of giving their own experiences, those that have already been using the AP9. I also always made a mention of you have a remote control, but that isn't a clicker for your slides. A lot of people confuse those two. So another separate clicker for your presentations is probably recommended. So yeah, a lot of questions there. We're all kind of behind the scenes trying to answer them as they come in. Again, on the screen is your attendance code for room 3, the 12 o'clock session. We'll leave it up for about 30 more seconds. And also a very important question was, once I'm in my classroom, can I see this video again? Absolutely. So we catalog all the DLC videos and they will be linked in our DLC website. Really today or yesterday and today is when you receive credit for them, but you can always go back and rewatch. And session like today, especially, you want to be in front of your panel so you can click around and practice.
Absolutely. Yes, and that's actually a great point. So another thing that I wanted to point out is since I am entirely dedicated to CFISD, if you guys do have questions, or if you do want a refresher, or if you do want to do a hands-on session while I'm going through this, please let me know. I will be more than happy to come out to your campus and come to your classroom and kind of do a one-on-one session for you there where we can go over your specific questions. Or I can even do another quick virtual Zoom where I can just send you a Zoom link and you and I can meet over Zoom just like this. I'll be in front of my panel. You can be in front of your panel. You'll be hands-on. You can ask me any questions you need. And then as well, if you, because I know every single subject area and every single grade level is going to be different. You're going to need to use the panel a little differently. So I can absolutely come meet with you guys and we can do a customized session where I can show you individually, hey, so what does a normal lesson look like for you guys? Okay, great. So we can do this and we can morph this into this Promethean app, and then we can turn this into this. So that way you're essentially doing the exact same thing you've been doing for years, but now it's just easier for you and it's more interactive for the students. So if you're just sitting here going, great, yeah, but I don't know how I'm going to use this, no worries. Let me know. I'll come meet with you and we'll talk about how we can customize this for you and make it more beneficial for you. So please let me know if I can help with anything on like that. Okay. So let me put my screen back. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Is this presentation available for the teachers?
Yes, I will have this slide available on my my Schoology group. And then as Michelle said, we will also have the videos, the recordings available as well.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so now the next one is our spinners. So basically the same thing, one.prometheanworld.com. The 4 boxes in the top left-hand corner, you'll have a drop-down show up. This time, instead of clicking on timer, we're going to click on spinner. Now, this is one of my favorite things about the AP9 and having a Promethean panel and then also having your Promethean profile customized to you, because this opens up a whole new world of getting your students up, touching the panel, and giving them responsibility for discovery and thought, while not having to recreate the wheel, which, I mean, technically you're creating a wheel because it's a spinner, but you're still using the same tools that you've been using for a long time. So the way you're going to do this is we're going to click on spinner, and then you will have this window show up for you just like this. And you can have up to 40 different customized spinners on your account. And each of those spinners can have up to 50 slices on the spinner. So there's just endless opportunities for you to use this. Now, I know the immediate idea is we're thinking popsicle sticks, but I mean, yes, that's an absolutely great way to use this right off the bat. But I've got some ideas for you later on in the presentation that can show you some other ideas on how you can utilize these too. But what you're going to do on this page to create a new spinner, you'll hit this drop down arrow underneath your spinner that shows up here. And then you're going to have a few preset spinners that are already created for you by Promethean just to see how spinners work. But if you are ready to create a new spinner, all you have to do is tap this create list button right here. And then it's going to open up a blank spinner, and then a white panel is going to show up with a lot of different blanks where you can put a title for your new spinner at the top and then start entering in what you want each slice to say underneath that. And then as you create, this list will grow longer and longer and longer. And like I said, you can have up to 40 customized spinners on this. But let's say you're using a spinner as a class roster. So you've got your 30 kids all in one spinner, and one of your students gets transferred to another class. So you need to remove this student from your spinner. So instead of having to go in here and completely create a brand new spinner just without the student name, all you have to do is find that class roster spinner and then tap the pencil icon to the side, find the student's name that you're removing, and then click the trash can next to their name. That's all you have to do. You're still using the same spinner, but it's just a real quick, easy way to remove that student name without having to totally do a brand new spinner. Same thing if you have a student added to your classroom. Find that spinner, hit the pen icon to the side, scroll all the way down, and then there's going to be an option that says add list or add item. And then you're going to click on that and then type the new student's name in there and then just say okay. So really quick and easy way to edit your spinners without having to totally redo the thing over again. Okay. Now, like I said, with timers, you can have up to 8 timers open and functioning on the panel at the same time. With spinners, you can have up to 4. And that's huge because, like I said, I'm going to show you some ways to use these spinners in your classroom for your subjects a little bit later in the presentation. But just keep that in mind that you can have up to 4 spinners open and functioning on your panel all at the same time. Okay. All right. So here's some spinner ideas. So like I said, no more popsicle sticks. Create your class roster in your spinners there. You can have as many as you need to have, first period, second period spinners, or just one, just whatever works best for your classroom and your students. With teaching graphing, now you can totally randomize things. You don't have to have a preset idea of, graphing coordinates or anything. You don't have to cut pieces of paper out, put them in a hat, and do all that. You can just simply have a spinner full of numbers, whatever your range is, from 1 to 10 or 1 to 20, however large that range needs to be. Have 2 of the exact same spinners, but you're just going to label one spinner the X coordinate, and the next spinner is going to be your Y coordinate. And then you would just have a coordinate plane next to it, have the students come up, tap each spinner to figure out what their coordinate is. And then they would go to that coordinate plane right next to it and graph that point that they were given by the spinner. And then each student would just come up and tap it, and every student is going to be different. And there's no preset thing. Like nobody's going to know what they have to do ahead of time. It'll be really on the spot and really randomized, and a quick and easy thing for you to create, but yet you've got 30 minutes worth of activity stuff for your students to do with this opportunity here. The ELAR, now, like I said, I'm math and science guys, so ELAR was not my forte, but I did see a teacher use this idea in the past, and I absolutely fell in love with it. So now I have to show this every single time I'm talking about this. Remember, I said you can have up to 4 spinners open and functioning on your panel at the same time. This is an excellent showing of that. This teacher had 4 spinners, and she used the exact same thing she'd been teaching for the last 8 years, which was having a list of characters, having a list of settings, having a list of conflicts, and then having a list of time periods that the students would use to figure out what their writing prompt was going to be for that day. And she would always cut the pieces of paper out, put them in a hat. Some pieces of paper would go missing, so she'd have to redo it for the next class period. And it was just really irritating. A lot of paper scraps all over the floor at the end of the day. But all she did was she used the same exact thing. We just transferred it into spinner form. So she just had to create these once, and now she's got these for not only every single class period that year, but now they're ready to go for the next year as well. She doesn't have to recreate these. These are already ready to go. So it's making her job easier. But now, instead of passing a hat around or predetermining what your students are going to do and just telling them that when they come in the classroom, they come up, they hit all 4 of the spinners. They're going to write down what each spinner tells them. And then after they've got this done, hit a timer for 20 minutes and say, okay, guys, you have your writing prompt. Now you've got 20 minutes to write me a short story about your writing prompt that your spinners determined for you. Before the spinners, she would have to spend 30 minutes repeating herself and saying these things over and over and over again. And at the end of the day, she was exhausted. After the spinners, she spent 5 minutes giving directions. And then the rest of the time was just guiding and listening for misconceptions and correcting those on the spot. Now, at the end of the day, she's actually got energy left when she leaves the classroom because this is doing the work for her. And it's now giving control of the students' learning to the students. So it's a really fantastic tool. Okay. Geography quiz. So if you are trying to get them practicing being able to label maps, create a quick spinner with all the different locations that they need to be able to identify on a map, pull up a map, and then just have them come up and tap that spinner, and then whatever it lands on, they need to find that location on the map and then label that. Really quick, easy ways to use the same thing you've been doing for years, but just transform it into these Promethean apps. Make your job easier, get the students up out of their seats and get them more involved and engaged. Okay. Now, biomes. This is one of the things that I taught, so I loved getting into this one. This was fun for me. So if you create a spinner with a list of several different animals, each student is going to come up and spin for their assigned animal. Now it's their responsibility to go and research that animal. What biome does this animal live in? How do they survive? What about them? Is it their fur, their tusks? What about them makes them able to survive in those biomes? But all you did was just create a spinner of animals. The students are doing everything else about this activity. And then they are going to share their activity after they're done, and everybody's going to be able to learn from each other. That's that student teaching kind of ideal. Now, my music teachers, love you, did not forget about you. Always going to make sure you've got something going on here. You are not forgotten, okay? We do have backgrounds that are like for music education where you can create spinners where you just put notes in a spinner and then have these movable objects there ready to go. And then whatever that spinner lands on, the students need to come and place the music notes where they belong on the correct spots, okay? So the possibilities are absolutely endless. And this is just another example of how I'm saying, okay, that's great, but I don't know how I would use that. Please let me know. I would love to come and talk to you and just see what your normal lessons would look like. And I can tell you easily how we can take that and transform that into these ideals and make this work for you, make it a lot more engaging for your students. Okay, so let's multitask with your AP9. We can have split windows, and this is where that being able to move a browser with your finger, but it was snapping back into the place you didn't want it to be. This is where that was getting frustrating. So yeah, make sure you do that. Use my pen as a mouse trick that I showed you, so that this way this gets a little bit easier. So what I have here is I opened up a Chrome browser with a YouTube video that I want my students to watch. But then I also opened up my Explain Everything whiteboard app on the other half of my panel. And you can use a spinner with your class roster to, spin that wheel and be like, okay, so Trey, it's your turn to come up here. We're going to listen to 10 seconds of this video. And then after 10 seconds to the video, you are going to talk to your classmates, figure out what was important about that 10 seconds, and we're going to write down those notes in that whiteboard area. And then hit the spinner again. Okay, Alyssa, your turn. You come up here, and then just do that same thing. You're not teaching them, they're teaching themselves and figuring out how to take adequate notes. So that note-taking skill that is pretty rare nowadays. This is a really great way to teach them how to take those adequate notes on that is by using that. But the way that I was able to get my whiteboard on one half of the screen is whenever you open up your whiteboard, you will see these kind of icons in the bottom right hand of your whiteboard screen. So the X is, of course, to close out that window. The minimize is going to hide it where you can't see it anymore, but it's still going to be open. The arrows going diagonally will open it up to a full screen, take up the whole panel. And then these rectangles right here are called your docking buttons. One is going to be to dock to the left-hand side of the screen. One is going to be docked to the right-hand side of the screen. So wherever you put your Chrome browser, you would just say dock to the other side of the screen. So that way now you've got a split screen presentation going on there that you can use. Okay. All right. So no more cords. Now, those of you that are just like, I don't want to disconnect. I want this to be a display screen because I love being able to have multiple monitors. I love being able to just grab a Chrome tab and drag it over and drop it onto the panel where the students can see. I 100% feel you on that. I need a minimum of 2 monitors to be able to function whenever I'm doing my work. I get it, okay? But the most important part about disconnecting is, like I said, you have your administrative tool with your laptop where all the grades and the student rosters and all those very private things are happening that students can't see. And then your teaching stuff is happening here. But think about the capabilities of your teacher laptop compared to the capabilities of this panel. Your teacher laptop is 1080p. Your Promethean ActivPanel 9 is 4K. So if you try to use your OPS, that Windows computer attached to your panel, and then plug in your teacher laptop and try to view it there, you will notice that the screen for your laptop when it's connected is going to be smaller, and it's also going to be a lower quality visual. And actually, over a long period of time, if you keep it connected for days and days and days and days, you will notice that your videos that you try to play, the audio will start lagging from what the video is actually showing. So the audio will not line up with the video. And then your touch points will actually start not matching up with what you're trying to touch on the panel as well. Because you're asking this really intelligent, brilliant 4K screen to dumb itself down to a 1080p laptop. And it's just like, it hurts your brain when you hear not intelligent things. You're hurting this thing's brain by making it work with a less intelligent thing. So this is why it's really important to unplug and be disconnected with your laptop being a separate thing from the OPS that's on the panel. But we can still give you that feeling of the extended screen, being able to drag and drop your Chrome tab. We can still do that, okay? Now, the important thing here is to make sure that you are logged into your Google Chrome with your CFISD email address on both your teacher laptop and on the OPS that is on your AP9. Both of those need to be logged in to your CFISD email address before you can do this, okay? Now, once you do this, you will see, let's say that you've pulled up an article on your teacher laptop that you want your students to be able to see and read on the panel. So what you will see is you will see in the little bar where you would type the web address, you'll see this little box with an arrow going off to the side. You're going to click that. Now, if you do not see, some of you will not see this bar with the arrow going out to the side. That's fine. You're just going to go to the same bar where you would type in the web address and right click in that area. And then you'll see the same drop down box show up. So if you don't see that box with the arrow, don't panic. You can still do this. Okay. So when you click on that box with the arrow, or when you right click into the web address bar, you will see this little drop down box show up. And then you'll see this option that says send to your devices. Now, as long as you are only logged into your Google Chrome with your CFISD email address on your teacher laptop and on your OPS, you will only see one option to send it to. If you are signed into several other devices with your CFISD email address into the Google Chrome, you'll see multiple options to send it to, and that's where it can get confusing. So just make it easier on yourself. Make sure you're only signed into these 2 locations, and then you'll click that option that says send to device. And then it will open up on your panel. You'll see this little bottom square right here on your panel. In the Google Chrome, it will say open in new tab. And when you say open in new tab, this exact same thing that you sent from your laptop screen will show up on the panel screen, the exact same thing. So you don't have to email it to yourself. You don't have to like do a copy paste or anything like that. It's just a really quick send. You're still wireless. You are not connected to your laptop to the panel. It's just quickly sending it from your laptop to the panel in seconds without having to be connected. So you still get that feeling of the extended screen, but yet not being connected. Okay, and I do have a video example of this on my Schoology group. So just in case you're like, I need to see this in action, I've got that. There's a video on my Schoology group that absolutely shows you how that works. Okay, I've got my warning timer. So I want to put this up for questions. I know there's a little bit of a delay between, you know, when I'm talking and when you're hearing me. So I'm going to wait just a few seconds for any questions.
Hey, Tessa.
Hi.
Yes, the chat has been very active with lots of questions. And
Wonderful.
yeah, Jacob and I have been trying to catch some and answer. And then we've had other educators that have answered. So it's kind of been a group project in there. But mainly, obviously, our sessions at DLC are jam-packed and we have just under an hour for them. But that doesn't mean that once you're back on campus in front of your tool that you're not going to have support. You definitely will. So that Schoology group is going to have this presentation and many more resources. And like you've been mentioning, Tessa, you are embedded here in our district. So you're available to go train on a campus and, gather a few people together in a room with your team. And then she can really get you in front of your panel to answer a lot. There's a lot of timeout questions. And Tess, if you want to talk about that, it's like a two-layered approach to timeout. One thing is the panel being timed out, and then the other thing is being the OPS.
Sure. Okay. So the panel, remember, we've got two different brains here. You've got the Promethean brain and then the OPS Windows brain. So if your panel falls asleep or times out, all you need to do is go to your flame button here. And then I'm going to go to my applications button. That's going to open up my full application menu. And then I'm going to go to settings. And then when this opens up, I'm going to say display because it says wallpaper, sleep, font size. I'm going to tap this. And then I'm going to have the advanced. And then where it says standby and sleep timeouts, I'm going to tap on that. So some of them are coming pre-installed with just 3 minutes or the 10-minute timers before it goes to sleep. So you can drag that all the way over to say never or 8 hours, whatever feels most comfortable for you. But that's going to make the panel itself not fall asleep. Now, if your OPS falls asleep, that's different. That has nothing to do with the panel falling asleep. That's the Windows computer falling asleep. Now, what that means is there is probably an update that the CFISD IT department has either recently pushed out or needs to push out. Because it's a security setting, just being completely honest with you. It is a security setting. They can't leave those computers unlocked with all that valuable information that you have access to. So after 15 minutes, those computers do need to lock if you haven't interacted. But the OPS has been given kind of a carte blanche on that, where they're making it to where the OPSs do not fall asleep. It just happens to be a manner of an update being pushed out. So if your OPSs are falling asleep, please put in an IT support ticket for that, because the IT department has to help on that part. I unfortunately don't have the control to fix that on my end. Only the IT department does.
One way to look at on the OPS, it's a computer just like our teacher tool, our laptop. So that has that network security. So if there hasn't been like a mouse jiggle or a tap on it or any interaction, just like if we walk away from our laptop, it's going to do that network security lock for password. So locking down for a password is something completely different than signing out and going to sleep. So it's hard to kind of relay online in this way versus just actually showing you with the panel, but there's differences to it. So
yes,
as long as you have a mouse jiggle, that's why it's great to have a wireless keyboard and mouse. Have a mouse jiggle every once in a while, and then it'll be okay. I think a lot of times when I see it or when teachers are telling me about it, they'll have their slide that has rotations on it. And, so that'll be a big chunk of class. And there hasn't been that interactivity, and then it'll do the lock screen for their password. So if you're walking out because you are taking kids to lunch or something like that, I mean, that's part of the security because that OPS is logged into your name. So you don't want somebody coming up behind you and doing something on that big computer.
Yeah.
And we are approaching our time to do our break, but Tessa is going to come back right here at 1 o'clock, and she is going to really focus in on something new on the AP9, which is Explain Everything. So that is a souped up whiteboard, I like to say. So if you're interested in learning more about that whiteboard and how it could really be very interactive with your students, join us at 1 o'clock.
Super good.
Anything
stuff,
else you
guys.
want to let them know, Tessa, before we break for commercial?
I know we're
Yeah,
running
and-
low on time. Sorry,
yeah.
Tessa, to interrupt.
Oh, no,
but
no, you're fine.
there was that one extra surprise trick that you wanted to show everyone.
Yes. Thank you, Jacob. I'm so sorry. I forgot about that. But since we are run out of time, I will show everybody that surprise trick on the new whiteboard presentation next. So if you want to find out the super cool surprise, which it's really, really cool, join me in my next session coming up at 1 o'clock, and I will do that. And then I have my 2 email addresses on the screen there. So if you have any other questions that we weren't able to answer, please reach out to myself or Amanda, and we will 100% get back to you as soon as we can and make sure those questions are answered for you.
All right, thank you. So hopefully we'll see some of you back at the top of the hour.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome back, educators. It is 1 p.m. and it's time for us to get started with our next Promethean session. So good afternoon and thank you for joining us. My name is Michelle Aguilar, your DLC Room 3 host. I'm wrapping up my time with EdTech, but I'm going to continue on supporting LOTE teachers in curriculum. So if you're a LOTE teacher hanging out, say hi and I will see you in August PD. Next to me is James Brown. He's an educator at Bridgeland High School, and he is helping out, dropping links on the chat. So at this 1 o'clock session, we have surprise. Check out the new app on your Active9 panel. So Tessa Fritsche is here, and she's been in the field of education for almost 10 years. She started teaching in Sci-Fair, but then followed her husband over to Tomball ISD. While in the classroom, Tessa's passion for technology helped drive her to increase that student discovery and confidence. Using technology to teach problem-solving skills, her students were able to surpass expectations while finding a new interest and future career path. In 2023, Tessa joined Promethean as an education consultant for Sci-Fair. Originally from Oklahoma, Tessa resides in Houston with her husband, her daughter, and 2 her babies, I'm going to call them. Alongside her, we have Jason Worth. He is on the chat, helping with all questions for Promethean, and he's an education consultant with Promethean from the East Coast. So he's currently working within London County Public Schools in Virginia. He's from Illinois, where he earned his degree in geoscience and his master's in curriculum and instruction. Jacob taught high school science for 6 years and spent another 6 years as a curriculum writer in the educational technology space. So we're going to welcome them both and then get learning about this new exciting whiteboard app that Promethean has.
Hey guys, okay, let me go ahead and start my video here, and then I'm going to share my screen with you. All right. Okay, so yes, like Michelle said, I am an education consultant with Promethean. I'm 100% dedicated to Sci-Fair ISD. So no matter what your questions are, how little they are, how big they are, or how many times you think I've answered the question, that's entirely my job. That's why I'm here. Please let me know, no matter what your questions are, and I will be happy to help you out with getting those questions answered, because my goal here is to make you as comfortable with our panels as possible and get the maximum benefit for your students, as well as making your job here actually a little bit easier by using the tools at your disposal with these panels. So with with that said, I again want to say one more huge thank you to my coworker Jacob. As you heard, he's in Virginia. He does not have to be here today, but he is graciously helping me out in the chat with sharing some links to you guys that will be helpful, and also helping me answer some questions about Promethean as well. So a huge thank you, Jacob. Really appreciate you joining me today and helping out my people in Sci-Fair. So what we're talking about right now is the newest app that has come to the AP9 panel. And so if you remember our legacy whiteboard, let's say we are driving a Toyota, okay? With this new app, Explain Everything whiteboard, we have jumped to a Lexus, okay? We went from a Toyota to a Lexus. This thing has everything that you know and love about our legacy whiteboard, but we have ramped it up to 10. So all those teachers that I've talked to over the last year that have been like, hey, I really wish it could do this. Is there any way we could do this? We have been faithfully putting all those things that you're telling us and sending that to our development team. And they are listening. And so many things that you have requested in the past is now here inside this app. It's really, really incredible. So what I want to welcome you to is our new Explain Everything app. Now, before I get into this, in my last session, I promised you guys I had a really cool surprise, but we unfortunately ran out of time. So I want to take a few seconds to just show you that really cool surprise real quick. And again, this is a really big thing with making sure that you have your Promethean account set up from one.prometheanworld.com and you are on your AP9. So I am going to leave my screen here for a second. And I am going to share with you my desktop. So let me share the desktop with you guys. All right. So the secret here is ActivInspire. So I know some of you you've never used ActivInspire, you're not interested in it. Well, there's actually a brand new update to our ActivInspire software that is incredibly cool. And I just want to show you one of my favorite features from that. So again, make sure you go into your Avanti portal and you have updated to the latest version of ActivInspire. But when you open up your ActivInspire application here, open this up, you're going to see a new home screen with ActivInspire. And on the home screen, you're going to have some options available to you. And one of those options on the home screen here is called Activities. This is so cool, guys. So I'm going to click Activities. And these are all the different activities that you can create. And all you have to do is type some stuff in and maybe insert a picture or two, but then this software creates the activity for you. So you have this really cool, really intricate thing, but you just spent maybe 3 minutes creating it, but it looks so cool when you're done. So these are all different options that you have. And then once you save them and you get done, save them to your Google Drive or your OneDrive. Then when we come over to the panel, let me bring my panel screen back up here so I can show this to you. When you go to the panel, what I'm going to do is hit the flame button, my applications, activities app, and this is going to open up for me. I'm going to say open. And because I have my Promethean account set up and I have connected my accounts through my cloud drive, I'm going to say I want to look in my OneDrive with my CFISD email address. I'm going to go to my desktop. And then DLC 24 presentations is where I saved it. And then I created this label activity. So it'll take just a couple of seconds to open up at the beginning, but now it'll say, let's play. So I'm going to tap on that. I inserted a picture and I created this quick thing. So it's going to give them automatic feedback if they got it correct or not. So if I try to drag this over and attach that to that, it's going to jiggle back and forth and say, no, that's not correct. So I can drag this over here and it's going to stay attached telling me that that is correct. And you can have two different activities open and functioning on the panel at the same time. So it's a really, really cool way to get your students up and touching the panel and getting them active that a lot of teachers weren't aware of. So that's my little secret I wanted to show you guys, okay? So now I'm going to go back to Explain Everything. And one little secret about Explain Everything is the white Promethean controller that came with your panel can be used to flip through the pages of this application, just like you would use a different controller to flip through a PowerPoint presentation. the white controller that came with your Promethean panel can be used to flip through the pages of this when you're doing your presenting, okay? So just a little heads up on that. Okay, so the way that you find this application is you're going to go down to your flame icon here. Now, most everybody's panels are set to auto update to where the district pushes out updates to your panels automatically for you. But I know some are still not getting those. So just to make sure, you do need to make sure that your panel is up to date to make sure that you have this application. So if you hit your update icon and this top button is gray, that means you are absolutely up to date and you're good. This application will be showing for you. So I'll go back down to my flame icon and then open applications. And then you'll see the explain everything app icon right here. And you'll tap on that to open it up. So that's how you're going to find it. And when we come here, so again, this is all contingent on you having your one.prometheanworld.com account set up and your Cloud Connect set up with your Google Drive or your OneDrive, however you prefer to do that. You can have both connected if you'd like. And if you're not sure how to do that, please let me know. I'd be happy to walk you through how to get those Cloud Connect accounts set up. Okay, so Explain Everything Whiteboard app. So just a few things that you can do now with Explain Everything Whiteboard. You can insert a web browser directly into this whiteboard application. So essentially think of, I can do an entire lesson 100% contained in this app without having to flip back and forth between browser buttons and applications and all that kind of stuff. I can now have everything embedded into this application, and it's really, really great to do that. So I can insert a web browser in here. My math people, just be ready to rejoice. You remember when you tried to type math equations into any kind of like, you know, Google Slides or anything like that, but you would have to tell them, okay, pretend it looks like this because the software won't let me type it exactly as it's supposed to look. No more. We have an equation editor that has everything that you want to see in that. And the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to say add media, and I'm going to say new equation. Look at this keyboard, my math people. Look at all this. This is amazing. No more telling them to pretend it looks like this, because it actually does now. So this is a great, great thing for math. Okay, so equation editor, we can now put in a Google image directly from this app. So no more having to go to a Google Chrome, type in, search what your thing is, do, you know, save as, and then insert. No more of that. We directly have a Google image search here. So I would just tap on that, figure out, like type in a Google search, scroll through all the images available to me, tap on the image I want, bam, inserted immediately. I can now do a YouTube search. So you can see the YouTube link is right here. Tap on that, type in what you want to search YouTube for, scroll through your videos, find the one you want, bam, inserted immediately. More math tools like the rulers that you loved, the protractors, all that kind of stuff is still here. Templates. We have so many templates that are created for you guys that are perfect for lessons on the spot that you can just insert and then edit maybe a couple things here and there to make it fit your classroom exactly as needed. But it's really ready to go on the spot templates for you. So if you are wanting to do something like, hey, let's learn how to build sentence stems, we have templates for that for you, just ready to go, that all you need to do is just edit a couple of things to make it perfect for your classroom. But it's ready to go for your class activities. And then we have slides with an infinite canvas. So like as I'm showing you here, I do have slides that you can go back and forth from, but you can also do the same thing that you did with our legacy whiteboard, where you can, you know, zoom into the screen, zoom out on the screen, scroll up, and just keep using one solid canvas and just continue writing infinitely. That feature is still here. So you didn't lose that. We've still got that. Okay. So like I said, make sure that your ActivPanel 9 is updated. The newest firmware update is 2.2. I'm sorry, I needed to fix that, guys. So the newest firmware update is 2.2. But in order to make sure that you have this app, it was released on firmware 2.1. But as long as you are up to date, you will have this available for you, but you will find it when you press the flame icon in the menus, the apps, and then find Explain Everything to launch the Explain Everything Whiteboard app for you, okay? All right, so you have this new toolbar, and I'm going to ask my buddy Jacob to post a link to a PDF that I have created that compares the legacy whiteboard toolbar to the new Explain Everything whiteboard toolbar side by side. So you can kind of get that comparison between the two and see, okay, this is how I use the legacy whiteboard toolbar. How do I do that with this new toolbar? That's going to be a great little reference for you, and he'll post the link for you on that. Just make sure all the links that my friend Jacob's going to post for you guys, you do need to be enrolled in my Schoology group. So if you are not enrolled in the Schoology group, he's also going to post the Schoology group code for you to join. Just make sure you're joining group and not course. So if you try to type that code in and it's saying, hey, this doesn't work, it's probably because you're trying to join a course and not a group. So make sure you're joining a group and type that code in. And then once you are enrolled in my Schoology group, all the links that he's going to share with you will then open up immediately directly into that source that's in my Schoology group. Okay. So we have our file save open icon here with your 3 dots, where if I tap this, I can say I want a brand new one. I can say, let me open something I've created on a different panel, or something I created in the past. Let me open that. I can edit my background directly from here. I can save, or if I've already had this thing saved, but I've made some edits, I can now do save as, and then decide, hey, do I want to make a copy, like a separate copy of the one that I made before, or do I just want to write over my previous copy? I can export it as a PDF. So all these slides that you've got, or all the infinite canvases that you've got, I can export it as a PDF and then upload it to my Schoology classroom for my students to be able to have as a resource. Or I can export it as just an image, like just regular picture, however you want to do that. You can do that as well. You can mess with some settings here. So just a couple of, personalizations, whatever is going to make this a more comfortable use for you. And then Help Center. But if you have any help, if you have any questions or need help with this, please just, send me an email directly. I'm going to be able to get back to you a lot faster and answer that question a lot quicker than going through that. So just let me know if you have any questions. Okay. So the gallery and media, like I showed you with this, there's a lot of different things. We can insert sticky notes, any photos or videos or files that you've already had that's in your Google Drive or your OneDrive. We can just directly pull those into here from that. Clip art, I'll show you some more fun stuff with that. Here's that new browser where we can insert the browser in here. Picture, so if you've got your hover cam connected to your panel, you can use the camera on your hover cam to take a brand new picture or a brand new video with that hover cam and have them inserted onto this whiteboard canvas for you. The equation that I showed you, Google Images, YouTube search. We have Unsplash, which is another type of image searching engine for you. Or if you're like me, this is one of my favorite things, placeholder. If you are creating something and you're saying, hey, I need to put a video or a picture here, I just haven't made that video or taken that picture yet. But if I don't put a placeholder right here, I will absolutely forget to do it or forget to add it. So this is a great thing where I can say placeholder and then put a placeholder for whatever I want it to be. So that way, when I come here next time, I'll see that and be like, oh, yes, need to do that. Almost forgot. So it's a great tool to have with that. The hand select tool. So this is going to look just like that little arrow icon on our legacy whiteboard. This is where you can leave it on that hand tool. You can be able to write with your stylus, erase with your hand, move with your finger without having to select the pen or the eraser or anything else. You'll be able to do all that really quickly. Your pen icon is going to show up there. You can change the density of that, and as well as your highlighter. You've got your ruler, eraser, fill. And let me go back on that. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so yes, so we've got all this stuff, and I'll go into this in a little bit more detail as we go through. So customizing background. So if I go here and I edit background, I now have all of these options to do this. So background color. Now with Legacy Whiteboard, I was using this as an example of, hey, if you have a student that has an IEP or accommodation where they need the colored overlays for anything that they're reading to help them stay on the same foot as everybody else, you can go ahead and switch the background color to whatever their colored overlay needs to be. So that way they're starting off on the same foot as everybody else in the classroom and not already starting off struggling. So you can use this as an opportunity to do that to help them out. But it's also a way to make things a little bit more colorful and fun and friendly. And this is also where you're going to find those background outlines from our legacy whiteboard that you like. So all of our elementary teachers, where you're teaching them the writing skills, you've got that located here. You've got the more condensed writing lines here. You can get them more spread out here. Math teachers, this is where you're going to find your grid paper, where you can have them, practice graphing or the coordinate planes. Music teachers, voila, we've got you taken care of. And if you want to change the colors of the lines, all you have to do is tap on pattern color, and then you can select whatever color you want to change the lines to as opposed to the background. So you can really get customized on this. If you are one of those people that loves having the color wheel to get extra customized, that's right here for you as well. So we've got you taken care of. Okay. So that is how you're going to change your background, and you can save it with that. Now, inserting a file. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say photo, video, or file. And then let me back out to my desktop real quick. And I'm going to say, let me add this PDF, because I know this PDF has several pages, and this is really going to show you how this can help you a lot. So I've got several pages on this PDF. Now I can select to, insert all of these pages, or I can deselect some of these pages that I don't want inserted and just say, I want to insert these. But I can say, do I want them to each have their own slide, or do I want them to be like in a grid layout? And I'm going to say insert on a grid layout. And when I do that, you'll see all those pages on the same slide, just laid out as a grid. So you've got a lot of different options on that. So let me undo so we can see that. Okay, so you can do that with any PDF. You can do that with any PowerPoint, any Word documents. So this is a really great way to show you that you're not having to reinvent the wheel to take full advantage of this Explain Everything whiteboard app. We will use everything that you have already created. We'll just simply pull it over and institute it in this new app so that you can add all the incredible new tools on top of it. And that includes any canvases that you created on our legacy whiteboard, the ones that were saved as .pwb. We'll absolutely pull those over, and they work just the same in this new Explain Everything whiteboard app as they did in the legacy whiteboard app. So we can still use everything and pull those over for you. Okay. All right, so the pen tool. So when I tap on the pen tool, you'll see this little drop-down box show up. If I tap on this dot, it lets you change the density of the writing tool that you want to use. And that has a lot of different uses on that, but you can change the density of the writing tool. I can actually change from a pen to a pencil type of writing, drawing, kind of feel to it. And I remember showing this to an art director a couple of months ago, and as soon as he saw the pencil kind of feel, he lost his mind, because this was a great way that he could show students the difference between the artistic feel of, felt markers versus, coloring with pencils and using that as an art tool. And that's a very valid point. So you can have those two different feels. And if I tap on pencil, I can also change the grain of the pencil writing. So you can even get that customized with it. So there's a ton of stuff you can do, and it's just really, really fun. Now I've got my preset colors here, but let's face it, we're all teachers. We need more colors than this in our life. This is just not going to cut it. So if we want to get more colors, all I have to do is just tap on a color twice. Now I've got some preset extra colors, but then I can do this plus sign and really get fun with what color I want to write with after that. And then I can also change the opacity and how light I want it to be, how dark I want it to be. A lot of stuff that you can work with on that. So a lot of fun. Okay. All right. So I'm going to pause right here, and I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm going to let Michelle provide our attendance code for everybody.
Yes, thank you. The attendance code for room 3, actually, let me change that one. We need the 1 p.m. session. There we go. Should now be on the screen. So we are now looking at the attendance code for room 3's 1 p.m. session. Is on the screen for you to jot down. Remember, later this afternoon, you can submit all your attendance codes for your PD credit. Now, I've been really focusing on listening to the presentation because Explain Everything came out late last semester. So I didn't get to train too much on it, but I would joke around and say that the original whiteboard was like the Toyota, and then this is the Lexus. So having all those extra features on Explain Everything is exciting. Again, we have about 20 more seconds for the attendance code up on the screen. Room 3 at 1 o'clock.
So we had one quick question. Is your Schoology code the same one you've had for your whole time, like last year?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Tessa, take it away.
Wonderful. Okay. So let me bring this screen back up here. All right. Okay, so before I get to the workspaces icon, I wanted to point out that in the past year, before this new Explain Everything whiteboard app came out, I had so many of you guys saying, can we just type in the legacy whiteboard? Can we put text on there? And unfortunately, you couldn't. So what you would have to do is like open a Word document or a Google Doc, type in there, and then just take a snippet or a cutout of that and then paste that into the whiteboard app. But now like I said, everything you were telling me that you wanted to be able to do, we were always sending that on to our product developers and saying, hey, teachers want this, teachers need this. And they are absolutely listening and putting that stuff in. So now you'll see this little T text. You can put text in there now. So if I type on that and then just tap out here to the side, it inserts a text box for me. So I can now type directly onto my slide and insert that text in there. So you can either write with the stylus, or you can type in text. So whichever one you prefer, you can now do, which is a great, great thing. Okay, so with the workspaces, it's going to be this little square icon with the lines on it. I'm going to tap that. So you have a couple of different options. The standard is going to make you everything that you need to help create your lesson and put everything together. So all the really cool tools that you need is going to be available in the standard. If you have created everything and it's all pretty and perfect and you're ready to present, you can tap on presenter mode. And now your toolbar is just going to be reduced down to the things that you need to show your presentation, be able to draw on top of it. But that's about it, because everything that you already needed was already added. Now, if I go to simple, it gets a little bit longer, but there's not everything that our standard toolbar had available for us. And then custom, you can start selecting, I want this, I never use this icon, so I can get rid of that. You can really customize what your toolbar looks like on that. But if you remember on the legacy whiteboard, we were doing a split screen where we were saying that, hey, you can have team A and team B in your classroom and have them all come up to the panel and race against each other. This is where you're going to find that split screen. So if I hit split, you'll see that dashed line going down the center. And now I have the two separate toolbars, one on each side for each team to be able to use. So if you were one of those teachers that loved the split screen, which I know a lot of you really loved it and got a lot of use out of it, which makes me so happy, I can't even tell you, this is where you're going to be able to find that. So you still have it. We haven't lost any capabilities that you had with the legacy whiteboard. We're just adding on top of everything. So now it's just a matter of getting used to where things are located now, which is why we have that toolbar comparison thing for you. Okay, so that's our workspaces. And now moving on to clip art. So I'm going to tap the little image icon with the plus sign, and then I'm going to say clip art. And what that's going to do is open my clip art options for me. And if you look at this bottom bar, I can scroll from side to side. So there's a lot of stuff available for you here in clip art. So if I tap on this, these are the doodles. So like all these, you can just scroll up and down, a lot of options there. You've got people, and there's just a ton of stuff that you can look at. But one of the really fun things that I like about clip art is, so let's say with the legacy whiteboard, if you had a T-chart or a Venn diagram or the graphing coordinate planes that you used several times over and over and over again, and you didn't want to spend that time refinding that image, clip art is how it's going to be easy for you to keep that stuff now. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit this and I'm going to say Google Images. All right. And let's say now I want to find like a mind map that our students can use. So I'm going to type in here mind map, and then I'm going to say search. So all these images are now coming up under my Google search for mind map, and I can scroll through and let's say, you know what, I really like this one. So let's pull this up. So boom, auto inserts Google image right here. But if I know without a doubt that I want to be able to use this image several times a day or several times in a week, but let's face it, if you've ever gone to Google search, found an image, and then 2 days later you go back to Google search trying to find that same image, it's way farther down on the search results because so many new things got added. We don't want you to have to spend all that time trying to find the same thing over and over again through Google search. So I'm going to show you how to make this same image very quick and easy to get over and over again. So I have this image selected. I'm going to tap 3 dots, and then where it says add as clip art, I'm going to tap that. Okay. Now I'm going to go back over here, hit my image icon, tap clip art, and then I'm going to tap the pencil icon. This is going to be my custom set in clip art. Now you'll notice that image is in my clip art custom set. So I'm going to tap on it again. Boom, I've got a second image of that one that I found, and that it will stay there for you to be able to quickly access over and over and over again without you having to go to Google search and try to find that same image by searching it. So, and that works with anything, with images, videos, drawings, literally anything that's on here. All you would have to do is just select it and then do that same process, the 3 dots, add as clip art, and then go to your clip art for your custom, and it will be there available for you to be able to pull in over and over again as many times as you need. Okay, so if I want to get rid of this, I'm just going to tap on it, and then the trash can, tap on it, trash can. Okay, so let me pull in another image from clip art. And let's say we like, let's do this, a little smiley face. Okay, I want to do same image multiple times. So I'm going to tap on this, and then I'm going to say, oh, excuse me, the 3 dots. I'm going to tap the 3 dots, and then it's going to say duplicate. I can say duplicate and then tap off of it. And now I've got the exact same image. So if you find one, but you want to have several sets, you can use duplicate as many times as needed through using that process. Now, if you have an image and you accidentally make it a little crooked, but you want to make it straight, but let's face it, as much as you try to make it perfectly straight with your fingers, it's kind of going to be a little off. Super easy way to fix that. I'm going to hit the lightning strike, and I'm going to say straighten. Boom, straight. I don't have to try to straighten it with my eyes and then it still be a little off kilter when somebody else looks at it and we just start getting annoyed. That's going to help you get it really straight, really fast. Okay, so let me get rid of these images. All right. So inserting a Google image, like I showed you, the image icon, Google Images, searching with anything that you need to search on, bring it in, and then you can add it to whatever you already have in the background. So if you've got the image of like this image right here, we've got a big open field. You can then, for let's say for science classes, if you're trying to build an ecosystem, you can have an image of a big open field and then start putting in images of the animals that that ecosystem would have in it, all right there, and then using that as a way to get students active as coming up and labeling, and are they the primary consumer, secondary consumer, apex predator? That's a really great way to get them up and active with the panel, and they can write on top of it or however you want them to work on that. A lot of things that you can do with those options. Okay, so inserting a YouTube video. Again, coming back to our image icon, I'm going to say YouTube search. And just like with our Google image search, I'm going to tap in the bar. And then let's say respiratory system. Then I'm going to search it. All right, I like this one. So I'm going to tap on this to insert. But when it comes up, there's a whole lot of empty space. There's a whole lot of distracting stuff around my video. And I don't want my kids distracted. I only want them seeing the video right here that I want them to see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a little trick here that's going to get rid of all the extra stuff. I'm going to move my cursor between the T and the U of tube. So between the T and the U of tube, and then I'm going to tap on here, and I'm going to add a hyphen between the T and the U of tube. And then I'm going to say, okay, go again. It's going to say that. That's normal. If I tap out of it and then come back on, say browse, reload my page. Oh, wonder why it's saying that. Give me 1 second. Let's try that again. Do a hyphen. There it goes. Okay. So now once I do that, it's just my video. There's none of this other really distracting stuff for my students. It's just the video. It's just what I want them to focus on. So it's a fun little trick. If you weren't aware, adding a hyphen between the T and the U of tube is going to get rid of all the extra stuff, and it's only going to focus on your video that you want your students to focus on. And let's say, like I said, you're putting your whole entire lesson in this application. I can reduce the size of this, put this over here. I can have my PDF right here. I can have my activity right here. I can have some instructions right here, a different video down here. And then whenever I'm ready to focus on one of those items, all I have to do is just enlarge it, watch the video, we'll talk about it. And then when I'm done and ready to move on to the next thing, I'll just reduce it again and then enlarge the next thing that I'm ready to move on to with my students. Okay. All right. Now the cutout tool. Cutout tool is really, really great. And so this is another one of those things where you do not have to reinvent the wheel. Use the same things you've been using for years. Just bring it into this platform and make it a little bit more digital and make it a little bit more hands-on and interactive for your students. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to a try it out page here. I'm going to go to my image and I'm going to say insert video or file. And I'm going to bring in a file that I've already got. So my desktop here, going to find this. I'm going to tap on this one here. And this is a document that a science teacher let me borrow. So this is something that is being used in the district. And I just want to use this as an example. So typically what they would do is they would have the students cut these papers out, which means they've got to make ungodly amounts of copies of this for each student. Each student's got to have scissors, and now you're going to have paper scraps everywhere all over the floor. Kids are going to tear the paper. Now you got to give them another one. It can just be a nightmare. And let's face it, no matter what grade level, if they're using scissors, chances are somebody's hair is going to get cut or somebody's backpack's going to get cut or just whatever. And we just want to avoid that. So what I'm going to do is I'm not even going to bring in this paper that uses arrows. I'm going to get rid of that. But these other ones I am going to use. So I'm going to insert those 2 pages. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to tap on this. and I'm gonna ungroup here. So I'm gonna unlock so that I can move it. And then I'm gonna use my cutout tool here, the little box with the scissor icon. I'm gonna tap the top corner and drag over this. And notice how it cuts that out and makes it its own individual piece. So now we've got cards that the students can cut out and maneuver around the screen as needed. So you can do that to each one of these. And then I'm also going to do an insert figure here. And I've got a couple of options. I can do triangles, I can do quadrangles, I can do stars, circles, and arrows. I'm going to use these arrows instead of the arrows that came with this worksheet. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drag and create an arrow. And now I can kind of customize how thick I want that arrow to be. And if I'm making a food chain, I can now use this cutout tool to cut out the different organisms and then duplicate these arrows, as many as I need, to have them have these arrows and these pictures to create a food web or a food chain with these items. So this is the exact same thing that you would have been doing in class for years and years now. You've just put it on this digital format. So this is like saving money with the printing of paper, ink for the printers and the copiers, and not having to hand out scissors, not having to deal with the paper scraps on the floor all day, every day. But now this is going to get the kids up and moving the animals and the organisms on the board, moving the arrows. They can talk to each other about, hey, move the arrow over here. Let's connect these two instead of these two because of this, and have them use their notes or their resources so that they are guiding each other and they're doing this together. And you're more just listening for those misconceptions and able to correct them. If there's any, incorrect information shared, we can say, hey, let's think about it this way instead of this way. So it's just a whole new way to do the exact same thing. You're not reinventing the wheel. We're just making it a little bit more digital. And then once you've got it made here, all you've got to do is just make copies of this for each class period, or make a copy and name it original, don't mess with. And that way you've got that blank copy to go for every single year from here on out, not having to redo this. It's a one-time setup, and then boom, you've got it from then on out. Okay.
Tessa, can you
Yes.
show how to use the cutout tool one more time, please?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So the cutout tool is going to be this little square icon with the little dash marks with the scissors. I'm going to tap on that. And then I'm going to come over here and I'm going to touch the top corner of one of the organisms and drag until I've got that highlighted, and then it just pulls it out for you. Okay. And if you really want to get fancy with the cutout tool, what you can do is I'm going to tap on it and then tap on it again. You've got other types. So you can do this, that's kind of more of a circle type where you can draw it around there. And then you've also got, I just went blank on the name, the little pin looking blades. I just drew a blank. If you asked me any other day, I could tell you the name of those. But yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about. You can tap on this and you basically got that exact same feature with that, where you can just hand draw and hand cut out what you want. So it doesn't have to be a square, but just leaving it on this first one makes it a real simple draw, drag. You've got a rectangle or a square cut out, but you can get very fancy, very customized with that cutout tool as well. Okay. All right. Okay, so here is the group code for my Schoology group, just in case you haven't joined yet. Make sure you're joining group, not course. We do have Learn Promethean, the official Promethean website that has a lot of videos. Just be aware they're very general, that shows everything that's going on, and it's not really customized to how Sci-Fair functions. So while this is a great resource, I do encourage you to go browse through my Schoology group that's more customized to Sci-Fair and how Sci-Fair works. And then also just emailing me at any time with questions, and I can help make sure that it's very directed towards how Sci-Fair is using all of these products. But I also wanted to open up this opportunity for any questions. And even if you were in my previous session, any questions that you still had from that as well. What do you got for me?
We have one question. How do we
Sure.
share lessons with other teachers using their panels?
Perfect. Okay, so this is where you having your custom Promethean account created comes in handy. And then also having either your Google Drive or your OneDrive or both, if you want both connected, connected through your Cloud Connect to your Promethean account. So I'm actually going to show you how this would work. I'm going to hit my 3 dots and I'm going to say save as. And you'll see that I have 2 different Google Drives and then one OneDrive connected. You can have up to 4 different drives connected to your account. So I'm going to save this and I'm going to say share with teachers. I'm going to say that's the name of my document and I'm going to save it as that inside my Sci-Fair ISD Google Drive. And I'm going to save it there. Now I can go directly to my teacher computer, sit down in my comfy chair, and pull up my Google Drive, find this, and it's going to say share with teachers .explain. Like the legacy whiteboard used to say .pwb. This is going to say .explain. And then directly from your laptop in your Google Drive, now all you have to do is do the same thing that you always did, which is do that right click and share. And you can share the link or you can make a copy and then share to your teachers. It's just however your team works best. But in that same idea for creating things and then sharing it to your teachers, one great thing that I thought of is if you want to, on your PD planning days or in your planning periods where you guys are creating materials together as a team, if everybody wants to pull their really nice, comfy teacher chairs into the classroom, you can connect the wireless keyboard to the panel with that little USB fob. Sit back in your comfy teacher chair, use that keyboard to create entirely from here. And then if you all agree, hey, this is a great resource, save and then share that to everybody from there so that everybody's just using off that same resource. Okay.
Perfect. Lots of information there, Tessa.
Love
Thank you so much
this.
for sharing.
Yes.
Jacob, do you want to break in with any more questions? I saw someone's asking for a user manual. I mean, just like any electronic, if you go to Promethean World, you'll find user manuals. If you're looking for that type of manual, just like the basic functions of them for sure. But
and I
like
also do have a PDF of a quick start guide of the AP9 and for the Explain Everything whiteboard. I have PDFs of both of those on my Schoology site as well.
Yeah. And like I say, with our sessions, there's a lot of information, but a lot of times you just have to be physically in front. Don't be afraid of poking around, and that's how we learn, right?
Yes.
You're not going to break it. So just poke around and play with it and explore, and then you'll get used to a lot of the features. Another thing I say is fingerprints are evidence of learning. I got that from an instructional support teacher in one of my elementaries, and I loved it. So yes, you can use it up on the panel, but think about making a lesson or a mini lesson on this whiteboard on Explain Everything, and that's going to be a station. So that way that learning is up and vertical and visual, and you're seen as you're working your way around room. There's groups of students independently working. There's groups of students using some type of manipulative that's obviously to your content, and then you have a station up at the panel. So think about it as another area in your classroom, not just for you to teach off of, but for the students to come up to as well.
Absolutely. And like I said last time, if you're listening to all of this and you're just like, hey, that's great, but I just don't know how that would qualify for me in my classroom, please let me know. I'd love to come sit down with you. And I would just say, hey, what does a normal lesson look like for you? And you just tell me what you typically do. And I can show you very simple, easy steps to take what you've always done and easily convert it into these new things and make it easier for you.
Yeah, no, we get it. Today's sessions on DLC, there is stopgap. Learning about the board is definitely hands-on in person. We mentioned it on the chat that, Hurricane Beryl knocked out a week's worth of face-to-face PD that we had. And so this is not really meant for this is all we're going to give you. Good luck. No, not at all. You have support. It's just a matter of, hey, this is an introduction. Then once you get into your classroom and things kind of settle, then we can schedule and get you in and more hands-on for sure.
Absolutely. I'm here for you guys. Please reach out. I'd be happy to help you with anything you need.
Yes, thank you so much for this afternoon, Tessa, and thank you for helping mod on the chat, Jacob. We appreciate you guys so much.
Thank you so much. We're happy to be here.
Yes. All right, we're going to go ahead and do a quick commercial break, but at the top of the hour at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock, we're going to wrap our day here in room 3 with Canva. So a lot of student engagements, making them move on from consumers to creators. So hopefully you can check out Amy DeLair for those 2 hours. See you back here in a few. Welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon, educators. You've made it to the last 2 hours of day 2. You guys are also amazing. My name is Michelle Aguilar, your DLC Room 3 host, and I am wrapping up my time with the EdTech team, but I'm transitioning over to support LOTE, which is our languages other than English teachers. So if I have any LOTE teachers, say hi in the chat, and I will see you for August PD. Sometime during the session, we'll take a quick hydration break and share the attendance code on the screen, and you will submit for credit all in one form at the end of the day. Now, our forms open up at 3, but we do have our session at 3, so you don't have to start submitting right away. It is also open all the way through midnight. So if you had things to do in the morning, you're going to rewatch some things, that is available all the way through midnight as well. Over on the chat, we have our moderator, James Brown. He's an educator from Bridgeland High School, and he's going to be facilitating the chat room. We're going to be dropping helpful links in there throughout the session. So right now, coming up at 2, we have Miss Amy DeLair, and she's presenting Lights Canva Action, Create Captivating Videos in Canva for Education. So Amy DeLair is what I call a friend of our district. So when Canva really started ramping up in their education space, she was the one that really helped us understand a lot of the back end and then training us up. So we appreciate her friendship with our team here at EdTech. She has over a decade of experience in public education. She's passionate about social emotional learning, student voice and choice, and finding effective ways to integrate technology into the classroom and the larger school community. Currently, she's based out of San Diego, California, where she's become an amateur sunset photographer. Welcome back, Amy.
Hi there, Michelle. Thank you so much for the introduction. Yes. And James, thank you for your help during today's session, moderating the chat. Thank you all so much for joining. I am so excited to talk about Canva's video editor within Canva for Education. We're going to go through how you can get started creating videos. I'm going to do a quick video demo, and then I want to talk through how you and your students can use video creation and editing in the classroom. So without further ado, y'all, let's go ahead and dive in to Lights Canva Action. As Michelle mentioned, I am recently, well, I guess maybe 4 years now, have moved to the West Coast, where I became obsessed with trying to capture the sunset as often as possible. So in honor of Michelle's little intro for me, I wanted to share a few of my favorite sunset captures that I've gathered over the past couple of years. But previously I taught elementary school kind of all over the US. If you are active on social media, I would love to connect with you there. Myself and my team of the Canva Learning Consultants love sharing Canva tips and tricks. We love talking about newly released features, upcoming webinars and events and design challenges we're hosting. So again, if you are active, please connect with me on social media and we can share all the Canva love back and forth. So without further ado, we're going to do a quick overview of Canva and then a video overview. We're also going to talk about ways to use video in your classroom and with your students. And we'll do a quick video demo if you want to follow along with me. And we will make sure to wrap up to have some time for Q&A, as well as stopping in the middle for that attendance code. So y'all, let's hop in. Canva for Education is truly just just an incredible platform when you're looking to create visual communications. And today our session specifically is going to focus on Canva's video editor. So we're going to go through how you can record yourself in Canva and also edit up those videos right within our Canva video editor. Now, Canva for Education is 100% free for K-12 schools and districts across the globe because we believe education is a human right, and we want to empower everyone to create, collaborate, and communicate in the classroom and beyond. We're going to go through Canva's template library this afternoon, kind of showing you how you can search and filter and find different video templates. We have education-specific video templates, as well as some non-education specific video templates that you could still easily edit up and use in your classroom. We just like to reiterate and really... Oh, Michelle, thank you. I'm realizing, you know, it's perhaps one of those days today.
A few of us were like, we're waiting for the sunset pictures.
Oh my goodness. Okay, just for that, and thank you for being so gracious and kind. Even though I do this all of the time, sometimes we all know mistakes happen and stuff comes up on the fly. So let me go back really quick. Here's some of my favorite sunset captures, and then we'll go into our next little bit here. So both of those, I really like the sunsets that have those clouds because I feel like the light reflects and kind of changes color and morphs as the sun continues to go down, but I know it's not really the sun going down, it's more of the earth rotating. So anyways, thank you, Michelle, for your kind call out there. But I'm Amy. I've been talking about Canva without showing any slides, but that's okay, because essentially all you need to know is that Canva, when we allow our students to get into Canva and create, students are practicing lifelong skills and really kind of empowering them to become the creators and sharers of that new information in the classroom. Michelle mentioned that Sci-Fair is one of our incredible Canva for Education districts. However, if you are joining today's session live and you do not have Canva for Education for your school community or school district, please scan the QR code. We can also put a quick link into the YouTube chat so that you can kind of fill out this form, and one of my colleagues who does incredible things on the back end can help you set that up. If you are looking to kind of follow along and you already have your Canva for Education account, just wanted to make sure that when you're logging in, you are logging in with your K-12 school email in order to access all of the Canva Pro and educational templates for free. All right, y'all, so let's hop into a quick video overview. Thank goodness I'm now sharing my slides so you can read this along with me. But let's go ahead and kind of frame our conversation. Like, why are we even spending this time this afternoon talking about creating videos in the classroom? Well, it's because 90% of information transmitted to the brain is visual, and visuals are processed 60,000 times faster in the brain than text. People retain 80% of what they see and only 20% of what they read. So again, I just think it's really important to kind of bring this up so that we're talking about creating ways, modes, avenues for students to access material, okay? And so by being committed, and major kudos to all of you for showing up today and being willing to learn more about Canva's video editor. You need to give yourself credit for being committed to providing equitable access to information for students in your classroom. So by accompanying, you know, the text that you're reading with a video, that is going to reinforce that student understanding and allow as many students as possible to access that information. So again, just kind of putting our session into context and why it's so important. So I just want to share a few key features of Canva's video editor. And then I will be kind of demoing and going through this, and y'all can follow along with me. But one of my favorite things is when you're within Canva's video editor, it's super easy to just kind of drag and drop, bring in different video clips, either ones you've uploaded or videos from Canva's element library. And then you can rearrange, we call them scenes in our video editor, to make sure the flow of your video is exactly how you want it. We also now have background remover in video. So you and students could hypothetically record yourself in Canva. And again, I'll show you how to do all of this. Or you could remove the video of anything that maybe you have from your phone, or even a video from Canva's element library, so that then you could place that video on top of any sort of background that you can imagine. As I mentioned, you and students can record yourself in Canva's recording studio. And you can also now create custom animations in Canva, so that all of your different video elements are moving exactly how you kind of pictured it in your head when you were looking to create this visual video. We'll also get to play a little bit with Canva's Beat Sync, which is going to use a little bit of AI and any sort of musical track that you add to your video to kind of sync those animations and movements with the sound of the beat. And lastly, any video that you record in Canva now comes with automated captions. So I'll show you how to find those. Again, thinking about creating a video that's accessible as possible for our students. Lastly, I just like to point out that any video that you create in Canva, or any Canva creation for that matter, can magically be resized. So say, for instance, you're creating a video that you want to share with your students in kind of this larger, more landscape format. However, when you go to share it with families, you realize that most families are probably going to access this video on their mobile device. And so you can easily take that same exact video, have Canva magically resize it to that mobile video format so that families get the best viewing experience. And again, when we're thinking about creating video in Canva, y'all can import your own media, so photos, videos, super easy animations, one-click video effects. You can turn your videos into fun GIFs or GIFs, however you prefer to say it, and background remover. So there's tons of elements within Canva's element library: photos, graphics, videos, audio files, sound effects, you name it. And lastly, we just like to point out that when you're creating videos in Canva, if your students share you on their video, you would be able to see their video creation in real time and leave comments. You can also leave fun reactions and kind of emojis, and students can collaborate, or you can make a whole class video. Within Canva, our platform allows up to 50 live collaborators in the video at once. So I'm going to continue on and just go over really quickly how you can begin to find videos in Canva. Again, we will share the slides, but just kind of want to demo a few things so you all can see this from your perspective of how to get started from the Canva homepage. So really, there's kind of three main ways I want to go over getting started. First is when you are on your Canva homepage, you can select this video icon here. It's kind of the light purple circle, and that's going to take you into kind of like a quick shortcut of getting started. So you can see across the top, when I hover over these different video formats, you're going to see the size in pixels down here kind of appear so that you know exactly the size of the video that you would be creating. The other thing I want to say about some of these video sizes is please don't be turned off by some of these names that are perhaps named after social media platforms. The reason I say that is because any video can just live as a video file within the Canva editor. You or students never have to post to said social media platform like TikTok or Instagram. However, it could be a really awesome way for students to practice some real world skills when it comes to kind of branding and creating. So let me give you a quick for instance. If you had your students create some sort of invention, maybe you're doing an invention convention or a unit, and part of the final invention was creating some sort of ad for that invention where students get to talk about the name of their invention, what problem it solves, how it's helping the world and other people in their community. And you allow students to make a YouTube ad video for that. So again, it's giving students access to creating in a way that's authentic, where they're really practicing those real world skills. So again, all of these video formats never have to be pushed to any of these social media platforms. They are just different templates that they'll have access to in different sizes and that sort of thing. As you scroll down, you're going to see some suggestions based on things that you've created in the past, as well as newly released video templates. So that's the first way to get started. The second way to get started is by just putting your cursor at the top of the Canva homepage and typing in what type of video you might want to create. So maybe I'm going to do a Meet the Teacher video at the beginning to get ready for the beginning of the school year. Once I type that in, I'll just want to make sure that I'm selecting Canva templates, and then I'll hit enter. From here, you're going to see all of your search results appear, which is fantastic. There's over 100,000 different video templates, which is just great. But you can use this all filters button here to kind of sort and filter down. So you don't have to scroll through over 100,000 different video templates. So maybe I want to say graphic design style. I want something minimalist and simple. You could also filter down by theme, grade level, subject area, lots of options. I'm just going to hit apply, see what comes up. Ooh, this is kind of fun. It's kind of like a back to school retro. Meet the Teacher here. So once I click on any template, it's going to pop open in this larger kind of preview window where I can see each page of the video. And if I don't like this one per se, I can scroll down and see the 25 closest templates to the one that I'm currently previewing. So I kind of like this one. I'll hit customize this template, and now it's going to take me into the Canva editor. So again, that's the second way to get started searching for Canva video templates, is to just search from the Canva homepage, play around with search terms, keywords, as well as those filters to kind of narrow it down. The last way that I want to show you to get started with videos that I feel like not everybody knows about is that you can take any presentation in Canva and in one button, switch it to a video. So say for instance, I don't really like any of the Meet the Teacher video templates. So instead I say, give me a Meet the Teacher presentation. So here I have a presentation. It's telling me it has about 10 slides in the presentation. I know that it's not a video in Canva because in the bottom left corner, if it was a video, you could see this play button here telling you that it's a video. So I can preview this one, see each page, and then essentially, remember, this is a presentation. It's not a video template. But when I open it up in the Canva editor, in one button, once this loads here, thank you for your patience. By hitting this duration button at the bottom left of your footer in the Canva editor, by hitting duration, it's going to turn each one of these slides instead into a video scene. I now know it's a video because I'm going to see my play button at the bottom left of my ticker bar across the bottom are my timeline. I have a playhead that I can move back and forth between the different scenes. And in the bottom left of each scene, it's telling me how long that scene is going to play for as a part of my video. You can also take any video and make it a presentation. So just keep that in mind. You can always start from a video, hit that duration button, and turn it back into a presentation. So those are the three main ways to get started. But before I go into our video creation challenge, I do want to take a moment and pause for attendance. So I'm going to throw it back to Michelle to hop in for our attendance time.
All right, perfect. We have up on the screen, room 3's 2 o'clock attendance code. You kind of caught me, Amy. I was answering a question about text and the fill on it, and but I'll finish answering it there in the text, in the chat.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Didn't mean to catch you off guard.
It's quite all right. Again, on the screen, you have the attendance code for our room 3 2 p.m. session. It'll be up for about 30 more seconds. I think everyone's just following along. We have put on your presentation link, and we're ready to see how you begin from a template and customize it and turn it into a video. But my mind's already been churning because I loved that you let everyone know that now is a new feature that within video you can remove background. And so it kind of eliminates the need for a green screen. So that's really cool.
Super cool. And I'll demo that in the next little bit, right after we're done with our attendance break.
Yeah. All right, about 15 more seconds. The attendance code is up on the screen for our 2 p.m. session here in room 3. And we'll go back to all things Canva. Thank you, Amy.
Of course. Thanks so much, Michelle, for hopping in. All right. All right, y'all, so we're gonna hop into a little video challenge that I've created for myself. Just try to stay on time today. So my challenge is going to be, can I make this Meet the Teacher video and customize it? I'm not gonna be able to do every single scene here, but can I customize this and make it kind of my own in 5 minutes or less and show you all of kind of our video editing features. So again, you are more than welcome to watch. If you want to go into our 5-minute video creation challenge, you are welcome to do so. But let's go ahead and see. Okay, for me, it's 12:21. So I know some of y'all are actually joining from all over, actually. So we'll try to finish in about 5 minutes here, but let's go ahead and dive in. So the first thing I like to tell folks is please change the name of your Canva creation. It's going to save automatically, but it's going to be this random template name. So I'm going to call it Meet the Video 2024 Ms. DeLair. Okay, from here, remember, you can really easily drag and drop any one of these scenes going across our bottom timeline here. However, I'm going to keep this one at the beginning. From here, I can also potentially add in any sort of page by hovering my cursor in between any scenes. I could add in a blank page. I could even go back into my design tab and add in a page from another Meet the Teacher design. So maybe I kind of like this one instead. So all I did was, again, add a blank new page, go to my design tab, and I can search in my templates and find anything I might want to add to my current video creation. Now, you're going to be able to tell, though, from this page to this page, and now this page, or scene, I should say, that these are from different templates, but that's okay. We can go into the Design tab, select Styles. Oops, I need to clear that out, and scroll down to see different color palettes where I can kind of change this not only to fit my personality and preferred kind of like color scheme here, but so that all of my pages are going to look cohesive when I play my video. So perhaps I kind of like these teal and kind of pink and blue color options. I can hit these arrows again and remix this to see a different variety of dominant versus supporting colors in this color palette. So maybe I like this. I'll hit apply to all pages across the bottom. And you can see here, now everything's looking a bit more cohesive as well as personalized to me as the teacher. I can also, within the Styles tab, change the font sets. So again, all I'm going to say about fonts is please think critically to ensure that the fonts that you're using in your videos actually aid and help your students access material rather than make it more challenging for them to read what you are trying to create. So now I've selected this font set. I like it. I'm going to apply it across the whole design. Maybe I'm going to move one scene from the next. So now I have my back to school, meet the teacher. And my next page where I'm going to introduce myself. In addition to being able to hover in between any two pages and add pages, you can also add transitions. So by selecting this bottom circle in between these two scenes, I can add a transition here. So maybe I want this to dissolve from one page to the next. I can select how long I want that transition to last. And then you can see a little bit of this particular scene, as well as scene number 2, kind of purpled out, where it's showing you where that transition will take place. So now I can bring my playhead right here, hit the play button, and see what it looks like from one scene to the next. Now, this is a great picture, but that's not me, so I'm going to delete that. I could also obviously click in here and change this to Ms. DeLair. And I could go into either my uploads and upload a photo of myself. So again, left-hand sidebar uploads, or this is where I could potentially go in and record myself, maybe welcoming families and students into my classroom. So for the sake of going into the recording studio, I want to select this one to demo with you all. I'm going to turn off my Zoom camera so that my computer will hopefully pick up over here. I do want to point out that, there we go. I do want to point out that you can record your camera and screen, or just screen record in Canva. For this particular demo, I'm going to do my camera. I'm going to hit record. It's going to give me a countdown. Hi families, my name is Ms. DeLair and I will be your science teacher this year. Can't wait for an awesome school year. You'll hit done and then save and exit in the top right. Now, Canva. Hi families, my name is Ms. DeLair and I will, Canva's gonna take a minute to upload this, and just keep in mind, oops, let me turn this camera back on. Keep in mind, it's going to be saved here forever and ever. So if you delete it by accident, no worries, it will always be here. Now, a few things about the recording studio. I know sometimes folks are like, Amy, I want to record myself, but I'm not quote unquote camera ready. So you have a couple of options here. You could potentially just select this video that comes out in a circle frame in the bottom left and bring your transparency all the way down. So transparency is that checkered flag button. Bring it all the way down so that your audio file is still there, but nobody can see your video. Hi families, my name is Ms. DeLair. So there you go. Another really fun option is that, again, I mentioned all videos that you record in Canva now come with automatic captions. The captions will come out in the language that you speak. So just kind of wanted to show you all how to find those automatic captions. You can click again on this video, click these 3 horizontal dots, and you should be able to scroll all the way down to show captions. Now it's going to take a minute to load. A few things about the captions, you can't edit them yet. So we'll see how it does on my last name. Sometimes it makes up some interesting spellings. But let's go ahead and press play and see if those captions have loaded. Hi families, my name is Ms. DeLair and I will be your science. So it messed up my last name, but again, it is a way for students to access information, especially if you're going through procedures, directions, that sort of stuff. Students can auditorily listen as well as be able to visually see the text as you're speaking. Now, a few more things that I want to show you about this video that are kind of new. Any video that you record in Canva now, also you have the option to extract the audio file. So that is super new. Before, in the past, audio files were always tagged or, tied to video files in Canva. But now you have the ability to extract it, which is really cool if you're making like a podcast and you record yourself and want to add in some fun intro music at the beginning. So that could be a really great way to play around with some audio tracks and editing in Canva. The other thing I want to show you is that you can always take this video that you record out of this circle frame in the bottom left by detaching it. So you can see here, I do not have some sort of fancy green screen like Michelle was talking about and mentioning, but I can now remove my background and you can see I actually have things right behind me. So by detaching this video and clicking on the video in the scene, I can come up to edit and now hit BG remover and give Canva a second and it will remove the background. The only thing I want to say about background remover in video is right now the video limit to the time limit of a video to remove the background is 90 seconds. We do anticipate that that time will continue to grow. But if a student is doing like a report in front of some historical landmark or whatever that may be, they have to record themselves in kind of like 90-minute chunks. And then they could string them together in different scenes of a video to make it look seamless and sequential for their particular news report that they're facilitating. So now I have this video background removed. And again, I don't have some fancy green screen that I'm hiding from you all. You saw what was right behind me. And Canva does a pretty good job of taking that out. So let's play it. Hi families, my name is Ms. DeLair and I will be your science teacher this year. So again, just kind of wanted to show you some of the features within Canva to be able to customize your videos. James, thanks for putting a question here. Yes. Okay, so the question is, can I make an instructional video where I can show my screen with a small window that shows me explaining what's on the screen? Yes, you have options. What I would do for that is I would just, from my Canva homepage, let me go back to my Canva homepage. I would just open up a blank video template. So just selecting video and blank video template here. And then from here, I would go straight into my Uploads tab once this loads. And I would go into Record Yourself. and I would select camera and screen. So that would allow you to still have your picture as you're kind of annotating and walking students through this particular math problem. And then if you select Canva and screen, it's going to allow you to either pick the tab that you're currently on or a whole different tab where maybe you have that math problem displayed, and it will record it all into this open and blank video document that you have in Canva. Awesome question. Thank you so much for thinking about use case scenarios in your classroom. So a few more things I want to show you all really quickly before we talk about video usage in the classroom and ensure, Michelle, I'm trying my best to stay on time today so that we have time to answer questions. So let me go back to this Meet the Teacher kind of title page or title scene, I guess you might say, in Canva. Maybe I want to delete some of these. I mean, they're kind of fun and they go with the retro vibe, but maybe I want to make them a little bit more personal to me. So I'm going to delete this icon here just by clicking on it and hitting this trash can. I'm going to go into Canva's element library, and y'all know a little bit about me. So maybe I'm going to look for a fun sunset, maybe a graphic. Maybe I want to be more specific. Sunset over the ocean. Ah, there we go. So maybe I like this. And I'm also going to bring in a graphic of a, black cat to talk about my cat instead of this heart here. Okay, so what I want to show you next is that you can animate anything in Canva and add a custom animation to it. So here I have my black cat. Maybe I'm going to offset it a little bit by hitting this circle with these arrows so it's a little bit tilted. And then from here, as long as I have that element clicked on and highlighted, I can go up to my animate button here and create a custom animation. So that's this bumblebee button here. Let me close my sidebar so I have a little bit more space. So now I can pick up this cat and I can have it move through this particular title scene here. I could have it be smoothed out. Canva's going to help me make look good, make it more steady. I could speed it up or even orient it to the path. So lots of fun options here. One other thing I want to show you is that if y'all notice, this particular element goes behind the text. If you don't like that, you can always let me save this and say done. I can always click on any element, go up to my position menu, and then click show layers, and I can bring the black cat all the way to the top so that now when I play this, my black cat will go over everything, including the text. Hi families, my name. Okay, so you can kind of see there custom animation. Now we've got a transition, that dissolve transition into my next scene of my video where I've recorded myself, removed my background. So there's lots of really fun things that you can do in Canva in order to be able to customize this. I will say, once you remove the background of this, I have to go back again to those 3 dots and have Canva show captions. I don't know why it takes them away, but I just want to be clear about that so that, here, let's play this now. Hi families, my name is Ms. DeLair, and interesting, I wonder where my captions are. Hi families, my name is, okay. So just kind of wanted to, that's like a little glitch of the system. If you say show captions, then remove the background, you have to say show captions again. And so remember, you can take any of these videos that you create, magically resize them. Maybe I want to turn this into a mobile video. so that my parents can access this as well on their mobile device. I can hit copy and resize or potentially resize this whole video. I want to copy and resize because I want the original horizontal or landscape copy to play in my hypothetical classroom. I'll hit open mobile video, and now I've got the same video, all of the scenes, all of the animations, but now in a friendlier mobile format for families to be able to access when I share with them on their phone. Sometimes a few elements get like a little, I guess, quirky, out of place here. So you might have to move a few things around. But for the most part, it does a pretty good job of transitioning from one format to the other. Okay, two more things I want to show you, and then we are going to go into use case scenarios and wrap up for questions. I mentioned that beat sync option, but before I show you that, I want to show you, I showed you how to create custom animations, but I want to show you how you can use some AI to potentially have Canva animate all of your things. So you don't have to go element by element and scene by scene to animate things. So let me kind of show you what I'm talking about. You can click on any page within your Canva editor. You know that your page is clicked on and highlighted because you're going to see this purple outline go all the way around the page. If I have just one element clicked on and highlighted, it's only going to have that outline around that particular element. So again, I want to click on the whole page and have that whole page be highlighted. Once I have the page highlighted, I'll go up to the animate button. And we now have a magic animate feature here. So again, you could hand animate all of these different elements, the text, the photos, the graphics, you name it. But you could have Canva use some AI and magically animate as well. So it's going to analyze all of the different text boxes, elements that you have on all of the different scenes of your video. It's going to recommend an animation style. If you don't like the recommended one, remember you can always just hover over any of these other suggested options. I kind of like this playful one though. So I can select it, and now my design across every single scene and all of the elements in the scene have magically been animated. So let me show you what I mean. I can bring my playhead to the beginning, hit play, and all of this, all of the text was animated, all of the elements were animated. Hi families, my name is Ms. And again, my video is still there, but all of these different elements were animated and I didn't have to do it each one by hand. So just kind of wanted to show you that as another AI tool in Canva's tool belt when you're creating. But let's go ahead and find a quick audio track. So I'm going to go up to my Elements tab, type in, oh, happy upbeat pop instrumental. Let's see. I do need to toggle over to the audio category. And I can click on any track here that had lyrics, so maybe I don't necessarily want that. But maybe this will be a good background soundtrack. Okay. This is a little, maybe not my style, but we'll go for this one. And all you do is kind of drag it down to cover all of the different scenes in your video. From here, I can click on the audio track and highlight it. And do you see how now at the top horizontal toolbar, it says beat sync? And I'll say, yes, Canva, please make me look like an awesome video creator and sync those animations you already helped me with to the beats of this song so I don't have to do it by hand. So it has synced up. So let's bring it to our playhead to the front. Hi families, my name is Ms. DeLair. So you can see how the animations are likely timed as best as they can to the different beats of that musical track. So I totally failed on my 5-minute video challenge. However, I do have a pretty good Meet the Teacher video started. So again, I really encourage you all just to hop into Canva's video editor, start clicking, playing around. You really can't mess things up in Canva as you're playing and creating. If you ever do something you don't like, you can always hit this back arrow on your header bar or Control Z as in zebra if you like keyboard shortcuts. So before we pause for questions, I just wanted to highlight a few ways that you can use video in your instructional practice, and then just a few student examples as well. So if you're ever looking
Introduction to kinetic energy, episode
if you're ever
1.
looking for
What is kinetic energy?
some ideas, this is a mobile video. Again, I know the sound's kind of soft here, but kind of walking students through like a learning bite of information that they can refer to again and again and again when they need to, when they want a refresher, when they are reviewing. So this could be a really powerful way to allow students to access information at a time that works for them when they need that support. Again, this is just like a mobile video. It's just like a TikTok video, so 60 seconds or less, where you're talking about what is XYZ in your classroom. This one is kinetic energy to, again, support all students. I really like this example as well because this is an explainer video, but it's kind of explaining a group project. So essentially, this teacher didn't record anything. It's just different slides or scenes that are then animated. They put a little fun musical track behind. But now students can stop and pause this explainer video for this final project and access the information. It frees you up to go around the classroom and actually be able to kind of check in with groups because you don't have to answer the same question 52 times. So just thinking about ways to kind of use video in your classroom so that you can spend as much time as possible interacting and collaborating with students. It also could be really cool to give video feedback to your students so that if students can access that feedback by listening to you rather than reading your feedback. And then there's tons of other ways here. I don't have time to dive into everything, but please go ahead and kind of check those out. Another quick way I want to mention about using our recording studio is it's an incredible way to allow for student voice and choice when it comes to student reflections. So students can type their reflection, they can draw or ink their reflection in Canva, they could bring in photos, emojis, graphics into the reflection, and they can record themselves. So again, allowing students, they can do all of that in the same document in Canva. They don't have to go to separate platforms. And then they just embed that reflection video right on into that reflection. You can very easily just take photos of what's going on in your classroom and animate them into a video. And then lastly, I'm just gonna wrap up here with some
brown bears.
Oops. Student video options here. So I'll play this one real quick.
Wonderful Secret by Caroline Castle and Tina McNaughton. Official trailer with 2.7 million views.
Okay, so you're gonna have to
Brown bears.
read the book yourself to find out if Brown Bear's secret was true. So I love how you're allowing students to show what they know about a particular book, and give some clues and try to entice or persuade their classmates to read it, but not give so much information that they give the whole story away. So again, there's tons of other student video project examples here. Before we wrap up, I just want to point out two other resources at the end of our slides. please check out our educator teacher resource site. There's a QR code here, but we can also put the link into the chat. There's teacher tutorials if you want more help making your own video. We have design playbooks and student-facing resources as well. And then lastly, I just want to plug that we recently launched last month, actually, our official teacher certification course. So again, you can access that via the QR code on the slide. We can also put that link into the chat. But Michelle, I want to pass it back to you in case we have any questions before we wrap up this session this afternoon.
Yeah, just a few questions. Really, everyone wants a little bit more of a step-by-step tutorial. And I guess the way to do it is just to start small. So as I was listening to you and how to use it in your classroom, I would think about how, the first few days of school, you're explaining to your students, this is where we turn things in, this is where you pick up supplies, all that happens. But what happens a few weeks or months into the school year, you get a new student and there isn't any opportunity to tell them all that. So even if you're going around taking pictures and then using that great background remover for your video, you can then just record yourself and then put those pictures in the background. Oh, this is your turn-in tray. This is where this goes. Or also, here's a great idea too, our Schoology courses, especially those in secondary, they are juggling 7 different Schoology courses. Each teacher sets them up in a different way. So you can use that screencast feature and show them how your course is set up, but then make it fun, right? By adding all these fun elements and animation that Canva has. So just start super simple. Even if it's not with the template, start super simple and then just add a few elements at a time. So all those features that Amy said, like when you're a beginner, you're not going to layer animation and also music and beat sync and all, like you work your way up to something like that. But it's cool that all those features are there.
Thank you so much, Michelle. I love those real world classroom applications. Thank you so much for bringing those ideas in. Super powerful. And again, yes, please start small. Even when you're thinking about student video projects, they could make a soundless GIF that's 10 seconds long, showing what they know about XYZ topic that you had them research. They're still being able to practice creating graphic design, layout, animations, but it's 10 seconds. So it's not a super overwhelming video project. And that could be a great place for teachers to start too. Just make some GIFs and connect with your students.
Willing, if you're willing to jump in and try, then you're more willing to assign those opportunities and give those opportunities for those students to create, because you know what happens? They come and ask you the questions on how to do it. So a lot of teachers are just apprehensive to even try a new tool because they're going to ask me how to do it, and I don't know. So you be the guinea pig, and then you'll see how it's pretty intuitive. And it's just about layering things. It doesn't have to have all the bells and whistles in it. You can start really simple and really small.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions that we got? A lot of thank yous. It was amazing. Lots of great information. We are going to take a short break, but Amy is going to come back and we're going to be talking about moving our students from being consumers, which we know all summer long, that's all they've been doing, right? Consuming media, and giving them those opportunities that with the content that they're learning, becoming creators. Earlier we talked about how in the video you could pick Instagram or Facebook. It's not about that we're going to have them push it out to those social media pages. I love that you mentioned that because that's a big misnomer. You can share videos, the MP4, right? That's just rendered in that size in Schoology, but the fact that they see it in that, social media type size, it just gets them more engaged. Like, oh my gosh, my teacher is giving me a snippet, a preview of my unit using almost looks like a TikTok, right? So it's just kind of meeting them where they are. And so if you want to stick around for Amy, come back at the top of the hour.
Thanks so much, Michelle. Thank you, James. Yes. And thank you everybody for hopping in live. Hope you have an awesome rest of your day.
Welcome back, educators. We've made it. We are starting the very last hour of day 2 of 2024's DLC. Thank you for hanging out throughout all our rooms that we have. We've had over 4,000 attendees, like-minded educators like yourself. So we appreciate you guys. And we're ending in a strong note here. We'll talk about our session here in a bit. But my name is Michelle Aguilar. I'm your Room 3 DLC host. Next to me is James Brown from Bridgeland High School, and he's facilitating the chat room. And joining us today again is Amy DeLair. I know you have a lot of people that stuck around from your previous sessions, so that's amazing. And you are going to be speaking about consumers to creators, empowering students with Canva for education. Amy is an experienced elementary educator with over a decade of experience in public education. She loves the social emotional learning focus, student voice and choice, and integrating effective ways to integrate technology in the classroom and in the larger school community. She's based out of San Diego, where she has become an amateur sunset photographer. And she was an early adopter of Canva back in 2020 and has been really singing the praises of Canva EDU ever since. And I'm sure she's going to let you know Canva's mission to help education. So we are also going to be dropping links on how to access Canva if it's your first time. With SciFair, we are SSO, meaning we're rostered. Students and staff, they just go to our class link, my.cfisd.net, and it's under additional resources. In the link that James is going to share, if you are out of district and you're not rostered like we are, she has a way for you to communicate with the Canva people and get that going on the back end. So all yours, Amy.
Thank you so much, Michelle and James, for your continued assistance here in room 3. I learned from last session that I'm going to start right now sharing my slides so I do not forget. But y'all, what an incredible way to end these 2 days. I just want to give the SciFair EdTech team a major shout out. You all put on a top-notch event. The fact that it is free for educators across the globe to join, the fact that you have such a variety of sessions to be able to offer incredible educators all over to learn and continue to build skills. I just want to thank you personally for what you do for the education community and allowing this to be an open event to all. So thank you so much for being here and allowing Canva for Education to once again participate in SciFair's DLC this summer. All right, y'all, let's dive into our final session of day number 2, Consumers to Creators, Empowering Students with Canva for Education. As Michelle mentioned, I'm Amy. I serve as a Canva learning consultant. Essentially, I'm obsessed with all things Canva. I was thinking about a little back to school kind of like fun fact. So my fun fact for this particular session to kick us off is my favorite new school supply is like a new rainbow pack of felt tip pens. So I'm a big felt tip pen person. Let's go ahead and hop in though, because I really want to spend some time talking about how we can get our students engaged and creating in the classroom and really empowering them to show others what they've learned. So let's do a super quick recap of Canva for Education, just making sure everybody's starting on the same page. I know a lot of y'all were in my last session, so I promise I will keep it succinct. But when you are looking to create visual communications for any audience, Canva is the place to go. We are so proud to offer our Canva for Education schools and districts access to our entire visual suite, 100% free. And so you're going to see throughout this afternoon's presentations how we can get students started creating in all of these different Canva doc types. I have tons of examples and authentic student projects I want to show you all. In addition to our different Canva document types, you and students have access to our free educational template library, as well as our Canva Pro template library as well. So that's over 3 million combined templates that you and students can fully customize, and students can really let their imagination run wild and create whatever they are kind of envisioning. So to reiterate here, Canva for Education wants to empower everyone to create, collaborate, and communicate in the classroom and beyond. Again, I know that a lot of folks are joining today from Sci-Fair that already has Canva for Education set up within your entire district. But if you're interested and you do not have Canva for Education set up and rostered with your SSO pathway and integrated with your learning management system, please either scan the QR code on this particular screen or select the link in the YouTube live chat to be able to fill out the form, and my incredible colleagues who set things up on the back end will be able to set y'all up with Canva for Education. Again, everybody in your district or school domain, as long as they have that domain email address, would get a free Canva for Education account. Now, if you're joining me today and you already have a Canva for Education account, just wanted to put a quick screen here for login instructions. Essentially, all you need to remember is in order to access your Canva for Education account, you're always using your district email address. That way you ensure you get all of those Canva Pro features plus the educational template library 100% for free. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what you and your students can do in Canva. So this particular slide is a snapshot of what we call our template libraries. So these are all libraries of templates that exist in the Canva for Education platform that students can use and customize in a variety of ways to showcase their learning. And again, I'm going to be going into that in a quick second here. So let's kind of think about how we can change things up. So the whole point of allowing students to design and create in Canva is that essentially they can bring any design to life. So say, for instance, you are doing a unit at the beginning of the school year on digital citizenship. Maybe somebody's researching cybersecurity. They create some sort of poster, and then in Canva, they could easily take this poster that they created and turn it into a t-shirt or a mug. We even have tote bags, coasters, water bottles. Again, they don't actually have to have it made or paid to be printed, but it's super cool for students to be able to see their design, quote unquote, living on a t-shirt and what it would look like in the real world to have their poster that they created become some sort of t-shirt, hypothetically in the future that people could purchase. So again, you never have to print anything from Canva, but I just love showing how students could see their design and what it would hypothetically look like in the real world. Canva also allows for students to creatively present information. So if you're having students research any sort of historical figure or even doing some sort of character analysis, with Canva's different template libraries, you can have students create an ID, some sort of postcard from that particular person that they've researched, social media posts as if they were hypothetically that person that they were researching, scrapbook pages, as well as newspapers. So just wanted to give you all a few examples here. We have an ID card for William Shakespeare. We also have a few social media posts designed after a particular historical figure that a student researched. So what would be the kind of name of that person's Instagram account? What would their profile picture be? What would the pictures that they were posting to their feed look like? What would the captions be? What would the hashtags be? So again, students are showing what they know about this particular historical figure that they've researched. They're just conveying it in a little bit of a different way rather than writing some sort of research paper or a paragraph. And then I know I just did a whole session on video, and I'm going to talk about student video projects again briefly here today, but we do have tons of different video tools that make it easy for students to potentially animate one of their poems and kind of bring that poem and that verbiage to life, as well as adding in some visuals to support the text. So again, allowing students to really show what they know in a creative and visual way. So now we're going to go into how Canva can specifically be used to capture the student learning journey, excuse me, from the beginning of a learning unit kind of to the culmination and end of a particular learning unit. We're going to start when we're thinking about what kind of skills can we allow students to build and practice in an authentic way in our classroom that are going to set them up for real world success and permeate into every single subject area. So I'm talking about those executive functioning skills, things like time management, organization, accountability, all of those things that honestly, I feel like I wish I had more of an opportunity to practice in my personal schooling experience to better set me up to be successful. So the first is we have tons of different goal setting templates where students could potentially practice creating SMART goals. These could be goals for a particular unit, school year, semester, you name it. But again, allowing students the time and space to think about what their actual goals are, how they're going to meet and attain them, and then allowing them to reflect as well. I do just want to point out that all of these slides at the top, if you are, there's kind of suggestions in terms of what Canva document type. So for instance, this is the presentation icon. And so it kind of gives you an idea of where you might want to get started. The other thing I want to point out is at the bottom of every single one of these slides, if you're following along in your Canva account and something that I say or show kind of sparks an idea for you, we kind of tried to put in the search term that you would want to use in order to find these examples that we're displaying on the right. So for instance, for this particular one, you would type in goal setting on the Canva homepage in order to be taken to this template library. So I just wanted to kind of explain the structure of the slides that you are seeing here. We also have student planner templates. So this could be planners by a class period, a day, a week, or even a monthly planner as well. Again, this could be a co-created planner. This could be a student-led planner. So again, empowering your students to kind of create systems that work for them and work in a way that allows them to kind of practice their accountability, their assignments, where they need to be when, and all of those details when it comes to their executive functioning. If you didn't know, Canva also has an entire template library of habit trackers. So this could be a really great visual resource for any students who have specific IEPs or learning goals. Again, you can type in habit tracker from the Canva homepage. I know neither of these is very kind of visual, but I do encourage you that you could easily take pictures of students doing the habits that they are currently kind of focused on, and then kind of co-creating this habit tracker so that it feels like them. It's their favorite color. It's maybe a font that is something that speaks to them, and they can either use elements from our element library or photos that they've uploaded of themselves actually doing those habits. So again, talking about accountability and getting students on board. And speaking of boards, the last one I kind of wanted to preview when it comes to executive functioning skills is we have tons of vision board templates. These are an incredible way for students to kick off a particular school year or semester. And again, they can return back to it. They could reflect on it. They could make comments. They could add to it. So it can become some sort of living document as their vision and mission as a student continues to evolve as the school year goes on. Okay, so that's a little bit about executive functioning skills. Now we're going to kind of transition into a hypothetical unit. Maybe you're kicking off at the beginning of the school year. How could Canva be utilized when you're looking to activate prior knowledge? We have an entire template library of KWL charts where, again, all of our templates are fully customizable. The thing that I love about these KWL charts is, again, they're living documents. And if you share them in a Canva whiteboard, they would never run out of space, because I know that when I did KWL charts in my class, ultimately, not only did the what I want to know column grow as more questions and as we went throughout a unit kind of arose, what I've learned, that column also grew a lot as well. So again, by sharing these in different Canva doc types, not only are you allowing students to truly go back and show the depth of learning, but you're allowing them the physical space and never running out of space. They could also add in photos, emojis, they could type what they've learned, they could draw pictures or diagram with Canva's ability to ink or draw on any of our templates. So lots of embedded student voice and choice when it comes to sharing a KWL chart with students in Canva. We also have an entire brainstorming template library. So these could be brainstorming individual, partner, small group, or even a whole class brainstorm to kick off a particular unit. And my personal favorite, I know I'm totally partial, but I was obsessed with mind maps in my classroom. I just loved giving students the opportunity to go back to their mind map and add to it periodically throughout a particular unit. I would always have them do it in a different or new color to kind of show either new connections, new learning, or even going back and correcting things that maybe they thought they knew, but now they know a little bit more in depth, and be able to kind of edit and add that in. Again, by sharing a mind map in a Canva whiteboard, you're going to allow students to never run out of space, which inevitably happened when I had students mind map at the elementary level, just because their handwriting, there's only so much space on an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. Okay, so once the unit's kicked off, how could students potentially capture their learning in Canva as they're going through the different learning activities and lessons that you've cultivated for this learning journey for them? Students could create their own custom flashcards in Canva, where again, they're showing what they know and saying it in a way that is personalized to them and feels authentic to them, rather than just being given materials, allowing them to create them themselves and have that ownership of those particular vocabulary terms. We also have an entire template library of graphic organizers. Some of our graphic organizers are super vague and can be applied to almost any content area and grade level, and you just go in and customize them. Others are super specific, like there's a graphic organizer specifically on igneous rocks. So I encourage you to not only search graphic organizers, but maybe add in a specific term or a unit that you are teaching to see what existing resources are already in Canva. All right, so we're gonna pause here before we ultimately go into my favorite part, talking about student projects at the end of a unit where students get to show what they know. So we're gonna pause now and take a quick attendance break. So Michelle, I'm gonna pass it back over to you.
Yes. So the attendance code for our last session of day 2 is now on the screen. So the attendance code is now on the screen for the 3 p.m. session. So some of you had tried to get into those forms because we are opening them up early. A couple of them have been fixed. So that means all of them are working now. And really, if you're on the Sci-Fair employee and we have different ones for Alpha, that was just to ease traffic flow. But as long as it's captured in one of them, we will capture your data. But they have all been fixed now on the back end, so they should be going in. So today's on day 2 is a 5-digit code. for you to submit your attendance. You can do that after the session. Let's still kind of be engaged here. They're open all the way through midnight. I know there was another question in the chat that, you missed submitting yesterday, and they were open till midnight, so unfortunately you can't submit for yesterday's sessions any longer. But the forms for today should be working now. They have been fixed. We'll leave the code for today's attendance at our 3 o'clock session here in room 3 up for about 15 more seconds, and then we'll return back to Amy. Jason, can you explain about the code?
Y'all,
all right, Amy, you can take it back.
Okay, perfect. I was like, please make sure y'all get the code. I'm gonna take back the screen here. All right. Thank you so much, Michelle, for hopping in and sharing that attendance code. Y'all, we are halfway through our final session of the day, and this is literally my favorite part. So I can't wait to see what ideas you kind of get sparked when we are now talking about how students can take all of that new learning and thinking that they've gathered throughout those lessons, experiments, text, partner pair shares that you've created and facilitated for them in this learning unit. And now they get to be the ones to show what they know to the audience. So let's dive into some really fun Canva examples. Again, to reiterate, when we allow students choice and agency, they get to show the depth of their learning. So one of my favorite project ideas is using some of Canva's templates that perhaps you may be thinking, a resume, that has no place in a 3rd grade classroom. But I really encourage you to think creatively about how some of these existing templates in Canva could be augmented and modified and used in an authentic way so students get to practice some real world skills. So this particular educator, Nicholas Ferroni, has his students either take a cartoon character, a movie character, some character that they're familiar with, or even a literary character or a historical figure, and create a resume for that particular character or individual. Now students are thinking critically, okay, how would I write an about me paragraph for that particular individual? What is their experience? Who might a good reference be? How would I get in contact with them that would be appropriate for them and at that time? And so you can see here of these, again, on the right-hand side are authentic student examples. And now when students are in their, high school years, they've already made multiple resumes, and this doesn't seem like such a daunting or overwhelming task because they know all of the necessary components of a resume. And now they're just thinking, okay, how do I want to brand myself when I create my resume, rather than feeling overwhelmed and not really knowing even where to start when it comes to creating their own resume. Again, on these slides on the right-hand side are going to be authentic student examples, but I love infographics as a way for students to succinctly show what they know. So perhaps, what are the main bits of learning? How can I summarize that in a short snippet of text? Are there any key icons or visuals that I can bring in to help my audience understand or grasp this knowledge that I have kind of learned and cultivated? Infographics are also great for timelines of events, as well as data and comparing and contrasting. I do want to just show a few more. I know I kind of made this slide here for you all because I wanted to show a few more examples, but these particular students use Canva to create custom infographics, including data and some custom charts showing what they've researched. And then they had access to a large format printer and were able to print that out at a large scale. So during their exhibition of learning, they had this incredible visual resource to refer back to when they're telling folks about what they've learned. This particular example is also super cool. It's a STEAM project where students researched different animals and then in their art class created a accompanying oil pastel drawing to go with their Canva infographic that you can see on the side of their artistic drawings there. So again, just kind of showing that Canva can be integrated into any subject area. And it's also a great collaborative way for students to kind of take their full understanding and make it visible. You could also have students create both magazines and book covers in Canva. So let me show you a few more ideas here. I love this particular example here. It says, we created vision boards and then turned them into magazine covers using Canva. So first they had students create kind of a vision board, and then from that vision board, they used those key elements to create a custom magazine cover. So students got to think about, what would my publication title be? What font would I use? What color scheme would I use? What would the main cover image be? What would be the few main articles that I would be kind of highlighting? And again, this is real world skills that students are being able to practice by taking what they've learned and kind of making it visible. So I'm just going to play this for a quick second here because this one totally blows me away every single time I get to watch it. Again, these are authentic student examples, y'all. I'm just amazed. They look incredibly professional, personalized, customized to each student, getting to really show their voice, their personality, their design aesthetic. So again, y'all have access to the slides, so you can kind of go through and check out some of these incredible student projects. The other one that I wanted to preview here is more of a book cover instead of a magazine cover. But in this particular project, students had to practice a few things. So they had to come up with kind of a synopsis of the book and practice some persuasive writing, trying to hook somebody who picks that book up off the shelf to want to read more. So giving some clues about the book, but not necessarily giving it away. They had to pick a powerful quote as well as a graphic to be able to draw that potential reader in. And then they also got to practice some critical writing here and maybe give like a fake review as well as some stars. And so I love this as an idea for students to really think about, okay, if this were my job, how would I get people to take this book off of the bookshelf or the library shelf and actually check it out and read it? And so again, taking what they know and just tweaking the angle and the perspective a little bit about how they're showing what they know and getting to practice these real world skills. All right, next up is a podcast example. So this particular teacher used to have a multi-page summative assessment individual paper, and instead took a huge risk and turned it into a partner podcast. So students are still engaging in that same level of rigorous research. Now they're just thinking a little bit differently. Okay, how am I going to get somebody to want to listen to this episode? About I think is super cool, but now I have to kind of present it in a way to kind of gather an audience and want to listen. So you can see here students wrote a script to practice kind of like their radio voice and recording voice. They also overlaid some intro music. So I'll play this just for a little bit so you all can kind of hear the intro.
Imagine this. It's a normal day. Then you hear the news. Explorers have found many new materials in the West. Immediately, you start packing your wagon, getting ready to go there yourself. This is the Why Did They Move West podcast. In this episode, we are talking about the Mountain Men and the Mormons. We will learn about why they traveled there, what they did there, and what legacy they left behind. First,
so I'm not going to play the whole thing, but you can see how there's so many parallels between a written essay. You have to hook your audience. You've got to preview what's going to happen in this podcast episode. And then you've got to use those transition words to kind of transition into this first part of the podcast. So really, really a fun way for students to practice, again, other real world skills while still showing what they know about what they researched. You could also really easily have students create explainer videos. So putting in their research, editing up some text, changing photos and a few kind of graphics, and then animating it so that it would be easy for any audience to be able to understand what they learned about. Beyond explainer videos, I did just want to show a few more examples. Again, I wish I could talk about every single one. Here you can see some students wrote scripts and were reenacting things from a different time period, got to use Canva's background remover. So really cool, fun examples. You do not need a green screen in order to use Canva's background remover. But the video that I really want to play for you all is over here, because a lot of times I think when I say, oh yeah, just have your students do a video project, teachers and myself included, if somebody had come and said, oh yeah, do this video project with your third graders, I would have been like, oh my goodness, this is going to take me forever. And so I just want to show you this example because I am not the one saying it. So this particular teacher says, 5 years ago, this project would have easily taken over 2 weeks. Third graders got it done in less than an hour and were so engaged. Kids as creators, that's what it's all about. Thanks, Canva EDU. So let me play this for y'all real quick and kind of show what I'm talking about here. It says, I am a deer. I live in the forest. I eat grass, berries, and flowers. So in 8 seconds, a student was able to show what they know about the animal that they researched. They got to practice adding in writing text, animating text, bringing in the deer and some other authentic forest animals. They put the deer in an appropriate setting, forest setting. They even got to bring in some kind of like bird song sounds in the background. And again, this is an 8-second video. When I say video, it doesn't always have to be some big production with costumes and scripts and recording yourself and all of that stuff. It can be, but it doesn't have to be. So I just really like showcasing students' creativity and encouraging you maybe to take that step, that leap, that risk in terms of allowing students to create in Canva.
Brown bears.
Okay, so if you were in my last session, I know I played this, but I found an authentic student example of a book trailer, so I'm going to play that one instead. So again, students can essentially create almost like a movie trailer, but for a book, and they're showing what they know about that particular book, but they get to try to entice their classmates to want to read that book as well. So let's go ahead and listen to these two students.
Someone Builds the Dream, written by Lisa Wheeler, illustrated by Lauren Long.
Book trailer created by Logan S. and John K.
This book is about builders all around the world who want to build a dream.
However, it takes more than one person to build a dream. What was the dream? How did different people come together and build the dream? Walk down to the Bluffton Elementary School Library
to check out this amazing book so you can read to find out.
I mean, y'all, does your heart just want to explode when you hear these students talking about this book that they've read? What kind of, perhaps what lesson they learned or why they enjoyed reading it, why somebody else should read it, and then encouraging their peers to take action and how to go about reading it. So when I saw this one, I was like, oh, I have to present this one because I really want you all to see that, again, this is at the elementary level. Students are able to create animations in Canva. They can go in and record themselves in Canva. All of this can be done in one platform, and just truly allowing your students their personality, practicing kind of like their presentation and public speaking voices, where maybe they're not on camera, so it's not as stressful or anxiety provoking for them. So just thinking about really fun ways to get students engaged in the classroom. You could also have students create a timeline in Canva in one of our infinite space whiteboards. We all know when we have students create a timeline, there's that 1 year where about 15 things happen. And in order to keep the scale of the timeline, the writing has to get really small. So that's one of my favorite things about a timeline in Canva's whiteboards. You're never going to run out of space. You can zoom in as much as you need to and be able to ensure that the spacing of that timeline is still consistent throughout. You could also potentially have students create their own digital portfolios in Canva. On the top right, you're going to see just a snip of one of our portfolio templates. In the middle, on the bottom, you're going to see a screen grab of an authentic student example. I will say that this is in a fine arts classroom, but any of our digital portfolios could be easily become multidisciplinary. So students are looking for a template that speaks to them. They get to think critically about, okay, how am I branding myself as a learner or an artist or a creator? What is my font going to be? What is my color scheme? How am I going to lay this out? And what are my key learning artifacts that I really want to highlight? So again, you're allowing students to really show and showcase their incredible learning and works that they've created, but you're also allowing them to take that next step and think about, how am I displaying this? How am I branding myself? That those are the skills that are going to stay with them well beyond just what they created in your class for a particular year or semester. You also have gamified presentations as well as game boards. So at the end of the unit, if a student wants to make a game for their classmates to play as a review. Again, you can type in game presentations. You can also type in game board. And then the cool thing about a game board is you could apply a game board template inside an infinite space whiteboard. So it could be really cool. They wouldn't run out of space on said game board. They could have different cards to ask questions. There's so many different things that students could do in Canva to create their own custom kind of review and showcase game. And lastly, I don't want to diminish flyers and posters. They're a great way for students to get started in Canva. I know some of the projects I've showed are a bit more advanced, so I also just want to highlight, please allow your students to get in and start creating and start designing and thinking critically about how they want to show what they've learned to others. And the last bit is I just want to point out that at the end of any unit, you can have students reflect on their learning in Canva. Again, this reflection could be typed out in Canva. It could be drawn using our draw tool. They could bring in photos, videos, and graphics from our element library, and they could record themselves reflecting as well. So you're embedding that voice and choice, and students are allowed to reflect in a way that's authentic and feels good for them. And we know that that may change on a daily basis. We also have more kind of broad self-reflection templates as well as well-being templates. I just want to make a quick note about that. If you didn't know, Canva is an Australian-based organization. So the term social emotional learning, or SEL, doesn't necessarily translate to Australia. And so if you type in SEL, you're not going to get as many SEL templates than if you typed in well-being. So again, I know it's like a little tricky of a name there and kind of how things are tagged in Canva. But again, if you type in well-being, or if you type out the whole thing, social emotional learning instead of SEL, you're going to find more templates that are tagged in that way. And y'all, I'm not joking when I say I could go on because there's just so many incredible student projects that I see in Canva that teachers are having their students create. I just want to point out one more that I don't have an example of, but I really encourage you to look at comic strips for students, especially when it comes to anything when you're trying to sequence. It could be sequence of events, it could be a procedure in a scientific lab. Rather than having students write or regurgitate, let them show that they understand what that sequence of events is visually in Canva. So I know, Michelle, just a few more things I kind of want to show, or are there questions that maybe is appropriate to ask now?
Yes, we have a few questions, and I just wanted to jump in because everyone's just blown away by all the ideas. It really is but there's infinite. But a lot of what our teachers also need is like, okay, great, I know I want to do this, but how do I get it to the student? So whenever you're ready, I have our decks that I can show our teachers how exactly that process is through Schoology, and also showing them the practical, like how ABC steps on our templates, because a lot of teachers kind of they get mixed up on the templates and how to get those to students.
Perfect. Okay, I have two things I want to show, and then I'll go into workflow. And Michelle, I know you have Sci-Fair specific. I also have more broad workflow that I can share as well. The first thing before I just want to hop into sharing with students is exactly what Michelle is kind of talking about, is setting up the project for students, okay? So the first thing I want to show is this particular teacher used Canva. Let me make this bigger so y'all can see it. To essentially, I realize this is at the elementary level, so just bear with me, but think very creatively about how easy it would be to modify this at middle school, high school. But essentially, when you're setting up the project, okay, what can I do? This is just a slideshow in Canva. Here's where you can find all of your research. So almost using Canva, yes, as a way for students to create final projects, but also as a way for you to communicate project expectations and kind of setting that up as well. A project timeline, including the project rubric, and then all of the examples and embedded resources. So I just wanted to show that as another kind of process or potential way for you to use Canva. When it comes to, again, I know, Michelle, you have Schoology specific, but when it comes to sharing with students, when it comes to a student project, you almost need to kind of backwards plan and think about, okay, is this a project where students are individually creating? Is it a partner small group project, or is it a whole class project? Because that's going to influence how you then share from Canva. Okay, so let me give you a quick, for instance, if it's an individual project, from there, you also need to think about, okay, am I going to give a template to each of my students to start this infographic? Or am I just going to allow my students to go to Canva and find a template that speaks to them? So it kind of determines, you need to think about what you want students spending time doing. Do you want them spending time searching and filtering for templates? Or do you want them spending the majority of their time in the template that you've created and putting in that information that they've researched? So it's almost like you need to start at the end in order to kind of figure out what that procedure would be. So you could potentially, if you want everybody to be in the same storybook or brainstorm, you can share a collaborative link with your students via your LMS. You could also potentially create a template link where, again, if students are working in small groups, you would have one person in that group open said template link, invite Michelle and James in, and then now I would share that with my teachers so that they could see the three of us working on our collaborative video together, whatever that may be. So I'm gonna I realized I did not, I apologize, Michelle and James put this link into my links. So I apologize. But here is our LMS kind of integration page. If you'd be willing to take that from Zoom into YouTube, where folks can kind of scroll down and see no matter what LMS they're using. And again, I know Cypher specifically, folks are using Schoology, but for each LMS, there's kind of a video walking you through how to create that Schoology assignment and then what it looks like from the student perspective to go into said LMS, edit up the Canva project, and then submit it back to the correct LMS. The last thing I want to show you all before we kind of, if there's any other questions that I haven't answered, is that I know that this can all be overwhelming. And so I just want to first acknowledge that and also say Canva has tons of pre-made resources, not only to help you, but to also help your students. So you do not need to teach your students about design theory or how to use Canva. We have already created a free design skills for students course where students can kind of progress through different lessons. And then each lesson has an accompanying activity deck. So for example, they would watch this micro learning lesson, and then they would hit on the activity deck, say start activity. And our Canva Design School has already created kind of comprehensive as well as progressive challenges as students kind of progress through this. So they would each get their own copy of this activity deck. Here's the directions. Okay, here's even breaking this down more. Let's learn about how you use lines in Canva. If you need a refresher, watch this video here. And then on the next page, sorry, my computer's taking a moment to load, but on the next page, after they watch that refresher video, now here's your challenge. Okay, so again, this is all free. Please use these resources. It is not up to you to teach your students every single detail about Canva. Our team has already created tons of resources for you all, especially student-facing resources. So I really encourage you to kind of check out that student course. Michelle, I want to pause though, if I'm still not answering specific Schoology questions, if you wanted to take over.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and you have been answering some questions and everyone has been very excited about it, but here we go. So this link is in the very first link where we had a section for Amy's links. And then we had Cypher EdTech's Canva links. And so this is a form that we use. We've been using it for the past year. It's 2 pages. The first one is how staff can access, but since we're talking about student access, we have tiered access for our Canva. They can all get in, but depending on their age group, right? Some elementary have some limits, then the middle school, and then the high school. None of our students have AI features available to them, but you can read through those limits there. And that's just to protect them and, just what's age appropriate. It tells you exactly how the students sign in. And here's the big one of the questions we've been receiving. Okay, so how do I assign this to our students? We don't assign through Canva. There might be something you see on the side where it says create a class or classwork. We are still using the Schoology platform. So it gives you the steps here. Teachers can pre-select templates. And what I was saying when Amy was talking, I was like, bingo, because Canva is so feature rich, the kids can get lost. If you just say, hey, make me an infographic of X, sometimes you may have to pick 2 or 3, and in that Schoology assignment, give them those 3 different template links. So they still have a choice, but it's not just open-ended, right? And so they have a choice. They still be able to change color and fonts and elements and all that stuff. So they're all going to look different. In your class of 25, there's going to be 25 different looking infographics at the end. But, you know, our time is finite in class, right? So we don't have all the time in the world to work on it. So that is the way to do it. And then if you create that material assignment, you type in instructions, you type in those template links, and then they return it from there. My suggestion is if it's like a fly or something like that would be flat, they can PDF it. And that way you can carousel through all the students in that way. If it's any videos or GIFs or something like that, they can download and attach. And that way you have a copy too. So that way next year, or you can have student examples or something like that. Because otherwise, if they just give you the share link, you have to go and click on all those share links in order to open them up. But this is the process here. And like I said, this is accessible to our staff. It tells you how to assign it. Now, I'm going to go a little bit deeper. I have a couple more minutes, and I'm going to talk about infographics. So especially on the secondary level, that you may not give them templates because you're like, oh, it's age appropriate. They can go find what they'd like. Now, as a once secondary teacher myself, there's a slight problem with doing that, because let's say you're in biology and you're talking about the respiratory system, like this example, they're going to type, you know, respiratory system infographic, and this amazing example right next to number 1 will pop up. But you want to see what they know. So as a teacher, you need to make it a true template for a student. So all you do is back out the information. So look at what I did for number 2. I put where I want their name. I made it to where they would just slide in images and clip arts as they found them. I made it the parts. So you're going to tell me what the parts are. And I just put, describe the part, tell me what it does and why it's important. And I just duplicated that everywhere in that infographic. And then the student picks up that template and look at, here is Kindle's on number 3. And this is what she submits back to me. This is now how I can see she knows what she's been learning. So this is the steps to get the students there. So I loved how Amy really set that up and said, hey, you kind of need to start thinking about where you want it in the end, and that's how to process it to the students. So we'll include this link as well in that we did a Canva doc with all those resources in there. But like I said, reach out to the EdTech team where, you know, they're there, and, you know, you can get more personalized PD on this Schoology and assigning specific steps when it comes to Canva.
Michelle, thank you so much for your on-the-fly collaboration. Your team just continuously blows me away. And it's just been such an honor to collaborate.
You know, I just had this ready to go. What can I say? So perfect. Well, we're almost at that time. Thank you so much for joining us once again this year. We appreciate always your support, and we keep on building. We have all kinds of ability levels in our district, and, you know, in our region, we get a lot of teachers from out of district, from brand new to Canva to, you know, I'm really a power user. Like my browser opens to Canva every day, you know, so, and Canva has a lot of resources, just like the student course, they have teacher courses as well. So it's really easy to feel intimidated, but start small. You don't feel like you have to use all the tools, just start small and then start layering things in little by little. But thank you so much for all those great student-focused ideas. That was really good. So I think one tip I would do on like thinking about my instructional coach hat is think about a project that you've always done or an assignment that you've always done, and it's paper-based. Maybe it's manila paper-based, right? And say this year, I'm going to make that through Canva. So it's not about adding to stuff on top of what you already do. It's really replacing that maybe paper-based all the way into Canva. I will say though, as a teacher though, we can still do the paper. That's our rough draft. And once that rough draft gets that thumbs up, okay, now it's time for you to go to Canva. So all those great instructional steps are still there.
I love that, Michelle. And to back up really quickly what you just said, one of my favorite student projects I've ever seen is where a teacher took a fill-in-the-blank assignment for the periodic table where students were adopting a periodic element. And it was just a paper worksheet that was just kind of like, And instead, every single question, they turned it into a page of a TikTok video. And so now students are choosing the font, the color scheme, they get to play with the animations, and they're showing what they know about that element, but in a more creative and expressive way. And she didn't change any of the questions. It was all the same questions, but now it's just in a TikTok video. It was awesome.
Yeah. And guess what? They're going to remember more.
Yep.
Right? That or just like that worksheet assignment. So again, thank you, Amy, for showing us yet more reasons why Canva should really be your top 3 of your teacher tool belt, I believe. And I really want to thank Amy for all her knowledge and commitment to Sci-Fair. It's been a pleasure growing Canva with you. And that wraps up her time with us today. James is posting presentation links and feedback links in the chat. And we will see you hopefully in 2025's DLC. I will still be around. I'm going to but Amy, you can go ahead and go enjoy your West Coast time. I'm going to make sure everyone knows how to submit their attendance. I'm going to share screen again for that.
Perfect. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Michelle and James, for hosting me.
Bye-bye.